Chapter 301. Chester looks at me with a confused expression, not exactly catching on to why I'm asking about the auction. He replies anyway, well, anything really. There are a few of them every month, but I've heard this one is supposed to be one of the most interesting ones in a while. I raise an eyebrow. Why is that? Well, with the recent surges, not only was Solara hit hard. One of the prospectors at the old den told me that the Sector 2 labyrinth had a collapse as well. Luckily it was defeated by an A rank from the association, but loot always manages to slip out. People have to make their money somehow. He smirks. I reply, interesting. So could we find any mana supplements there? Like bundles of potions or possibly even high-density mana crystals. Like Monster Essence, my mind immediately thinks back to the Blue Ogre break my team and I subjugated on our way over here. Those mana supplement crystals and Abby's restoration magic are the only reason we were able to make it this far. Without them, I'm unsure if the labyrinth run could have gone so smoothly. While deep in thought, remembering back to this time, Chester lets out a laugh. You never cease to amaze me, kid. Ha! I know you all are strong hunters and all, but Monster Essence? You think you can handle one of those? I'm surprised you even know what they are. He laughs again. You know what? This might actually be the one time of the season when they would show up at the auction. He scratches his beard. After a labyrinth break would make sense. Essence crystals are rarely farmed from anything under a B-class dungeon. Even so, unless the dungeon is breaking, there isn't enough mana for them to consolidate in the fallen monsters. They're fairly hard to find on the market because the hunter that farmed them would most likely be the only one capable of absorbing the energy within. They're useless to almost everyone except those with exceptional mana control. I nod. Curious about the true depths of Chester's knowledge on dungeons and magical items, but I brush it off for now to focus on the main concern at hand. Okay, but just assume I can handle it. Or better yet, say I wanted to buy a few of them. What could the 263 gold here possibly get me? Chester pauses, thinking to himself again for a moment, then lets out a reply. It's hard to say. If any show up at the auction and there are no high rollers, any essence you find is as good as yours. Most common people don't know its capabilities nor know anyone able to even absorb them. If you're not an experienced trader or an elite diver, the items just look like fancy gemstones. It's a niche material. Extremely valuable, but only to the right buyers. This is a special auction, so anything can show up. I'm sure there will be many other crystals and enhancement items aside from just essence stones. So the only way to find out is to attend the auction and see for yourself. I gulp, thinking over the logistics in my head. Fine. Let's head to the auction. The front door swings open as I make my decision. Both Fisher and Ari come walking in with grins on their faces. I mutter under my breath to the old man as they do. We'll continue this conversation once everyone arrives. The archer is the first to make eye contact and speak up. Hey, look who's back so soon. How'd everything go out in the desert today? Any new discoveries? I nod, still thinking about Chester's words about the event tonight but now switching my train of thought back to my adventures in the desert today. Yeah, a lot, actually. I think it's best we wait for Maria and Abby to get back before sharing. He nods, letting the door shut behind him before the two get comfortable on the couches and eye the bags of money just like I did on the way in. Ari speaks up again after crossing one leg over the other and taking a moment to get situated. So, what's the plan with all that money? You getting a fancy new sword before we take out this boss or something? I nod slowly, something like that. I was thinking of buying us all an upgrade, but the right offer hasn't come to the table yet. How has refining your new ranked up abilities come along so far? Ari replies in a satisfied tone. We had a solid training session today. The buffs feel much more natural and adaptable to our fighting styles now. I'm looking forward to trying out these special abilities on the real thing. He turns to the blue-haired water wielder, who speaks up with his arms crossed. Yeah, I'm looking forward to going all out too. He cracks his knuckles. This boss man will be no match for me in my current form. The swordsman glows dark blue but settles down after a moment just to make his point clear. Then he continues in a lighter tone. Anyways, I was almost positive the girls would come back from the black market before you. Looks like you're changing your ways, huh? I give him an eye roll. Noting his usual comment on my punctuality but not in the mood to push it any further. Then, my gaze widens. His wording reminds me of something the Sector 4 boss mentioned to the guards as I left. He told them to update number 2 once they finished their cleaning task. That's the elusive black-haired woman with the hush skill I defeated not so long ago. Considering my flight speed away from the observatory and the fact that they're finishing up work, I can assume we have some time to spare. Still, it's not much, I reply. Actually, that reminds me, there is something pretty urgent to report. A lot of things, actually, like clockwork. The door gets a few loud knocks, then swings open as both Abby and Maria walk in. Practically glowing with the setting sun's golden rays on their backs, the green-haired healer speaks first. Looks like it's a full house. What did we miss? They come over, and I catch everyone up to speed on the events that occurred today. After a few greetings and Chester making a quick meal, I decide not to leave out a single detail about today's events. From the monstrosity I narrowly avoided in the abyss, down to the percentage of stat buffs in the sector leader's gear, they hear it all. The only thing I leave out is the inner workings of how exactly I'm able to channel demonic energy. There's too much going on to explain this carefully now. I chalk it up to a unique skill acquired recently. I'll leave the important details for another day if the occasion makes itself necessary. If we are going to have any chance of taking on two leading members of the inner circle, every one of us needs to be on the same page here. We need to get stronger, and with the info provided, we need a plan. After my explanation and a few surprised looks, the six of us start to brainstorm. It may sound crazy, but considering the underground lair of a secret organization we just left, along with the high-tech shielding artifacts and never-before-seen magical items, my words of a new power source and mountain-sized monsters aren't difficult to believe. We devise a plan. I'm going to the auction tonight with Chester, bringing all the gold to attempt to buy any and all essence shards, fragments, or upgrade crystals of any kind if they show up. Ari and Fisher are going to guard the black market. With my explanation of the two grunts' level, voices, skills, and general age range in mind, they are confident they can subjugate the guards before they get to the office in the dead zone. Maria and Abby have an interesting night ahead. One that was only made possible by a suggestion from me. I'll be dropping them off at the Vice Regent's Labyrinth. To be more exact, the 21st floor where I left off last. It's a risky play, but one that will be worth the reward. The two of them are so close to ranking up. It will be a much-needed power boost to give us the edge. The sun sets as we walk out the front door of Chester's home, preparing for battle. Chapter 302. After Ari and Fisher head off to the black market to keep an eye out for the guards, I walk with Chester, Maria, and Abby to the above-ground dungeon hub while carrying the gold coin stash in my item storage. We all wear red robes to stay anonymous. Chester heads off to a local market to buy a few items for the auction that he says we'll need, while the three of us remaining walk through the thick crowds of low-level hunters who are finishing up their daily dungeon dives. Most are coming out of the gates, rather than going in. It's getting late. After paying 10 bronze each to enter one of the rectangular metal shielding crates labeled with LV 1 to 100, on top of it, we easily walk down the stairs of the buzzing contraption and step through the blue glowing portal. Its layout is eerily similar to the one we were trapped in, but the shielding levels are hardly that of a mid-grade D-class mob. The three of us find ourselves in a rocky dungeon with brown dirt and black rocks. The landscape is mountainous with a few sturdy trees, and the air is cold. Doing a quick scan, I find a few level 50 to 60 monsters but don't bother finding out what they are. One could only assume many lower-level Solaran citizens make their living by diving here daily. Both Abby and Maria grab my shoulder, and I dungeon walk them to the 21st floor of the Vice Regent's Labyrinth. The three of us stand atop the same white pillar I rested on after my battle with the behemoth. Looking out into the eerie green gargoyle dungeon that feels almost exactly the same as the one we all left in the Solaran Labyrinth days ago, we agree to meet back here on the 21st floor in no more than 4 hours. That should be enough time for them to rank up and come back down. However, it won't be nearly enough time to practice their buffs. Still, Chester and I will have finished our dealings at the auction. The goal is to spend every last coin on optimal upgrade crystals for the upcoming fight. I teleport away as the two of them use their elemental magic to hurry toward the boss room and onward to higher floors where they can level up much more easily. I'm a little jealous. I'd like to see what's high up in this labyrinth too. As Chester said, according to the population of the surrounding city, it should have at least twice as many floors as the one I just defeated. After this is all over, I'll have plenty of time to explore. I teleport back to the Solaran dungeon hub and exit to find Chester waiting exactly where we decided on the outer edge of the square. He hands me a black mask. You'll need this for the event. Other than the security detail, all faces and identities are kept secret during the bidding. It's only fair, letting outsiders be more comfortable in their business dealings. I take the smooth face covering, about the same size as a transmission tablet, only able to cover the top half of my facial features. There are holes for eyes, and at the bottom half, there's a curved section that stops halfway down the nose. I use my appraisal skill, but nothing shows up. It's just a dark ceramic mask. Even though there are no enchantments, it reminds me of my time back in my hometown when I wore a mask to fight in that underground fighting ring. It's how I earned my fire-imbued sword titled the Flame Emperor. The thought of this also brings back a few memories of the time I was ambushed after leaving my first auction just a few days before then. However, it's more nostalgic than frightening. If I can grow as much as I have from then to now, it just means I can do it again, I reply, placing the mask on my face and covering up with my red hood. For an extra layer of security, I shift my face and hair to look more similar to the citizens of the Dark Continent. Even if my eyes are covered, it's still a safe bet to make the rest of me unrecognizable as well. Got it, lead the way. Chester holds his own identical mask by his side and turns to walk through the busy nighttime city streets. The crowds of hunters, businessmen, and normal city folk, along with the cool night air, are calming. I follow the old man past a few of the silver towers near the middle and northern edge of town until we come across a well-lit sand-colored building with tall steps that lead up to an impressive entrance. There are many tall pillars across the building's front side, over 20 meters high, sporting arches between each of them covered in intricate hand-sculpted art. Many guards stand at the bottom of the stairway but don't seem to move or bat an eye as people walk by up the steps. They must be looking out for certain individuals. There are a few well-dressed parties in masks similar to the ones Chester purchased moments ago. Ours look dull compared to the red, orange, white, and bedazzled designs that catch my eyes. Men arrive in suits while women walk in bright-colored dresses. Aside from the couples, there are a lot of lone hunters in higher D and C grade gear with simple masks like ours, making us seem much less underdressed. Lastly, there are a few groups of businessmen that crowd the entrance at the top of the stairs. If I had to guess, these are agents and speculators hired by companies whose CEOs are too busy to show up themselves. They most likely give these men a budget and offer a small percentage of the profits back on any earnings after the fact. With my careful gaze satisfied at the information gathered so far, we walk past the guards and climb the sturdy sandstone steps. A tall and thin man in a suit with an even thinner mustache greets us at the top of the steps and offers to check us in. A party of two? Will you be watching, selling, or buying tonight? Chester replies, we'll be buying. A premium booth would be appreciated. The greeter's eyes glisten as he nods and turns around. A premium buyer's party? Excellent, right this way. We'll do a screening before I send you to your seats. The event is about to begin. Both of you are right on time. There's a red carpeted entrance hall, and the walls are lined with artwork and displays of interesting looking items, to say the least, but nothing that I haven't seen before in my travels. Still, investors are surrounding them, placing bids in increments of silver coins. I'd pay more attention to the beautiful architecture, but the man that we follow has a status that piques my interest. He's level 264 and has simple rings and amulets of protection on, but he also has a unique skill, Privacy Cage. It's what I've never seen before, but I have a few interesting theories about what it does. He turns to a hallway near the back of the entrance hall, and we're brought to a small corridor that seems to lead upward. Before we can walk any further, the greeter activates his skill. A cube of gray light encapsulates the three of us, and the bustling crowds outside stop chattering in my inner ear. It's also impossible to see outside the skill's walls. I'm sure I could break through with my pinky, but it's very intriguing. Similar to my newest Hush ability, but with an added layer of protection, sight. He takes out a silver tablet. I'll need your full name, occupation, a look at your status, and visual confirmation you've come with over 25 gold to be appointed a premium buyer's booth. Chapter 303. The minimum amount needed on hand to be eligible for a premium buyer's booth is 25 gold coins. In comparison to my stash, it isn't much, but to the average citizen, it's quite a lot. Even well-off level D-class hunters would be lucky to make even 5 gold a year. Most of the population could only dream of surpassing this rank, and that's back in the Vice region. The salaries of upper-middle-class families hardly breach 10 gold coins. With average meals costing just a few bronze, and a rented room less than a few silver a month. 25 gold is an absurd amount to be spending on art or gear at an auction. Considering this, I'll need to come up with an alias. No normal citizen would come walking in here with hundreds of gold. The guide casting a sound and sight barrier around us waits patiently. Chester is the first to take off his mask, pulling up his status and telling the man all the necessary details. Meanwhile, I change my numbers on my status to look strong, but reasonable at the same time. I end up leaving my advanced fire magic as well as special grade body hardening active for the man to see. They're strong skills, but not incredibly rare to the point where I'd look like a unique talent. Along with this, I changed my level to 439 and my name to Thorn Darkwood. It's the first idea that comes to mind and feels fitting to my altered appearance. I flip the blue text screen toward me and take the mask off my face to reveal a face similar to that of a battle-seasoned Dark Continent native underneath. My occupation is a mercenary, and my budget tonight is well over 25 gold. I reach under my red cloak and into a secret spatial magic portal to pull out one of the money bags. There's nearly 100 gold in one of these. I'm looking to buy a few items to aid me in my work. Weapons or crystals that catch my eye. His eyes gaze upon the bag of gold but hardly react. The man is a professional. He writes down a few things on his tablet, nods, then motions for us to put our masks back on before taking the barrier down around us. Very well. Chester, it's good to see you back here again. I hope we didn't catch you too off guard. The new identification requirements are for premium buyers only because of a few unique items brought in tonight. If you'd like to stay completely anonymous, just keep in mind that the top 2 listings may be monitored post-purchase. Chester nods, and then the man turns to me. Thorn, I hope you find your time at the auction tonight successful. It's wonderful to see new rising talents in Sector 4. With your budget, I'm sure you'll find exactly what you're looking for. He shows a kind smile, then turns. Please, right this way. We're led up the narrow corridor about 3/4 of the way until our guide unlocks a sturdy wooden door. It clicks open, and we walk through. My eyes widen through the black ceramic mask as I take in the view. The door leads to a small balcony that looks over a sea of people. With red velvet couch-like seating and a thin golden privacy curtain with the option to close off the entire curved edge of the booth, we walk into the premium seating to look down at the stage below. Our guide hands us a silver lightweight paddle with the number 12 in bold black lettering on the front of it. He bows. Again, I do hope you enjoy the event tonight. I'll be your representative and the only one who knows the identity paired with your number paddle. Please do meet me in the entrance hall after the auction to pay for the items you've won. The subtle green mist from my lie detector skill activates as I try to decipher his words about our identities. It seems they really are confidential, as far as this man is concerned. He speaks the truth. The door closes behind him with a click, and I let out a sigh of relief that I wasn't even aware I was holding in. As we sit down on opposite sides of the booth while taking in the view around us, the lights in the wide-open auction house begin to dim. There's an echoing click as the stage below has a bright white light shine upon it. Then a well-built Solaran man in a royal blue suit walks out from behind the right side of the platform to make his way up toward a podium at the front. There's an empty display table in front of him. His voice rings out clearly as if he's speaking right in my ear. Welcome, all. I hope you enjoyed the pre-auction events and made your purchases on the overflow of items outside. The room is silent with all eyes on him, but tonight, this is the event you've all been waiting for. One of the largest Solaran-hosted auctions to date, with 189 individual parties here and 12 premium buyers. I'm sure we're in for quite the show. Another bright white light flicks on, and a beautiful woman in a shimmering red dress walks out with a collection of silver daggers all floating around her body in a circle. The stage light reflects off the blades in a dazzling display. We're not here to waste your time, and I'm sure you're all eager to start the bidding, so I'll keep my introduction short. The top 30 items have been appraised by our board and will be presented to you all today in ascending order of value. Some of which are rare high-grade battle weapons only available to the elite, while others are unique artifacts that have never seen the light of day. Some oohs and ahs come from the crowd as the woman places the swords in the display case in front of the speaker using an ability similar to my telekinesis, not touching any of the items with her hands, no matter who you are or where you come from. There is only one rule tonight. Whoever pays the highest price may take the item home. Now, let's begin. My gaze starts to wander around the event hall after appraising the daggers to see they're a set of 5, all with 20 to 50% strength and agility buffs. A great item set for a C-class squad, but far under what I care to pay attention to right now. People begin bidding in increments of 10 silver on the floors below as I appraise my real competition, the other premium buyers. There is one booth below the one Chester and I are sitting in, and 2 more columns of dual booths to the right of us on the same side of the auction hall, moving further away from the stage. Out on the other side of the room, I see 6 more premium buyer parties filling the other booths in an identical fashion. Some have their curtains closed, while others peer out to observe the crowd and event just like me. None care to bid on the item set being offered now. The announcer's voice rings out as I concentrate back on the main event. Sold. To the man up front, buyer 103. A bid for 91 silver has won the set. What a wonderful start! Let us continue the auction. The red-dressed woman continues to bring weapons and artifacts out, and the bidding numbers get higher and higher. Even bundles of extremely rare potions like the gold and blue ones Chester pushed us to save pass by. As the items get pricier, fewer and fewer people make offers. However, there are still a lot of back and forths happening down below. Well over a dozen listings go by, I hardly bat an eye until the 16th item of the night finally piques my interest. The announcer speaks up as my eyebrows raise. Now, we've hit the halfway point. This is where the real fun begins. To start the second half of our night off right, I'll be bringing out one of the stars of the show. A truly unique collection of magic stones. This will surely turn the heads of our highest esteemed collectors in the house tonight. The woman comes walking out from backstage with a dozen large emerald green stones floating above her head. They give off a powerful mana-imbued glow. Activating my appraisal skill, I find each of them labeled Serpent King's Essence, with between 600k and 700k MP available for absorption in each of them. This bundle alone is almost 8 million MP. My heart starts to speed up, and I lean over the edge of the booth just slightly to get a closer look. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. This being the middle point of the event, one can only assume the strength of the stones will only go up from here. If I can land a reasonable price for a few sets of these during the auction, it will be a great success. We'll get another serious upgrade, and I won't have to worry as much about my teammates in the heat of our future battle. I whisper under my breath, finally, we're getting to the good part. As soon as I subconsciously let out a wide grin and get ready to raise my paddle, a young man across the room in the premium buyer booth labeled number 1 raises his own. I'd like to start the bidding at 25 gold. His shimmering silver mask and sharp blue eyes are visible even in the dim light of the auction house. With a tall stature and bright blonde hair, sporting a light gray suit, I suspect he's no more than 30 years old. Cursing under my breath at his overly inflated starting bid, I do a full scan using Inspect and Appraisal. LV 824, active items? Access denied, active skills? Access denied. Buffs? Access denied. The results are not what I was expecting to see. Whoever this is, it looks like he's my real competition tonight. Chapter 304, he bid 25 gold, for an item only halfway into the auction. This mystery buyer is already making himself known. As I calculated before, the bundle of stones is nearly 8 million MP, so it's over 90% off the market price. If I were to buy this much in potion form, even with the Dark Continent price discount, it'd take all of my 263 gold. Still, I'm trying to get as many of these essence stones as possible for the lowest price. A bid of 25 gold for 8 million MP is pushing my limit. If this is the going price, I'd only be able to buy 10 of the same value, averaging about 80 million total MP for the night. Divided by all 5 of us that are looking to absorb it, that brings our total down to 16 million MP each. It's an exorbitant amount, but it's not the overwhelming advantage that I'm looking to come out of here with. Plus, the bidding hasn't even started yet. This would be the best case scenario, hoping that this man in the silver mask doesn't bid too much higher. The announcer speaks, replying to the offer received, and we've got our starting bid of 25 gold from premium buyer number 1. These items are truly a unique collection of gems, farmed from a collapsing B-grade dungeon out in Sector 3 following the most recent surge. The eyes of the crowd down below reflect the green gems' vibrancy as the woman places them on the red velvet display table. I can't help but notice the fact that the announcer did not go into detail on what exactly these gemstones do. Unlike his in-depth descriptions and stat readings of some of the past items. It seems at the higher price portion of the auction, it's more of a if you know type of deal. He continues, now, let us start the bidding in increments of 1 gold coin. I raise my paddle, but to my surprise, almost half of the other premium buyers do as well. The crowd below erupts and whispers as the announcer's voice rings out clear as day in all of our ears. That's 26 gold from number 12, no, 27 gold from number 5, 28 from, he goes on, and the buy price keeps rising higher. I back out once the price passes 35 coins. Observing the event unfold before me, the buyer in booth number 1 stands out over his balcony while raising his paddle as the announcer accepts a 36 gold bid from the buyer right below me. The silver-masked man speaks in the same voice he did previously to make his first bid. I bid 75 gold. The room falls silent, but the announcer fills the vacuum in a professional tone. Our new highest bidder. Booth 1 bids 75 gold. Going once. Going twice. 3 times, and sold. After a few sighs from other booths and the excited whispers of crowd members, the green gems are taken off stage, and I'm left in a state of shock, whispering under my breath, "This is not going to be as simple as I initially thought." I turn to Chester. He's thoroughly enthralled by the gems as well as the woman in the red dress as she walks backstage to retrieve the next item, as soon as he feels my gaze. The old man realizes what I'm implying and responds, "Tough competition tonight." It seems there are some other strong parties involved. I nod while thinking to myself, sure, 75 gold for 8 million MP is still well under market price, but it's much worse than my initial estimate. 3 times as worse, actually. I clench my jaw as the next set of shimmering silver swords with 70% strength buffs are all brought out to be displayed. My eyes gloss over without a care in the world for these common items as the auction continues. Armor sets, platinum rings, and enchanted artifacts all found in high C grade and low B grade dungeons from sectors 3 and 4 are brought out. They all sell for between 10 and 15 gold to premium buyers and a few members of the general audience. Nothing compares to the excitement in the air from those green gems until the 24th item set of the night comes forth. My eyes perk up as a bundle of grey stones with white energy swirling through them catches the corner of my eye and activates my appraisal skill. Black stone golem fragments, X11. As my careful eyes closely inspect each of them, I conclude that these may be worth my while. Each of them holds over 4.5 million MP. Some of them nearing 5 million. The total here is about 50 million. Whatever monstrous golems these fragments dropped from are no joke. Back when I farmed blue ogres, the mobs only dropped 100 to 250k per stone. Even the anomaly that took in nearly the entire dungeon's mana expenditure and hundreds of essence shards is only twice as much as just these 11 stones. One can only imagine how strong they are, but my daydreaming about them will have to wait. The announcer's voice begins the next round of bidding. A collection of magic stones from the Sector 2 Labyrinth break. A very rare item set indeed. Considering our last batch of similar items sold for an extraordinary price, one can assume the price on these will climb much higher. He pauses. Just a word from the auctioneer to buyers out there. Our appraisal team has gauged the recommended use for these gems to be around level 700 and above. High-grade gems like these don't come around often. This is truly a one-of-a-kind treasure. Silence fills the room once again. But the first to break the noise is the silver-masked man. 100 gold coins. With a wide smile, the event host replies, "Very well. 100 gold to number 1. We shall raise the bids by 5 gold per offering." I raise my paddle. That's 105 gold from number 12. No one but the silver-masked man raises their paddle back. 110 gold to number 1, 115 for number 12. 120 for number 1. We go back and forth, raising the price on each other with every bid. Not a single paddle raises from any of the other buyers. From a quick appraisal scan to appease my curiosity, I see none of them are anywhere near number 1's level. Whoever this is, he must be investing for his own personal use. As Chester explained before the auction, items like these hardly sell on the open market. This is because, to most people who can't handle absorbing millions of MP, they're just pretty gems that depreciate over time as the mana flows out of them. To the man across the room and also to myself, this is a 50 million MP pool of mana waiting to be absorbed. I grit my teeth as he yells out, raising his paddle high into the air, 200 gold. I bid 200 gold, the entire room falls silent, and so do I as a pearly white grin can be seen under the bottom portion of his mask. I could bid higher, but who's to say he won't just let me take this and burn my pockets for the still 6 remaining items to come. His inflated prices now could all be a tactic to bleed the medium-sized fish like myself early on to get the best prices on the rarest items near the end. I let out a sigh and take a step back as the announcer looks around and counts up to 3, sold. To number 1 for 200 gold. What a show! We have a real magic gem connoisseur on our hands tonight. Crowd, the audience is going wild with whispers, laughter, and cheers. Even Chester's eyes are open wide. He whispers to me, "I've never seen such a lively event in years. If this isn't even the main star of the show, I'm sure we're in for quite the treat." Don't worry, the best is yet to come. I tighten my lips as they prepare the next item for public sale. I'm not quite sure what to think. It's almost impossible to compete with a masked man and his endless pockets. Then again, I'm happy I didn't bid higher and spend all my gold on 50 million MP when there's a possibility of a better deal to come. However, my happiness wanes as the next few items roll out. Sets of enchanted gear passing 100% buffs and bundles of element stones in containment cases ready for fusion into weapons are the next few items that show. Most go for 20 to 30 gold, sold to the other regular premium buyers. These are all incredibly rare pieces, and they can be used by anyone, so keeping them in their possession and waiting for resale in a shortage or using the items themselves to fight off stronger monsters is well worth the investment. Most practical investors and collectors come to the auction for items like these. I, for one, am looking for something else. As more and more items pass, the growing feeling of dread fills my stomach. If I can't manage to buy any items tonight that will boost my entire team's strength to new heights, our extraction mission to save Lydia and my curiosity to confront the craftsman from another sector may all be very compromised. I'd have to rely on the newly ranked up abilities of my team members, plus my ability to wield demonic energy as a trump card. There's too much uncertainty in this loosely strung together excuse of a plan. I need something that will help change the odds. The announcer's voice and the sight of over half a dozen blood-red crystals larger than my open palm completely change my growing anxiety into a source of hope. This relief comes in the form of hundreds of millions of MPs swirling within just 7 stones. Our second to last item set of the night. A collection of ruby red gems. Collected as the final drop from the Sector 2 labyrinth collapse, we've managed to bring them all the way here for all of you to see. Now, without further ado, let us start the bidding at once. Chapter 305. I scan the crimson gems with every one of my perception skills as they float around the gorgeous woman until each of them rests gently on the display table at center stage. Red Hydra's Soulstone Fragment, X7. They don't bear the usual Essence Fragment or Essence Shard labeling, but Soulstone Fragment instead. These are definitely much different than the magic stones I've seen before, clearly, in my appraisal skills text boxes. 2 more readings catch my attention. The first is the 45 to 50 million MP stored in each one of these stones available to be absorbed, and the second is the line of text beneath it. Permanent buff, Red Hydra's Rage. There's no in-depth description or conditions to go along with it. I'm just left wondering what exactly these gems can do. However, before I'm kept deep in thought for too long, the announcer's voice breaks my concentration. This bundle of items is truly unique. A batch of stones with its exact capabilities has never met the open market before and will most likely never meet the market again. They sparkle under the spotlight, captivating the audience with their endless dazzling radiance. I rethink the announcer's previous words. He did say they were the final drop from the Sector 2 labyrinth. If he really speaks the truth, this could be one of the special floor boss drops that is unique to every 20 floors. It could quite possibly be a one-of-a-kind item, never to be seen again. This only makes me more curious about what the added buff can do. My only problem will be if premium buyer number 1 is just as eager to find out as me. The announcer continues. Now, the seller who brought this item in tonight declared they would not take less than 100 gold, so we'll start the bidding there. Based on our magic stone track record so far, I have a feeling this won't be an issue to match. The gentleman on stage smiles brightly as the woman in the red dress walks over to stand by his side. Meanwhile, the room goes silent. I gulp while expecting the silver-masked man to make an outrageous bid. However, for some reason, the bid never comes. Whispers start to fill the room, and the joy-filled smile of the announcer starts to droop. He gulps nervously but keeps a professional face while staring out at the crowd. His eyes dart to the side as I decide to start the bidding. Myself, raising my paddle and stepping forward into the dim light, he calls out immediately as I do, bringing the energy back to the room. That's what I like to see. 100 gold for premium buyer number 12. We'll be raising the bids by 10 gold for every offer from here on out. The man in the silver mask steps forward and slowly raises his paddle in reply, and the announcer gets back into his groove. 110 gold from buyer number 1. I retaliate with a grin to cover up my nerves while raising my paddle. 120 gold for buyer number 12. 130, 140. 150 for buyer number 1. My stomach drops lower as the bids get higher. So far, the good news is he didn't immediately bid over my budget and make it impossible for me to win. Also, the man across from me takes longer to raise his paddle every time, leaving the crowd in silence before he does. I raise back immediately each time. The bad news is, even though it takes him a moment, he keeps raising it and bidding anyway. This mystery buyer has already spent hundreds of gold tonight and seems to have pockets with no bottoms in sight. I need to change something up, or else I'm going home completely empty-handed. I could wait for the last item of the night after this one, but that would be foolish. I already tested my luck to its limit waiting this long. I have exactly what I need right in front of my eyes. If I bid all in at 263 gold right now, it would seem too odd a number to be random. To any logical buyer, this would seem like I'm going all in because I am. Number 1 would just have to bid one more time, and I'd be out of luck. bidding 260 is a cleaner number in the designated increments of 10. But it gives the same effect. It's too random to mean I'm not at my limit. A much safer bid is 250 gold. It's clearly an inflated price to scare away the competition. It is higher than the last absurd price number 1 threw out, and it's a significant leap up higher than anything I bid on other items tonight. It would show that I want this item and will pay whatever I need to get it. However, if anyone calls my bluff and bids 10 gold higher, I'm out of luck yet again. My final option other than incrementally pushing the price up is a large 240 gold bid. This may be the worst option. It tells my opponent exactly how much gold I have to pay. It shows I'm scared to bid 250 to provoke my opponent to challenge me. And it also implies that I want to have a safety net of 1 bid just in case they do. It's basically yelling out to the crowd exactly how much gold I have on hand. I grit my teeth, raise my paddle, and make the most reasonable choice there is. I bid 250 gold. The announcer points upward and opens a palm in the air at me, and the crowd fills with even more energy. A new highest bid of the night. Buyer number 12 bids 250 gold. He walks around the stage as the crowd dies down. All eyes are on the man in the silver mask now as he stares forward and begins to scratch his chin. The announcer continues to speak. Are there any other bids? That's 250 gold to buyer 12. Going once. My heart starts to beat loudly in my chest. Going twice. I can't help but dart my eyes back and forth from the glistening stones to the man who could bid just 10 more gold and take them away from me. Going, he grips his paddle as the announcer begins to finish his words. 3 times, my breathing becomes heavy, and the silver-masked man releases his tight grip and takes a step back, disappearing into the shadowy privacy of his booth. Sold. Our second to last item of the night is sold to buyer number 12. Please don't forget to see your guide in the entrance hall after the show. I hope you're satisfied with this one-of-a-kind purchase. The crowd erupts again. And the pressure in my chest subsides. I laugh and fall back onto the red cushion couch next to Chester, letting out a long sigh. I pulled it off. I managed to get exactly what I came for. As the crowd settles and the gems are brought backstage into storage, they get ready for the final item of the night. I'm overjoyed, but Chester looks concerned. He whispers to me, and I reflexively put up a small hush barrier to listen. You're aware of the strength of those stones, aren't you? I nod. Yes, of course. Almost 50 million MP each. A steal for 250 gold, right? He looks at me with a puzzled expression. They're one-time use gems. Once absorption starts, whatever you can manage to take in during one sitting is all the mana you will receive. Plus, that buff is only available to those who absorb enough of the soulstone for it to bond with you. Well, those are the conditions for similar items I've dealt with in the past. Nothing of this magnitude, but I've seen lesser variants of soulstones, so I'm positive that is how they work. This is easily an A-rank item. I doubt there are more than 5 people on this whole continent that can handle absorbing it fully. The old man continues his nervous rambling, but I can tell he's secretly excited to get the chance to examine the crystals once I let him get his hands on one of them. I, on the other hand, piece together why buyer number 1 most likely dropped out of the bidding. If these are truly one-time use A-rank gems, they are graded for over level 1000 or higher for minimum consumption. If this man is just shopping for his own power boosting needs, bidding a small fortune on a gamble item is senseless. My satisfaction only increases as I conclude that I snagged an even better price than I initially thought. If there was an A-rank in the audience or someone who could actually absorb these stones, I would have surely been outbid. Before I can celebrate too much, I lower my hush barrier and sit straight up as the final item of the night comes out from behind the curtains of the stage's backside. It's a single jet black sword without a hint of mana present in it. My perception skills also don't pick up any readings at all. Only one thing comes to mind as the white stage light reflects over the glossy weapon surface. It's a demonic sword. Chapter 306, a long black sword with an identical dark glossy shine to my newest dagger floats around the woman as she brings it to center stage before resting it on the red velvet display table. I immediately recognize it as having a demonic origin. The announcer speaks over the whispers of the crowd. This is an item confirmed to have come from within the abyss. At these words, all chatter ceases. Found near the border of Sector 3 and Sector 4 by a group of mercenaries, it was covered in a pile of gear from a party that set out to explore the day before. The seller, who is a leader of the mercenary group in Sector 3, is unaware of how exactly this item came to be. Only one thing is clear: the monster that used to wield it came from the darkness that constantly approaches our cities. Everyone knows the abyss is only a recent phenomenon. It could disappear tomorrow, or it could consume us all. Hardly any information is known about its nature. This treasure could be the key to unlocking countless more lost to its dark depths, and on top of that, it's a once-in-a-lifetime piece to add to your collection. He pauses, inwardly smiling about the pitch he's so intricately announced. The seller of this item will take no less than 500 gold for the item presented. It is, after all, the first artifact to hit the open market in Sector 4, confirmed by our appraisal team to be a genuine piece from the abyss. Silence follows again. Now, do we have any takers? No one says a word. Everyone in the premium booths takes steps back away from the balcony, and the floor seats below seem to be in shock. The looming abyss that many fled from over the past few months is a taboo to bring up out of the blue. The tension in the air is eerie. Mention of the unknown threat is a topic that everyone delicately tiptoes around in their usual day-to-day lives as if navigating a minefield. However, one man relieves the crowd of its silence. I'll gladly take it. I bid 500 gold. The man who withdrew from my 250 gold bid for a priceless set of gems moments ago now bids double on the ominous black sword. He did so knowing not a single other buyer would dare to bid against him. This brings up the question of, why? Why did he actually withdraw from purchasing those stones if he has this much spare cash on hand? Is the dagger in my inventory made of the same material worth just as much? Did he know what the final item was going to be and wanted to save his gold to purchase it? Does he have other motives for letting me win those gems, or am I just overthinking things? All these questions twist through my mind as countless others at the event ponder questions of their own. Meanwhile, the announcer counts to 3 and the sword is sold. Not a single other bidder tries to step in. On this odd ending note, the woman in the sparkling red dress brings the black sword backstage, and the announcer closes out the show. Everyone is left speechless. It's a very awkward ending for tonight's auction, but once the sight of that sword leaves the room, many begin to lighten up again and the normal chatter starts to come back. As the doors in every booth open, and many exits in the auditorium below click to follow, the announcer speaks. Thank you all for coming out tonight. It's been one of our most competitive auctions in years. I hope you all got what you came for and enjoyed the show. Please exit in a timely manner and meet your identification guide to purchase your won items. Again, I thank you all. Have a wonderful night. The curtains on the stage close as the lights all turn back up to their full luminosity. People begin to leave the large room at once. I sit back and wait for the rushing crowds to calm down. I'm in no rush to leave and would rather not have over 100 people's prying eyes looking at me as I go to claim my winnings. As anonymous as I may be in a mask and with my conceal skill activated, it never hurts to be too careful. More than 5 minutes pass, and hardly a peep can be heard from the main room. At this, Chester and I make our way down the narrow corridor back to the entrance hall. Waiting just outside is the tall guide with his distinctive thin mustache that brought us in. He's having a hard time containing his smile. My guess is he'll be getting quite the perks from handling this transaction. Still, the man speaks up in a smooth and professional tone. I'm happy to see you found an item you liked at the auction tonight. Please, right this way and we'll make the transaction final. We're led through the entrance hall where a handful of identically dressed guides are leading other buyers to small tables that line the walls, as well as a few side trading rooms where the purchased items were saved and sorted during the show. It seems a lot of the common items sold during the first half of the auctions are here outside. While the more valuable gear and materials are traded in private, Chester and I are brought into a small room consisting of only a table, a notepad, and a large black briefcase with a silver handle. We're enveloped in a barrier of sound and sight-blocking magic as the man activates his skill and the door closes behind us. He opens the case with 2 clicks, the low hum of a containment field sounds out, and the 7 beautiful crimson gems come into view. At the same moment, I reach under my cloak and pull out the 3 bags of money. I take 13 coins back from the pile to make it an even 250. That should be everything. He nods, diligently counting as I closely examine the gems. Even through the white glow of the containment artifact lining the inside of this case, I can feel their power emanating out, and a red aura seeps from the magical seal. They're yearning to be absorbed and used, and I'm eager to see the power they're capable of granting. The guide looks up from the piles of gold and smiles. Looks like you're spot on. This is everything we need from you. The gems are now yours to keep, and please take the containment case as a token of our appreciation. We look forward to seeing you again in future auctions, Mr. Darkwood. I smile, taking 3 of the 13 remaining coins from the leftovers and placing them on the table away from the stash. Thank you. I appreciate the help tonight. I've got exactly what I came for, he gladly accepts, bringing down the privacy shield while placing the piles of gold into an item box with a Solaren logo printed on the side of it and placing the 3 gold I tipped him in a separate pocket of his suit. I stare down at the gems for a few more moments, then close the case and place it in my item storage beneath my robe. As the door to our private trading room opens, the person who greets me on the way out takes me by surprise. The friendly gesture of an outstretched hand raises toward me. It belongs to the man in the silver mask. Nice to meet you, buyer number 12. I don't often find such interesting bidding competition out here in Sector 4. Chapter 307. As my gaze lifts from the outstretched hand before me, up to the shimmering silver mask of the man I was bidding against all night, I immediately go on high alert, activating my perception skills. I come to see his status is still blocked to me for some reason. It is only showing those odd access denied messages next to every spot where items, skills, and buffs are meant to be. His tone while greeting me isn't hostile, and it would not be logical to pull anything too nefarious while under the roof of an event hall like this. If we were outside or completely alone, it would be a different story. I shake his hand and put on a professional smile to reply, nice to meet you too. Number 1, my stomach still drops while looking at the man's intensely sharp blue eyes, but my battle experience has taught me it's best to put on a cool front at all times. He smiles, showing perfectly straight pearly white teeth. The name is Lith Galehart. I prefer not to go by number 1. So please, call me Lith, he continues after a short pause. We were the top 2 buyers of the night. Our names will be in the public sales records anyway, there's no point in keeping secrets that will be shared eventually. His words remind me of the warning my guide said before the auction. The top 2 items of the auction may be tracked because of their perceived value. I have an alias, so it doesn't matter much. Chester, on the other hand, will be linked to this sale. I respond while releasing the grip of our firm handshake. Thorn Darkwood. I wasn't expecting to get so much mileage out of this name, but it seems my choices tonight will have much longer lasting effects than expected. He responds, association, inner circle, black ops, or a solo mercenary? Who do you work for? My eyebrows raise higher and higher at every word that comes out of his mouth, but I instantly reply once he finishes speaking, solo. I work by myself. The tightening of his gaze makes me wonder if he really believes me or if he's able to see right through my disguise. Now that I have a moment to think about my situation, I can't tell a thing about him, actually. With such a level of difference and lack of information, this silver-masked man is in total control of the conversation. He reaches into a chest pocket and pulls out a thin silver piece of metal in the shape of a rectangular card. It's a few millimeters thick at most, but carries some weight to it. Lith motions for me to take it. No matter what your actual origin is, you're a very intriguing individual, Thorn. If you're ever in the area around Valor City, know you can always get work from my guild. No strings attached. I hesitate to grab the metal card, so he continues, sensing the tension. Really, no strings attached. We offer jobs asked by anonymous buyers. If it's within your capabilities, the guild will offer it. You may accept and get paid upon completion or decline without consequence. I nod, understanding the line of business he's describing very well, but not understanding why he's explaining it to me here of all places. I let out a sigh and accept the silver card. However, the moment I do, he turns to leave, disappearing into the crowd of people behind before I can think to get another word in. With my mouth left open, I look down at the shimmering piece of metal and let out the breath that was just about to ask him why he chose to invite me. Instead, I stay silent while reading the line text over the glossy silver surface of the item. It just has the logo of swirling lines that mimic a breeze with his last name printed above it, Galehart Mercenary Guild. Below the logo and guild name, there's an address in Valor City. My eyebrows scrunch as I try to make out what just happened. Did he just try to recruit me for his mercenary group? Where is Valor City? And are there really no strings attached? There's always strings attached. I continue to stare down at the card in confusion as the hall starts to clear out, coming to the consensus that all of this recent backstabbing, betrayal, and running away from monsters that want to kill me has made me more paranoid than ever. Still, it's for a good reason. I'm still working on slipping away from the association that sold me out and tried to have me killed. Plus, I'm working on dismantling the inner circle and rescuing my teammates from the inside before they catch on. Things are a bit complicated right now. It's not in my best interest to get a third party involved for no reason. I put the card away and begin walking toward the door. Chester follows close behind with a puzzled expression on his face. I can't tell if it's excitement or terror. His skin is a few shades paler than usual, so the safe bet is the latter. We step out of the auction house's front steps and make our way down the street we came from, back to the dungeon hub square, before I finally put up a small hush barrier. What's going on? You've been pale and silent like you've seen a ghost. Did you know that guy? Is it something else? He's gone now, and he doesn't even know my real name. I doubt he'll come after you. Chester doesn't reply. Come on. I'm sure he would have made things a lot more hostile if he was really mad at me for outbidding him on these soul stones. He could have bought them himself if he really wanted to. Chester gulps and finally responds, oh, he most definitely could have bought those stones if he wished. That was the leader of the Galeheart Guild. They call him the man hidden in the wind. The fact that he came from Sector 1 all the way to Sector 4 just for this auction. No, the fact that we even saw him in person. He talked to you directly. There's a smile growing across Chester's face now that makes it seem like he's more of a fanboy than afraid of this so-called man hidden in the wind. I reply, who is he? I know he's strong. Stronger than me. But what are you talking about? He's from Sector 1? A well-known mercenary or something? The old man nods, letting out a breath and bringing himself together. Well-known? Sure. A mercenary? No. I'm not sure you could call him that. He's mostly talked about in the high-end collectors' circles. For the right price, he'll get teams to farm any dungeon you need or retrieve any order of materials no matter the drop rate. He's the main supplier for legitimate businesses in the craftsman and collectors fields here in the Dark Continent. I nod, but Chester keeps speaking before I think to get a word in. It's rumored he came from the mainland outside the walls of the continent to make a name for himself in a newer growing market with less competition. His only true competitors out here are the inner circle, related gangs, and other smaller private mercenary groups. However, his group is known to be the best and most legitimate. That's why long-term public contracts with the Galeheart Guild are a big deal. I haven't done business with his guild in well over a decade, but I still keep close tabs on the collector's world. Chester laughs. Oh, how the times have changed. The fact that this man is a well-known collector and businessman in the strongest sector of the Dark Continent isn't what stands out to me the most. It's the fact that Chester said he hasn't done business with him in over a decade. The man I met tonight was no more than 30 years old by the look of his visible facial features. Either he managed to build a business empire in his teens, found the cure for aging, or his whole getup was a carefully concealed disguise. Given the nature of his block status, the last doesn't seem too far-fetched. Although, scarily enough, the first two don't seem unreasonable either. Deep in thought, the two of us make it back to the above-ground dungeon hub one step at a time. With the presence of a strong third party making himself known in the city, it only reminds me of how much I don't know about this continent as a whole compared to the mainland. Everything that goes on here is kept a secret from the outside world, however, as the rectangular shielding contraptions that guard the dungeons come into my line of sight, a new thought creeps into my mind. I wonder what buffs Abby and Maria got from their rank-ups. Chapter 308, the late-night city streets are dark, calm, and quiet. After going back to the same shielded dungeon entrance and paying the 10 bronze fee to get inside, I step into the E-Class portal to teleport back to the Vice City Labyrinth's 21st floor. Chester waits near the outer rim of the dungeon square as I do. It's been a few hours since we left for the auction house, so I should be right on time. The moment I teleport back onto the marble white pillar standing high above the green clouds. My sense proves my assumption right. The presence of two familiar readings shows up in my mind's eye, but with significantly higher powered stats and mana levels. Just like when I ranked up, and just as Fisher and Ari, their natural mana control both received between a 100 and 200% boost. However, their position is almost a kilometer away. Although I did say that we would meet back in this dungeon, I never really specified where. It may be easy for me to find the exact teleport point from before, but to anyone else, all these white pillars look the same. I smile, air-stepping in their direction and using my appraisal skill to examine their new status to check for any buffs. Both Maria and Abby's skills are already maxed out at advanced and legendary grades, so the rank up wouldn't target advancement there. They would most likely give unique abilities based on their battle style. The sight of the healer and ice mage both come into my field of vision and two buffs pop up in the form of blue text boxes. Area of total restoration, Ice Age. At first glance, the names just seem to be more extreme versions of their normal skills. A restoration buff for Abby and possibly an ice defense or offensive boost for Maria. However, the names could be misleading and my appraisal skill doesn't allow me to check the details with more depth. All of the ranked up buffs I've seen so far have been incredibly overpowered, so I'm sure there are hidden metrics to these two. I won't know for sure until the two of them go to battle. I wave from a distance, and they wave back as I approach. Both of them made it to level 505. They succeeded in the rank up and got some extra training in too. It seems. I get much closer and speak up. How'd everything go? A smooth rank up process? What floor did you have to climb to? Maria smiles wide and replies as I drift down to meet them on the stone pillar. It went really well. We made it up to the 23rd floor. That's where both of us started getting really consistent level ups with every kill. She pulses dark blue with excitement as Abby gives off a slow and consistent green flow of energy. Her eyes dimly shine, matching the bright emerald hue as she jumps into the conversation. Yep, success on our end. How about you? Did you find any essence stones at the auction? I smirk, letting them both grab onto my shoulders as we teleport back to the Solarian dungeon square. Yeah, I got us the most powerful gems I could afford. They're similar to the shards we all absorbed before the labyrinth. To use these new ones, you'll need to push that new restoration buff of yours to the limit. As we leave the square and meet back up with Chester, the four of us walk back to his home. I can clearly feel the mana control difference in these two. It's near the point where I was post-absorbing the largest Blue Ogre King's essence. So, in other words, just under half the control of my newly ranked up real body's control level. Nearly even with Lydia when we first met. So now they're forces to be reckoned with, even with such increased power. The question that still runs through my mind is how are they going to handle absorbing these soul stones? The temporary MP absorption buff potions come to mind, but even with a few 100% increase for just a handful of minutes, I'm not positive that'll be enough to pull it off. It's not so much the MP itself I'm concerned about, it's the possibilities of unknowns that rub me the wrong way. Pondering these thoughts, we make our way home to find Ari and Fisher waiting for us. They're both standing with arms crossed and confident looks on their faces as we approach. The blue-haired swordsman is the first to speak up. You were right. 2 guards came wandering into the black market's dead zone trying to tell their boss something. He chuckles. We took care of them. I pause, wondering if they killed those 2. It wouldn't be the worst option, but they never really did anything to harm us, so they don't deserve it as much as our direct captors. I shrug, but Ari interjects, rolling his eyes before we step onto the porch and walk inside. Ike took care of them. He means we stripped them of any identifying items, knocked them out, tied them up, and locked them in a cell down below the market. The same as they did to us when we managed to take out their boss. Maybe we'll think about questioning them further. Neither of them saw our faces, so no harm done. Mission accomplished. I nod, a little relieved that my teammates aren't as ruthless as I had imagined, but more interested in the really important topic at hand. We all sit around the living room as I pull out the briefcase from the auction. This is what I managed to buy. With 2 clicks, the containment field begins to buzz in our ears and the crimson gems light up the room with a red tint. Everyone stares in awe for a moment before Chester speaks. Now, I believe I heard your earlier conversation correctly. You said all of you managed to absorb essence stones? There's a round of nods from each of us. I step back from the open case in motion for him to continue on. He knows much more than me about the stones, so it's better for him to explain. Well, these are soul stones. They're quite different, but share similar properties to the items you've successfully consumed before. Everyone gets closer to the gems, eyeballing them from close range, and Fisher even goes in to touch one. Chester urges him to stop. On physical contact, the process will start, so be careful. Unlike consumable gems, soulstones are a bit more volatile. Just like the essence you all absorbed, once the process has started, it can't be stopped. You either successfully absorb the soul energy along with its absurd amount of mana keeping it contained, or you will give up early and only take in a fraction of the mana while losing the benefits of a soul bond taking place. My eyebrows raise at his last statement. I've only heard of a soul bond one other time in my life. It was when I was making a pact with Ember. However, I don't interrupt and let Chester continue. I'll take it most of you don't have the appraisal skill, so I'll explain its strength and properties in full. This is a 7-piece red Hydra soulstone collection. Each fragment has roughly 50 million MP, that's hundreds of times greater than the average essence stone. If successfully bonded, each of you will receive the red Hydra's rage buff. There's a long pause. I for one have never seen an item of this class on the market. Anything over B is hardly sold, it's usually kept by the hunters that farm it. However, I have seen similar lower-grade soulstones with buffs attached. This will be of a similar nature to your ranked-up abilities. A permanent buff on your status, available to use like a skill at any time you wish. The stronger the monster's soul, the stronger the buff it gives. The stronger the buff, the harder it is to bond. The pause continues as everyone stares down at the stones and rethinks Chester's explanation along with his implied warning. These are unknown powers with unknown buffs. Even with Abby's restoration skill in mind. The overflowing red aura from the containment field still makes this seem like a gamble. My words cut through the silence after almost half a minute goes by. I'll go first. I'll absorb the first stone, chapter 309. After my statement, there's some hesitation from my teammates. They look at me wide-eyed from every corner of the room. I reply, you heard me, I'll test it out first to see if it's safe. I'm the one who brought them here, it'd be rude not to absorb my gem first. If everything goes well, we'll know it's safe for you to try too. The expressions on their faces are a mixture of concern and curiosity, but mostly concern as I shut the case on the table and motion toward the door. I'd like to not let anyone think too long about it and come up with any good points to talk me out of trying, remembering back to the immense amount of energy expelled by absorbing the Ogre King's essence in that shielding room. I point toward the door. We'll need a lot more wide open space than this. I'm sure it will give off quite the charge. Maria stops me and is the first to voice her concern. I know you have higher absorption capabilities than all of us. I'm sure out of anyone you'd be able to handle that, but are you sure you want to risk acquiring an unknown buff from an A-rank monster soul bond? She's genuinely concerned. Ari tilts his head to the side and adds to her claim. Maria has a point here. We may need an edge, but killing yourself a day before the battle won't help us much. We need to be certain these stones are safe before any of us try them out. That includes you. Abby joins in too. I know my restoration skill has worked without any problems so far, but don't you think this is an unnecessary risk? How strong will those sector leaders really even be? We may be able to beat them as we are now. Her eyes flare green for a split second, reminding me of her newly ranked up abilities. Fisher nods. Yeah, as long as I'm not in those cuffs, these leaders don't stand a chance. I reply to them all after a long pause. Unfortunately, the sector leaders are much stronger than you think. Much stronger than all of us combined. As I said before, one of them is level 651 and their visitor is from an even stronger sector. For all I know, they could be an A-class level threat. We need all the advantages we can get. My teammates don't know I'm not in my real body, so their worry makes sense. I can tell the reason they're audibly doubting the strength of our opponents is to urge me away from making the rash decision. However, absorbing these gems may be our only shot at saving Lydia while also getting to see who this craftsman really is. A massive mana control boost plus an offensive buff from an A-ranked monster is just the trump card we need. It's likely more powerful than that worm I just barely managed to escape from. With the power of a monster like this on the outside, even in the form of a buff, we'll all be much better off. With my self-regeneration abilities on hand plus the added benefit of my body being a copy, it isn't much of a risk for me to try. Going first is the best way to confirm it's safe for my teammates to absorb too. The only problem is they believe this is my real body. I bite my bottom lip and pace for a moment, while thinking to myself, the room is left in silence. Once a few long seconds pass, I let out a sigh. I'll be trusting all of you with another secret. The best way to convince them this is a good idea without thinking I'm insane is to keep those who will be fighting with me in the loop. Or in other words, tell my teammates the truth. They all listen as I describe the body double and hibernation skills I used after a severe poisoning I received from the boss of the labyrinth. While divulging some information, I still keep my bond with Ember and the fact I carry 2 demon cores allowing me to wield demonic energy a secret. Even Chester is interested in what the boss monster looked like, but I keep my descriptions vague to focus on the main points of why it's best to let me test this out. It seems that demonic guardians and dragons are seriously well-hidden knowledge even to high-end collectors and researchers. Telling my party even these small details feels like a huge weight is lifted off my shoulders. Still, due to my cautious nature, it doesn't feel necessary or optimal to burden them with the whole truth all at once. Too much information can lead to unforeseen problems in the future. Once I've finished my explanation, tiptoeing around the parts I'd like to keep hidden, Maria responds with a much more relaxed expression and calm body language. I knew you had a plan. Then she rolls her eyes. You just sometimes make me worry, Jay. The others nod and let out sighs of their own. Unexpectedly, they take my account of the bizarre last few days pretty lightly. I expected them to be mad. Ari points toward the door. This makes a lot more sense. Let's get to it. You had me convinced at body double. I trust you as a squad leader. However, it's nice when you keep us in the loop. Abby smirks. Agreed. Now I have all the reason to push my new buff to its limits without holding back. I'm in. Fisher shakes his head but smiles. It's always something with you, isn't it? I nod, accepting their responses, and releasing all the remaining tension in my clenched jaw. With more confidence in my claim to test out the stones first, the 6 of us leave through the front door and head off into the desert. We walk out toward the east for 20 minutes before the lights of Solara begin to slightly fade. The desert is dark, and the night air is cool. Every few minutes a light breeze passes through, calming the nerves of the group. Although they all agreed with cheerful attitudes, I can tell everyone is still on edge. A small valley in the landscape dips far below the natural desert's rising and falling altitude. This is the perfect place. The dunes that surround us create the perfect light-blocking barrier to conduct this test. I take out the briefcase and open it up on the desert floor. The stones light up the surrounding area with a red glowing light instantly. Everyone takes a step back. Using telekinesis, one of the crimson gems floats into the air and I hand the case containing the other 6 to Ari. He stands by my right side. With 2 clicks, it closes and the archer leads Chester, Maria, and Fisher a safe distance away. The red stone floats above my head. Only Abby stands near me, less than 2 meters in front, staring straight ahead. Everyone watches with anticipation, readying their magic skills for whatever happens next. I take a deep breath in, then out, letting the glowing red gem drift down toward my fingertips. Abby's eyes track it, glowing brighter green as the stone gets closer. She whispers under her breath, "Area of total restoration." Beneath the healer, the same green energy that glints in her eyes erupts outward in a wave of light flowing in all directions, creating a wide circle. It covers a diameter of almost 10 meters and glows brightest beneath my own 2 feet, gliding upward and encapsulating me in a green humming glow. It feels warm and soothing, just like her normal healing magic, but with an aura of strength deep within it, far beyond her capabilities before. At the same moment, the red gem falls into my open palms and thick red wisps of energy start to leak from its core. On contact with my skin, it burns. The sensation feels as if boiling water is being slowly poured down my wrists. The soulstone's contents twist slowly around my arms and energy makes its way to my shoulder and eventually over my chest. The searing pain is intense but bearable as it hasn't even entered my body yet. I've felt the agony of many mortal wounds far more painful in my previous battles to make these burns feel like a walk in the park. But I'm well aware the worst is yet to come. I grit my teeth as the dark blood-red matter seeps into my chest and the absorption process begins. Chapter 310, the sensation of boiling water trickling down my skin is almost soothing compared to the searing hot waves of energy that begin to enter my chest next. I can sense the nerves and anticipation from the people watching around me, but out of anyone, I'm the most calm one here. Even without the fact that we all desperately need a power-up, I would have attempted this bond myself if there was only one stone. My intuition on energy signatures is pretty refined from past battles. Despite throwing myself into dangerous situations, I know when something is actively trying to kill me or not. These stones, in particular, feel as if they're reaching out with immense and overwhelming power. They may be dangerous, but they don't have the intent to harm anyone without good reason. As the energy seeps into my chest, it feels like molten rock is soaking in through my skin deep into my heart, then pumping out and spreading through my veins. My blood feels as if it's boiling, and my bones and joints heat up like hot stones in the sun, cooking me from the inside out. To say there is an instantaneous overwhelming feeling of agony that reaches every corner of my body is putting things lightly. A shockwave of truly overpowering energy ripples through me, but at the same time, it carries an aura that feels invigorating while it injects itself into my mana pools. Hundreds of thousands of MP instantly enter my bloodstream, filling the pathways in my arms and legs with the hot red light that slowly oozes out from the crystal's core. I think about activating my plunderer skill as well as self-regeneration to ease the violent nature of the absorption process, but I decide against it to simulate how it would be for my teammates. This isn't just for me, I'm trying to make sure the process is safe for those who follow my lead as well. The blazing hot energy completely fills my body. Boiling mana flows through my veins, and my pathways are filled to the brim. Easily over 1 million MP has made its way into my body, but there's still so much more to go. Barely a second has passed, but one thing concerns me. Although the pain is harsh, overall it's bearable. The damage being done to my insides and skin will be repaired with ease, either through Abby's restoration on the spot or my self-regeneration after the fact. These sensations don't bother me. The crux of my concerns is that the red energy entering my mana pool is not leaving at all. In the essence shards and fragments I absorbed previously, the moment the absorption process began, mana was expelled from my body as it was used up. This is how the mana control refinement process works. The more mana processed through one's system, the more open and able it becomes at processing and wielding it in the future. This energy I'm taking in is not leaving my body. It's just continuously pouring into my mana pathways. The rate at which it flows from the ruby red gemstone increases, and the searing pain envelopes every surface of my body, inside and out. The soulstone's energy covers my line of sight as my absorption rate fails to keep up with the rate at which the energy is being expelled from the stone. I'm completely covered in a red aura from head to toe. I attempt to look around through the thick, smoke-like, energy-dense fog that encapsulates me. But everything shifts from red to white in an instant. Completely white, blank. The desert is gone, Abby is gone, all of my other teammates are gone. The only thing left is the blood-red gem in my hands and the powerful aura that flows out of it like an ocean's raging current. This makes no sense. My surroundings are invisible, even though my eyes are open. Every direction I point my gaze turns out to just be white. The pain from the heat becomes so intense that there's nothing else I can think about but the non-existent flames that surround me. My body feels as if it were burned to ash in an instant as the fiery red aura engulfs me. I can't hear anything. I can't feel anything. Worst of all, I can't see anything but white. This is worse than the darkness of the abyss. At least when everything is dark, one can hope for light, but in the presence of blinding light that blocks everything out, what more could I hope to see? I'm left in a state of shock. I can't tell if this is reality or my eyes playing tricks on me. My mind is still intact, and my perception of the space around me flows normally, but there's nothing to take in. All I can do is think, this isn't the experience I expected to go through at all. Before I become used to the illusion of the white void, a pair of black eyes appears, soaked in the same crimson aura that engulfed me. They're enormous and exude pure power. As they appear, wisps of dark red and black energy fill the empty bright void and creep forward. A hydra's head materializes around its eyes, and the most intense wave of intimidation I've ever felt hits my very soul. It's not filled with killing intent. It's more of a show of dominance. The sudden profound sensation vibrates through me, allowing my mind to comprehend the presence of my body once again. Its mana ripples through me, amplifying the output of the millions of MP coursing through my energy pathways. With such a deep and intrusive wave, even the depths of my soul link with Ember are touched. The sensation allows me to feel two paper-thin connections to both my real body and its hibernation state in Ember hundreds of kilometers away, even deep within a dungeon. It's like a silver shimmering spider's silk thread of a substance not quite made of mana, but powered by it. The thread is only visible to me in this exact mental state. I've never physically seen our bond, but now that I have, I may be able to tap into this feeling again in the future. However, despite my momentary dose of clarity, I'm still paralyzed with what I can only describe as fear. The head of a blood-red hydra towers over me and continues to pulse with dark red light. Every wave that hits me invigorates the mana inside me back to its original state, making the searing hot boiling sensation return greater and greater with every pulse. This makes my skin and energy pathways hotter by the second. What felt like slow-moving molten rock before now feels like fiery eruptions coursing through my veins, threatening to rip my body apart from the inside. I can't move. It's like I'm chained to an invisible wall, just watching the events unfold before me. The constant waves of the Hydra's magic push my mind into a numbed state, but I don't give in. As I bear the pain and stare straight at the unwavering beast before me, I slip further and further from reality. I can't tell if it's been seconds, minutes, or hours. Everything starts to blur as the eyes of the Hydra creep closer. I see 6 more heads behind it with 12 more glowing red eyes staring deep into my soul as my vision starts to fade. It looks like they all want to say something. Their mouths hint at opening, but they never do. All I do know is I have to hold on. My jaw is clenched, and all my muscles are tight, but the pressure of the energy waves that hit me over and over holds me down in this illusion of a spiritual prison. It's taking every ounce of my willpower to stay conscious. I can't even attempt to use my mana control or other powers to fight back. The thought of exerting any force other than keeping my eyes open feels like a death wish. Closing my eyes seems like an even worse option. The 7 heads just watch as I'm filled with the remaining wisps of red aura from the main monster above me. Its head begins to turn lighter and lighter as more energy spills out. As the red aura that leaks, it takes the Hydra's pigment with it, making it fade closer and closer to match the white color of the void. As it fades, the Hydra bows its head. The waves of its energy cease. At the same moment, my feet feel as if they've been splashed with cool water. the sensation travels up my calves and to my knees, then around my thighs and all the way up my back to trickle down my arms into my fingertips. The layers of molten hot mana that flow through my veins are covered by this new energy, cooling the Hydra's power to lukewarm. Once the cold energy reaches my neck and seeps into my mind, I receive a refreshing boost of power, allowing me to move and think freely once again. I look down to see the waves of green light that cover my body, intertwining with the red aura and rejuvenating my charred skin and fractured bones. Abby's skill is bringing me back to the real world. The eyes of the monster in my mental prison fade completely into the whiteness, and only 6 heads remain, watching from far behind. I take a deep gasp of fresh air, and my awareness of the calm nighttime desert comes back into full view. The white void is gone, the gem in my palms has completely dissolved into gray dust. The eyes of everyone around me are wide open in awe. Chapter 3:11. I hear my system notifications ringing in my head. Soul bond, complete, new buff, red Hydra's rage, body double attribute transfer, success. Everyone is frozen in place, everyone but Abby. She concentrates on me with total focus and continues to pulse with green light. My gaze follows her eyes, and I look down at my own body to see the dark red plumes of energy still swirling all around me. My veins glow bright red, and the thick clouds of residue continue to seep in through my chest. However, the pain is gone. It's not burning my insides. In fact, I don't feel different at all. I was expecting to feel a huge uptick in my natural mana control, but the reminder that this energy was only absorbed and not expelled or refined is most likely why the effects haven't taken place. I immediately open my status with the all-seeing eye activated and peer to the bottom of the screen. Its text is glowing red, standing out on my light blue status screen. Red Hydra's Rage, info. This buff is a unique attribute gifted by a divine beast. It is limited to 7 individuals maximum per resurrection of the Red Hydra. It grants the user a 141% increase in all stats. Capabilities to absorb mana and the efficiency of one's mana control will increase 79% upon use. This buff grows with the user possessing the soul bond. The percentage increases will rise as the user's level rises. Jumps in buff percentages may also rise with excessive use of this ability. If the user has abilities that separate their mind from their body, the buff and corresponding soul energy will be available wherever the bonded user's conscious state of being is the strongest. Surplus battle instincts and abilities of the Red Hydra will be granted to the user in times of need. The crimson glow of the text I read is both exciting and eerie. Its contrast on the light blue text screen stands out significantly from all my other skills, but with a quick use of conceal, I confirm even this can be hidden from sight if necessary. A few lines of text pique my interest. The rule about the buff following wherever the conscious mind goes is a very intriguing condition. It explains why the transfer to my real body was successful, yet the buff is still active on my copy here. I'm not quite sure how this will work, but I'm interested in doing some tests once I get the chance. In the meantime, I'll need to test out how well the buff itself actually boosts my stats and mana control like it says. The 141% increase in base stats is great and all, but my demon's cores, as well as an assortment of gear and magic items, do the same thing. A 79% increase in mana control is the boost that really catches my eye. A 79% boost is well over the expected 50 million MP. It's nearly double that actually. And there doesn't seem to be a time limit or cooldown visible in the description either. It means every point of new mana I refine is basically much more efficiently used while this buff is active. As I grow more, the percentage will only go up. This is an extremely rare and powerful trait to have. My rate of growth will increase even faster. If there are any downsides, now would be the time to find out. I look up from my status to see the eyes of my teammates still on me. Abby is now looking much more relaxed, most likely because the red glow has almost completely vanished from the dark swirling clouds that surrounded me just moments ago. I did it. I successfully bonded. As the remnants of the twisting red energy enter my chest, Abby is the first to speak. She's breathing heavily, and her eyes are still open with concern. That was it? No more than 5 seconds went by. Your whole body just glowed red, and your skin and bones started bubbling and breaking under the pressure. I had to use my ranked up restoration skills full power on you and myself to keep up. The last shard you absorbed took hours. This one is a bit more violent in nature, it seems. Another awkward moment of silence passes as I open and close my fists and stretch my arms and legs. Everything feels fine to me. Looks like you did a good job putting me back together. However, I don't recall the physical pain at all. Plus, that definitely took much longer than 5 seconds in my mind. As they all listen closely, I recount the events that just took place. Then, I also share the wording beneath the buff on my status. The group comes to the consensus as me that the original Hydra had 7 heads. And each fragment grants a fraction of its power in the form of a buff. The bonding process is a test of the mind rather than a test of one's mana control or strength. Other than the basics of having to withstand 50 million MP of a rank or higher mana. This is what would instantly kill most, but we have a way to get past the physical limits, negating its overwhelming strength with Abby's skill. Even after my vivid description of the past, Chester is left clueless about the true nature of these soulstones. I've never heard of a hunter actually meeting the creature the stones belonged to before bonding with them. Until now, I assumed divine beasts were only myths. Absorbing a soulstone is usually a simple process to raise a user's mana control and give a basic perk or special move. A progressively growing buff that rises in power as the user gets stronger is incredibly rare. Fisher chimes in, okay, but how does it work? Try the buff out. I grin, sure, I was thinking the same thing. Everyone step back. They all do as I say while I, too, back up to the lowest point in the valley once again to activate my new buff. It's as simple as turning on a skill. Just thinking of the name triggers its abilities. The moment I do, my veins begin to glow red just like they did before, and the crimson energy from the Hydra is seemingly summoned from thin air, wrapping its thick mana-dense clouds around my arms and legs. It seeps off from my chest, but I don't feel the sensation of mana being used up at all. My vision becomes tinted red, but my senses are significantly heightened. It feels as if my all-seeing eye is activated but finally focused on only small movements and abnormalities in the desert around me. The darkness of night looks as bright and clear as day. I can notice the sand grinding and shifting beneath my teammates' feet over 20 meters away. My body feels lighter too, and my muscles feel stronger. I take a lunge forward, and my speed surprises me. It's increased dramatically. The only feeling I can relate it to is the one time I used my skill, Final Breath, against my first floor boss opponent. The world around me feels like it's slowing down as my feet leave small craters in the sand behind me while running forward. A cloud of dark red magic residue is left behind in my wake. My old berserker skill and bloodlust ability share similar traits but have nothing on the pure power and release of animalistic instincts this skill allows me to wield. It doesn't affect my mood. Despite rage being in the buff's name, I'm as calm as can be. I come to a halt after zipping forward tens of meters in the desert in the blink of an eye, then activate my mana manipulation skill to attempt to create my normal shielding effect. Bright pink mana is summoned from my skill bar, draining my MP like usual, but it's tinted dark red as the buff boosts its overall control. The loud buzz of my shielding can be heard from a distance. And I'm confident it's much denser and more resilient than anything I've ever faced or created myself. Nothing is getting through this. I airstep upward, leaving trails of red mana-imbued air and long trailing wisps behind me. With every step I take, I fly faster than I ever have before. It feels so natural. It's clear that I'm much stronger, but the way my body moves and the amount of mana I exert for each action feels exactly the same. It's just being boosted upon expulsion. Next, I summon fire, and the black flames that erupt from my hands are intertwined with the crimson energy, earth magic too, as well as ice. They create blood-red stone and beautiful pink-tinted ice shards. All of my abilities are boosted by this buff. Not by pure stats, but they gain unique properties being intertwined with red mana. I feel invigorated, and much more capable. My awareness of the environment is heightened to new heights too. Considering all of this, I won't know for sure how impressive these buffs really are until I fight something to push them to the limits. Deep in thought with a growing smile across my face, I turn back and airstep into the small valley to meet my teammates and report the good news. My feet hit the ground, and I deactivate the buff. The second I do, my body feels fatigued and heavy. My eyelids droop and begin to close. Chapter 3:12, the red aura around me dissipates. And in turn, my entire body feels like it just went through hours of intense training. My mana bar is far from depleted, but my mouth feels dry, and my head starts to ache. I stumble in my steps for a moment, and my eyes threaten to shut, but I catch myself before falling and keep walking straight ahead. I wince at the sharp pain that flows through my legs, but activate my self-regeneration skill to try and heal my sore muscles as best I can. As expected, it hardly helps. Abby reacts instantly too, using her restoration skill. Its green healing magic expands beneath my feet before I get another word in. The soreness and body fatigue start to fade as I face my teammates behind me. High in the sky, red trails of magic residue stay stagnant and slowly swirl in the light nighttime breeze. It gives off a weak and spread out energy signature but doesn't dissolve into the atmosphere like normal mana or even demonic energy, it's just left behind in trails, following where I previously was. The healer speaks, so how do you feel? And how does the buff feel? I assume it lives up to its description. Even with a full restore from Abby, my joints feel stiff, and my muscles are sore. I'm much less fatigued, but my body is still completely exhausted. So that's a good sign. If I needed to jump into battle right now, the minor side effects wouldn't be much of an issue. However, it feels like this kind of fatigue is something only a real meal and sleep can heal over time. It's a good thing I didn't go all out and only tested this power to a minor extent. It seems the drawbacks of using aggressive amounts of the Red Hydra's energy will have unforeseen fatigue and stress on the body. We'll only be able to use this buff in emergencies, or near the end of a battle as a final last-ditch effort. Even after the full restore, I'm not back to 100%. However, the power increase was incredible, and you won't feel the negative side effects until you deactivate the ability. I don't have anything to test it on or compare it to, but it was like I was moving over twice as fast and wielding denser magic while only using my normal energy output. The Hydra's mana intertwined with my own and boosted every movement and attack. I go into more detail about the whole experience one more time, preparing them to face the Hydra, assuming they'll experience the same mind-bending reality shift that I did. Ari steps up, this makes sense. I'll go next. I know the risks and trust one can handle it with your help. He turns to Abby as she begins glowing green to power up her restoration circle. In the meantime, I use telekinesis to float a gem out of the briefcase and up above Ari, waiting for his signal to let it down. We all step far away from the interaction taking place, just like they did for me. A flash of green light washes over Ari. And he nods, letting me drop the crimson stone into his palms. Waves of red energy soak his body, and pulsing green energy comes from the desert floor, constantly rebuilding and regenerating the archer's bones and flesh. This is pretty gruesome to watch. I could only imagine what everyone was thinking the first time around when they were unsure of what the end result would be. Ari doesn't scream, move, or do anything but stand still with the red gem in his hands, allowing the energy to seep into his body and bond with his soul. The swirling red aura seems very familiar. Of course, it seems this way because it's exactly the same as the aura that surrounds me when I activate the buff. But just feeling its presence makes me subconsciously connected to it, even without my buff activated. Less than 5 seconds pass, and the bright red violent wisps of energy subside, allowing Abby to engulf the archer in the full extent of her healing light. Moments later, she takes down her emerald veil to reveal Ari grinning and moving his limbs around to make sure everything is working normally. Upon his successful bond, the others go through one by one. Maria next, then Fisher, and lastly Abby bonds with it herself. Impressively, her area of total restoration stays active even while she's unconscious. It's a perk of her ranked up buff. If the main body or mind of the user is in mortal danger, the buff activates itself as a passive skill. It has similar traits to my poison resistance, just a lot more extreme. We all let out long sighs of relief as the green-haired mage walks out from her own display of red and green light as the last remnants of red wisps leave her body. Each of them gives me a nod, then turns around to test out their buffs together. They know not to push it too hard after my initial warning, but the allure of trying this new power is too strong. I can't blame them for trying. Plus, knowing how it works so as not to be surprised in battle is important too. I'm left standing next to Chester as the 4 of them run up the closest dune with trails of red energy following them. All surrounded by the very essence of the Red Hydra's soul, the old man speaks up, "You surprise me again and again. This is one of the most interesting items I've ever seen, and each of you have skills and abilities beyond what I ever thought was possible." He gulps, letting out a thin smile. "No wonder you have so many people after you." Chester lets out a nervous chuckle as 4 flashing red lights illuminate the desert sky above us. Below, 4 hunters zip across the sand, testing out their newfound power. I reply, "Yeah, I'm sure us successfully absorbing these stones will only bring more problems in the future. Though, I'm grateful that it will give us the edge in the short term." My teammates all come back, showing the exact same signs of weariness that I did, all to be healed by Abby's restoration moments later. They're all brought back to their normal healed states, but the same hint of fatigue remains. Maria has a cheerful grin on her face. "We're more than ready now. It's like we all just ranked up again. This strength and power is on another level." I smile back as the others agree with her and close the case with 2 gems remaining before tossing it into my item storage. Each of them shares their experiences while testing out their new buff for just under a minute. It's been a long day no matter how you frame it. We need sleep before confronting the sector leaders tomorrow. My 4 teammates in Chester all leave to go back to the house. I stay behind, letting them know I'll catch up soon. The streaks of red energy left behind in the desert are very interesting. No amount of flames, MP absorption, or wind magic can get them fully out of sight. They only fade and spread out. Like toxic waste, unable to be destroyed or dissipated entirely, clogging up the air. After a few minutes of attempting to clear the residue, I shrug and move on to greater matters. No one ventures out into the desert this far, and will be leaving the city tomorrow anyway. It should dissolve or be blown away by the winds given enough time. There is one last preparation that needs to be taken care of. I silently airstep back to the abyss. While running from the massive worm monster previously, I drained my demonic energy stores to 0. Although I could probably absorb 1 or 2 units from the dungeons back in Solara, filling up from the source will be much more efficient. I won't venture into the abyss. I'm not looking for a fight. I'm just looking to fill my core to the brim, making sure I'm fully prepared for what's to come. About an hour and a half of scouring the edge of the abyss goes by before I take out 4 demonic wolves and fill my core up past 40 units. I'm missing out on precious hours of sleep, but I'm pretty glad I didn't go through that whole soul bonding process with any demonic energy in my core. Even with my skills deactivated, I'm unsure what all the magic pressure would have done to my body while my mind was elsewhere. I return to the house to find everyone else already sleeping. Worn out from the day's work, my eyes close and I soon fall asleep as well. Hours later, I'm woken up by Maria's voice and her lightly shaking me. It's time to go, the sun is about to rise. Chapter 3:13. The 5 of us set off in the morning, leaving Chester behind. It's still dark out, but hints of day creep up on the horizon as we venture off into the desert toward the abandoned town and observatory I've been keeping an eye on for days. Our movements are a bit slower than my usual pace because we're not all airstepping through the sky. This may slow us down some, but it's also a bit more of a stealthy approach. My perception skills are on full blast our entire way to the destination. I don't expect to find anyone out here at this hour, but keeping an eye out on our surroundings is a no-brainer. The path over is quick and silent. Anticipation grows with every step. Once within less than a kilometer of the destination, we all slow down. Eventually, the 5 of us make it to the last high-rising dune of sand leading down to the abandoned village on the other side. Simultaneously, the sun begins to rise. Its golden rays come down to light up the white dome atop the cliff that overlooks the abyss. Its sonar is still active even this early in the morning. A gray pulse of energy beams from the rooftop and soars into the darkness. The act lets out a light buzz that vibrates through all of our ears. We come to a halt as I do a full scan of the building up on the cliff, then whisper under my breath, just as I expected. 3 figures show up on my radar. One of which is still in the mana-blocking cuffs. They show up in my enemy detection skill, just like the others did back in the underground lair when they were in cuffs. My appraisal and inspect skills cannot sense a single thing about their status. All signs point toward this being Lydia. Next, the level 651 with his full wardrobe full of 100% or greater defense items and multiple legendary combat skills appears. My eyes wander down to his solid steel defense buff again, wondering exactly how it works. However, these thoughts soon get pushed to the back of my mind as the final figure's information flashes into my mind's eye. The sight of it makes me feel uneasy. LV. Access denied. Active items? Access denied. Active skills? Access denied. Buffs? Access denied. The eerily familiar? Access denied. Symbols pop up all over the third figure's status screen within the observatory. Even their level is blocked from my vision. It looks just like those error messages that showed up on the man's status from the auction. Lith, the man who runs the mercenary guild in Valor City. This has to be some kind of special concealment item. If not, it has to be some kind of special buff or skill. I'm unsure why else their status would be blocked from my vision. I grit my teeth and duck my head down. My teammates follow my lead without knowing exactly why. They're definitely here. 2 inner circle members, and 1 hostage. Lydia is still breathing, sighs are let out all around me, but my mind is elsewhere. As these words leave my lips, our possible options for infiltration begin to race through my mind. I knew coming into this, there was going to be a mystery man, the craftsman. However, I assumed said mystery would be much easier to solve the moment I got a proper scan of him. This is not the case. Fisher replies to me, eagerly waiting to jump over the edge of the dune down the valley and toward the observatory, so it's confirmed, they're here. Let's go take him out. I stare at the desert floor, thinking to myself, but reply after a short pause. We just have to take it very slow. I can't get a good read on one of the members. I'll have to separate him from the others and handle him myself. You all will take on the man who took Lydia. The Sector 4 leader. Got it, Ari replies, sure, if it's just brute strength and high mana control he's wielding, we can handle him no problem. Abby and Maria nod as Fisher's eyes flare blue. I let out more waves of mana-imbued perception waves to use my all-seeing eye and make a mental picture of the room our enemies are in. Usually, this would be impossible if not inside a dungeon, but with the high-density mana radiation coming off of the device upstairs, it's easy to see how the mana flows in and out of all the nooks and crannies. It's a long distance away, but I have a good enough image to draw the structure in the sand for everyone to see. There are 2 main floors to the observatory, not including the basement. I point to a 2D ring-shaped drawing on the sandy floor. There are 3 XS marked in its center. This is the bottom floor. It's a large circular hallway that wraps around the entire building. There's a main living area in its center, a small circular room at the core of the base. This is where the 2 enemies are keeping the captive, and also happens to be the only entrance that leads down to the basement. I'm unable to fully see what its contents are. Abby's eyebrows scrunch up like she wants to ask why but does not want to interrupt. So I continue, giving her a quick explanation. It seems the basement is lined with that same black shielding that we were trapped in previously at the dungeon hub in Solara. I'm unable to sense how deep it is or what's inside. Next, I point to a circle right next to my first drawing. This is the top floor. It's a circular room, with high ceilings. I peek my head over the dune's edge to point at the white structure being lit up by the morning sun. This is the top of the dome. There are many high-density mana items and unstable high-powered equipment being used to power a device on this floor. Keeping the fighting far away from these items would be wise. A moment of silence passes before I carry on. Right now, all 3 people are in the holding room at the core of the base. Abby replies, so you'll lead the oddball out while we confront the Sector 4 leader together. I nod slowly, yes, but first we'll need to gather a little more information. It's never a good idea to go in blind when we don't have to. We know they're here, but they don't know we are. They're expecting number 2 to show up with the prisoners in hand. Ari smirks, catching on, so we don't want to keep them waiting. Exactly. The longer we wait, the more restless they'll become. I use my hush skill in a large radius, and the 5 of us begin sneaking toward the observatory mountain's base. The 2 leaders I'm keeping an eye on aren't moving at all. They just stand in the center room of the fortress waiting for us to arrive. Possibly, conducting an interrogation. Once we dip down through the village and carefully make our way up the side of the cliff, the entrance to the observatory comes into view. I speak out loud with the hush barrier still active. Only my teammates can hear me. The main room is just through the front door and halfway down either side of the curled circular hallway. There are entrance points on both sides. You can't miss it. I bring my hush barrier down and switch to speaking through my telepathy skill. Once the coast is clear, I'll give you the word. Be ready for anything. I activate stealth and jump high into the air. Lightly air-stepping up to the roof area where the sonar device sticks out of the open dome, muffled voices can be heard from below me. With the mana-powered device buzzing in my ears, grasping the faint sounds of a hidden conversation 1 floor below and through multiple walls proves challenging, even for my enhanced senses. I hold my breath and jump down onto the top floor of the observatory, using a combination of stealth, hush, and wind magic to hit the floor without making a sound. Chapter 3:14. I walk across the room, passing the buzzing machine with crates of mana crystals by its side, the wooden boxes filled with pink gems glisten in the morning light. As I get closer to the stairway that leads down to the first floor, the muffled tones of 2 men having a conversation hit my ears. The first voice I recognize is the Sector 4 leader that I ran away from previously. He has a happy tone to his words today, so what do you think about them? They're the real deal, aren't they? Just like that dagger I have back in the trading office. Genuine demonic matter. He lets out a chuckle and starts to walk around the room, leaving a long pause between his statements. Using my all-seeing eye, I can sense the high-density mana items all over his body. I slowly step forward, trying to get a better ear on what the response will be. Any clues about the man with an unreadable status will be of great help before I have to confront him. Or better yet, slip in unseen and take him out without any risk to myself or my teammates. By the looks of things, The latter won't be a viable option. The items the second man wears aren't even showing up in my perception skills. There's an odd barrier between my mind's eye and whatever item or skill protects their identity. All I can do is try to listen. Still, there's no response, so I creep closer and closer to the stairs. An electronic voice, full of static, monotone, and extremely low-pitched, finally replies. The scratchy nature of the static makes me wince. Yes, these seem to have demonic properties. Even so, his voice is clear, slow, and concise. It makes my heart start to race. This is the furthest thing from what I expected to hear from the room down below. There's a long pause before the slow and calculated robotic words escape this person's lips again, but they're impure. Replications. Intertwined with demonic energy from a mana-born demon, not from the abyss. The voice stops as the sonar beam behind me sends out another pulse deep into the darkness below the cliff. Then, the Sector 4 director starts to speak again. Well, yes. These were the stones found on this team member from the Vice Region's elite team. The attack on the city of Solara commissioned to take out the labyrinth, along with many of the higher-ranking dungeons nearby. They're a fairly good team. Once my number 2 comes back, I'd like to see if I can whip any of them into shape to work for me. Ha, I even dash. The monotone voice cuts him off. Enough. Chit-chat. I don't care about your plans. Do what you want with them when I leave. You're telling me this woman cleared the final floor. There's a pause. I swallow saliva and listen intently. My heart is racing, and I stay completely still, not wanting to miss a word that comes out of their mouths. There's still no information on this mystery man. The Sector 4 leader replies, with a bit of nerves to his voice now. No, apparently a younger man cleared the final floor. He didn't have any items of value on him, so we threw him in the mana-negating cuffs and let number 5 take care of him. You'll get to meet him soon too, but this one here has the stones you're always looking for to aid in your creations, so I assumed you'd like to see her first. The air falls silent again. Yes. Good, good. I wouldn't have made the trip from Sector 2 if there wasn't something worth my while. Silence fills the entire observatory once again before the sonar breaks the awkward lull. Meanwhile, a few thoughts start racing through my mind. This man just said he was from Sector 2. Based on the superior tone used while talking to the Sector 4 leader, it's safe to say he's a leader too. This means he's probably stronger than level 651. But by how much? He continues speaking. I'll use my artifact. We'll see what's really going on in the mind of the mage who brought us demonic stones. I sense a large amount of mana starting to build up into a small space on the floor below me. All of my appraisal skills are constantly blocked by the man's odd armor, so I can't get a real read on what's happening. However, it's clear a large amount of energy is being exerted. This isn't good. It's most definitely a crucial moment, and I need to act fast. Whatever the Sector 2 leader is charging up, it's about to be used on Lydia. I have to make a decision, but there are too many unknown variables. The mana buildup gets more and more dense. Tens of thousands of MP are being channeled into a tiny space. An equally loud buzzing noise starts to pulse from below me as it does behind me from the sonar. This artifact is extremely powerful. Pulses of white energy start to come up through the floor. Then, I hear a scream, a very familiar scream. One that belongs to my teammate. The Sector 4 leader laughs through the noise. Look who finally woke up. You sure do have bad luck with timing. Hold tight, this will only hurt a lot. Sarcasm fills his twisted words as the buzzing of the mana gets louder and louder, and the readings show it covers the entire body of the other man but concentrates most densely on his palms. Still, his armor suit distorts the waves about a meter from all sides of his body. The man moves toward Lydia, so I make a decision to stop it. I make my move. I let out a deadly wave of intimidation from above, rippling through the metal walls of the observatory, focusing right at the Sector 2 leader with all my might. It's not so much an attack, it's more of a distraction. This is my attempt to bring their attention elsewhere before it's too late. I don't know what that device does, and it's better I don't find out, but I have my suspicions. Lydia knows a few of my secrets. Having someone digging around in her memories would be directly against my best interest. The buzzing halts, and the static-filled voice continues in an irritated tone. It's much louder than before and not focused on anyone in particular. More so to everyone who can hear it. Do we have unwarranted visitors? I feel a wave of intimidation exactly the same as the one I just launched downward come flying back up through the floor to ripple through me. The Sector 4 leader's voice follows in a shaking manner. And no, there's no way anyone would come out here. It's been abandoned by the city for weeks. There's dash. The angered static tone cuts him off again in slow, calculated words, pausing every few. That doesn't explain the clear act of aggression, coming from the floor above. Down below, in the center room, a door swings open, and heavy footsteps walk out. Each one makes the very structure of the observatory shake and quiver. A trailing voice of the Sector 4 boss replies but is overpowered by the static tones once again. This will only take a moment. I'll handle the intruder. The concentration of mana from the device the man was using fizzles out, but a new glow starts to cover his entire body. It looks almost like an impossibly thick suit of mana-imbued armor in my mind's eye. Over a meter away on all sides of what normal human size would be, just like before. It makes him look very round in my mind's eye, like a pure ball of energy stomping my way. Even so, the mana density he's wielding is impressive. Still, it's impossible to get a proper read on with all the blockers in place. I hop backward, making my way to the other side of the room closer to the sonar. With crates of mana crystals around my feet and the open sky above my head, I'm ready to leave and lure the man away so my teammates can infiltrate the base with better odds. Still, my stealth skill is fully activated, while using air magic and small hush barriers around each footstep. I don't want to give away my exact position until it's necessary. Other than the one wave of intimidation, it's close to impossible to notice me unless I wanted to be seen, or so I thought. Heavy steps come up the stairs and are soon followed by the ear-piercing static squeaking and scratching sounds. A suit of black armor comes walking up the steps onto the top floor. He stands over 2 meters tall with a mixture of gray and white light twisting around his entire body. The armored Sector 2 leader looks straight at me as if my stealth skills are meaningless. Then, lets out another wave of intimidation, multiple times stronger than before. Chapter 3:15. In a brief moment of shock, my stealth skill is lifted, and I'm completely visible on the open top floor of the observatory, facing off against a black armored knight with unique magic swirling around his body. If I had more time to analyze and compare, I'd like to see if the energy coming out of the sonar has similar properties to the knight's armor. At a quick glance, they feel and look awfully similar. However, I don't have the time to run tests. The static rumbling voice that I heard only mumbles of before pierces through the open air to hit my ears at full blast. Who are you? Intruder. The heavy footsteps of the Sector 2 leader make deep indents and cracks in the floor as he walks closer. The swirling energy stays close to his armor at all times, not even a tiny wisp of it drifts away. I don't take this moment to respond but reach down and throw a crate of mana crystals into my item storage. This opens a spatial magic portal right in front of my enemy, but revealing this one trait is the least of my worries. I turn around and airstep upward out of the observatory roof. Grinning that my plan has worked out well, I'm very excited to see what unique skills and items a stronger sector leader has available to him. At the same time, I'm a bit nervous to face this oddball one-on-one. The power gap may be much bigger than I imagine. A moment later, a human-sized hole in the top of the observatory cracks open, blowing metal and stone in all directions as the energy-covered man follows me into the sky. I open up my telepathy link as the morning sun hits both of us with its golden rays, giving all of my teammates a message. The coast is clear. Lydia and the Sector 4 leader are alone on the bottom floor in the center room. I'll keep the bigger threat busy. The sensation of my teammates moving toward the opposite side of the building lets me know they received my message. I turn off my telepathy and activate all my buffs while taking out my fire sword and wind dagger to fight. I want to take him out quickly, but I also need to stall in long enough for him not to get involved in the rescue mission going on behind us. Let's see what you're made of. With the golden red streaks of my buffs coming off my body and the black flames starting to dance on my blade, I airstep down toward the abandoned town at full speed. The armored giant behind me is gaining distance much faster than I thought, somehow accelerating faster and faster the closer to the ground we get. Both of us make it all the way down the cliffside in a matter of seconds, and I duck behind a few of the village huts for cover, charging up my blades with enough mana for a proper strike. The atmosphere is not mana dense at all. I can get a few strikes off, but my plunderer skill can only take in as much energy as my surroundings have to offer. There are small traces of mana in the air, but not nearly enough to charge my blades up to full multiple times in the heat of battle. This is the reason I grabbed a crate of crystals on my way out. It should be enough to keep me going as long as I use them conservatively. While going over my possibilities, a loud crack sounds, making the flat sandy ground of the town shake, making me grip both my blades tighter. The static-filled voice of the man ripples through the air, making himself known. Who are you? Association? Black Ops? Or a private mercenary, I grit my teeth and dart behind a different abandoned hut as the armored man comes closer. His gray and white twisting energy making the air crackle and let off high-frequency squeaks and static sounds. I can feel the man's footsteps approach, so I jump out from hiding and release a wind and fire blade directly at his torso. These attacks are strong enough to make any ranked-up floor boss evaporate before they even know what hit them. To my surprise, the man doesn't even attempt to move. The black and white mana blades hit him straight on. The sounds and eerie feeling of static grow as both blades of energy sink into the ball of energy surrounding the man. They completely disappear before my eyes. It doesn't make any sense. Even the mana readings from the two blades disappear behind a veil of distorted energy, just like my intimidation wave, and just like the status of the man behind the black metal suit. He turns my way, then a blade of fire and a blade of wind exactly like my own come flying out of the man's aura. I jump high into the sky using air steps to dodge, but the lines of houses left behind in my wake are all sliced clean in two. Erupting into black flames after the fact, he copied my skills, or so it seems. The ear-piercing voice rings out through the now flaming town, a dual-element wielder. Rare one, aren't you? My guess is Black Ops. He releases more waves of fire and wind up in the air straight toward me. They seem brighter, denser, and more amplified than before, almost like he is mirroring my attack but imbuing more energy into it, making it his own. In response, I throw up a pink barrier of mana, using my manipulation skill burning through hundreds of MP to block the incoming strikes. The overwhelming buzz of mana on mana fills the air and explodes on impact, throwing me back down to the desert floor. Uninjured, but a bit frazzled at the events that just took place before my eyes. He keeps taunting me while slowly making his way over to the untouched section of the village where I fell. Whoever you are, whoever sent you, it does not matter. I'll be killing you and leaving shortly anyway. I let out a barrage of attacks, bringing my MP down to 0, but letting a few of the mana crystals fall out of my spatial magic dimension to touch my skin and be absorbed to force out more. I zip around the town quickly and quietly at my top speed as the Sector 2 boss runs through buildings without a care in the world. I'm much more agile than my adversary, but in pure speed and resilience he's got me beat no matter how it's looked at. Every attack I throw at him is absorbed into the suit of armor that's surrounded by the gray glow. He doesn't even carry a weapon. The person just absorbs every one of my attacks and throws that back at me with ease. After over a full minute of playing cat and mouse, the entire village goes up in flames. My breathing starts to get very heavy from narrowly avoiding my own attacks being thrown back at me. I whisper under my breath, it has to have a weakness. Right now, the Sector 2 leader seems to just be playing around with me as its prey. He's making small talk, and only using my own attacks against me. It seems his defenses can absorb any mana-imbued strike I throw at him. Elemental aspect or not, it doesn't matter the skill, he can absorb it and throw it back at the same or even higher intensity. Nothing I've managed to attack with has even scratched the surface of these mysterious defenses. My battle plan needs to change. I should use his overconfidence to my advantage and strike while he's still mocking me with a lowered guard. The powers I've made known to him are only a fraction of what I'm capable of. However, more tests need to be conducted before I can go all out or put myself in real harm's way. Sitting back against a building split in two, covered in my own black flames, I put away both my mana-imbued weapons and pull out the glossy black blade. I whisper under my breath in an inaudible tone, we'll see how well that armor of yours defends against demonic energy. Chapter 316, I hold the glossy black blade tight in my grip. My demonic blade, or better known as the Midnight Dagger, doesn't have the same properties as my elemental attacks. So, in switching energy sources, the safety of my long-range strikes will have to be sacrificed in order to test out my next move. This is one of my two trump cards, the other being the Red Hydra's buff, but I want to save that for when I'm sure I can take this man out. Using something that saps my strength and power afterward at the beginning of a fight is not the right choice to make right now. Using my agility and adaptability to the landscape, however, may be the edge I need to make sense of this barrier skill the Sector 2 leader has. If mana-based attacks are useless against it, he's basically invincible to anyone that stands in his way. The confidence in his voice and fearless movements makes sense. What he doesn't know is my demonic energy may be his only weakness. The blade in my hand clinks against my rings, momentarily making me worry about all of my mana-imbued items I wear on me now. My cloak, boots, chestplate, rings, and amulets all give off minor mana readings. I took off everything near my dagger hand when I went into the abyss previously. Although I didn't take off my boots or cloak, they were completely fine even when my body was leaking tens of units of demonic energy. The only mana-imbued things I've seen react negatively are active skills. An active mana wielding weapons, I don't have the time to change my whole outfit, so I'll have to assume my theory is sound. While deep in thought about my next attack, this has given him enough time to locate me and continue his charge. Loud crashing noises followed by violent static waves come closer. Multiple burning huts get holes blasted through them as the Sector 2 leader approaches again. I jump to the sky, putting up a mana barrier on my exposed side and airstepping a safe distance away. My own fire and wind blades erupt from his gray energy and fly up in the air to collide with me while the boss charges forward in a straight line, crashing through the house I was just sitting behind. A straight line of destruction follows his path. The voice speaks up again, a demonic blade. Now you've really got me interested. A worthy price for when I finish you off. The static tones are combined with a deep laugh this time, sending shockwaves through the air. Maybe I'll actually have some fun. He turns and runs my way again, as I drift down to the fiery mess below. Deactivating my mana-imbued buffs will negatively affect my speed and awareness of my surroundings, but to pull off this test I'm going to have to take the risk. My feet hit the ground, and my stat-boosting gold and red aura vanishes as I clear my pathways of mana. The heavy footsteps draw closer and closer at an incredibly fast rate. However, my heart beats faster and the corners of my lips curl upward. I stand behind a burning building, letting him approach ever closer. Demonic energy manipulation. My vision shifts to the familiar black and white tones as I channel energy into the dagger grip tight in my right hand. A wave of relief washes over me as the wisps glide over my silver and gold rings, but don't erupt into an array of sparks. Over 5 units pour out instantly, allowing for the excess matter to leak from my footsteps through the soles of my black boots. Just because my mana-imbued buffs are gone, doesn't mean I'm completely helpless in battle. The speed and agility boost this demonic energy overflow is more than enough for what is needed. I still have the element of surprise, as well as being hidden behind walls as the man runs at me in solely straight lines. His movements are easy to predict. I can't sense his mana anymore, but the loud static can still be heard and the vibrations of his footsteps are very loud, practically sending ripples through the sand beneath my feet. I jump out of the way as the Sector 2 leader plows through the small hut I'm taking cover behind. His voice also sounds happy now, but still covered up by a low monotone rumbles. Come on, don't give up so easy. Show me what other skills you've got. The small hut erupts into flames and its 2 halves fly to the sides. I'm within 5 meters of the walking menace. Even with my demonic vision, the swirling gray cloud remains, covering a black suit of armor. I lunge in and swipe at the energy, swerving out of the way fractions of a second later, leaving traces of the black blade's refined demonic energy to poison the impenetrable defenses I've been throwing mana at for this whole battle so far. To be safe, I only scratch the surface, allowing the black blade to glide through just like it's cutting through air. I shift my body to boost off the ground. With a hard step in the opposite direction once the deed is done, only looking back when I'm sure I'm out of range. The sight before me puts a smile on my face, as the Sector 2 boss turns to face me. A large portion of the gray mass around his body is torn away. The invincible swirling energy ball now spews off in many directions as the familiar golden yellow sparks fill the erratic wisps. The portions of matter that leave the man's body armor crackle and disappear into thin air as the sparks engulf them completely. His voice yells out from the bright yellow growing display, "You can wield it too." I've never met a human capable of such a feat. The sparks grow more and more, but this doesn't stop me from running further away. This battle may basically already be won, but there's no point in dragging myself down with him if I don't have to. The irreversible reaction will destroy him. But if he gets a hold of me beforehand, I could very well be a goner too, boy. I still have to kill you, but I would like to at least know your name. The cool and calculated tone of the man facing certain doom echoes behind me without an ounce of fear. Demonic energy still leaks from the bottoms of my feet as I dash away, but as I glance back the sight behind me wipes the smile right off my face. Although the gray wisps are in fact disappearing as they're eaten up by the sparks, that's all that is affected. The aura of energy around the sector leader crackles away into nothingness, but the black suit of armor remains. It's eerily similar to the demonic guardians I faced on the 25th floor of the Solaren Labyrinth right before the boss room. Before I can even gulp, his robotic tone rings out again while the final spark sizzles out. It's time to get serious. White and gray wisps erupt from his armor once again, and he pulls a long black sword out from seemingly nowhere. In the blink of an eye, he runs toward me, now with nearly twice the speed and much lighter, carefully placed steps. The static crackles get louder and louder before the armored sector leader is less than 10 meters away. I grit my teeth and attempt to lunge to the side, but he glides into my path with ease. With this movement speed and precision, he was clearly in control the whole time. He was merely playing around. The black blade slices right through my stomach before I even get a chance to defend. Chapter 317. As fast as the blade enters my stomach, it leaves in the same manner, making me cough up blood and my vision go blurry while the outline of an armored man slowly steps away from me, pulling out his sword. In the same moment, a tingling sensation starts to make waves over my body, all coming from the stab wound's source. My arms and legs grow slower while my senses also start to dull. Static fills my ears and white and gray wisps of energy completely cover my vision momentarily before I land on the solid ground, letting the dagger fall from my hand. It's still covered in black and purple wisps, but grabbing my weapon is the least of my worries. Blood pours from my midsection. And even worse, the man turns to face me from about 10 meters back. He towers over me and speaks again. This battle was one-sided from the start, but you still interest me. I'll give you one last chance to give me your name. I'll remember it every time I use that blade. His armored gaze turns to the dagger on the ground as I continue to cough up blood. My body is starting to freeze up. As much as I want to stand to my feet, it feels as if my arms and legs have become paralyzed and I can't move a muscle. If this was any normal blade, I would have been right back in battle even with a mortal wound like the one I received. There must have been some kind of poison on that long sword he uses. I begin to push out the remaining demonic energy overflow from my pathways and deactivate my manipulation skill. I don't bother to answer his final offer to give my name, because I don't plan on losing this battle. Although he's overpowered me in this small clash so far, the test I managed to pull off has given me an idea of the nature of his defensive power. The aura that surrounds him is a feature of this suit. It's not limitless, but the only time I'll be able to break through it is when my speed and agility are severely lowered. So far, all mana-based attacks have been useless, and that's the only time I'm able to access all my buffs. Using demonic energy while my buffs are active or there is competing mana in my pathways can only end poorly. Doing so is how I got into this whole body double situation in the first place. Which has turned into quite the blessing, allowing me to fight without the fear of death, but also the curse of not being able to use my true power. However, letting this Sector 2 leader defeat me or even get away to take on my teammates is an even worse option. I'll take him out here and now, whatever the cost. He raises his sword up in the air, walking closer to me and speaking up again. The silent type, aren't you? Well, before his long sword swings down, the passive poison resistance skill begins to clear the toxins from my bloodstream. I wait for the last moment to activate my stat boosting buffs once more and dart out of the way. Then zip into the air using wind magic. He follows in an instant, cracking the ground and releasing a burst of static and white energy beneath his feet. A shock wave of energy ripples through the town, and the remnants of demonic energy on my dagger that still rests on the sand below goes up in an eruption of sparks but leaves the solid black core of the blade perfectly intact. Retrieving my weapon is the least of my worries right now. The more important thing is getting high enough into the air and changing my direction erratically to lose the armored man on my tail. Every fraction of a second that passes, I lose a few meters of ground. Every turn I make, he follows with incredible precision. The speed and accuracy of the Sector 2 leader's movements are on a whole different level than when he faced me in the town earlier. I have nowhere to go, especially up here in the sky. I assumed my air magic would give me the advantage, but my opponent uses a similar technique, stepping off of clouds from the gray mist that dissipate the moment his feet leave them. There's no point in taking out my mana-imbued blades, they'll just give him more energy to hurl back at me. Still, I pull my flame-imbued sword from my item storage to prepare for the worst. Using demonic energy seems to be out of the picture too. In the air would just leave me stranded like a sitting duck. Even with the capabilities it has of breaking through the first layer of defenses, he'll surely release a much more powerful strike than before. Now that he's seen me get up so easily from what should have been a fatal injury, there's only one logical option I have left to try. Red Hydra's rage. The sun fully rises above the horizon, casting its light upon the observatory, the burning town below, and the two of us soaring high into the sky above it all. Red wisps of energy materialize around my arms and legs, then more dark crimson light surges from my chest. In a moment, the battle scene around me feels very different. The charging suit of armor air stepping up my way seems much slower, and the flickering black flames on the town below crackle as each individual particle of sand tens of meters away shifts and churns from falling planks of charred wood and burnt brick hit the desert floor. Closer to me, I get an actual close-up look at the man trying to kill me. The fluid flowing motion of the energy around him has intricate layers of mana shielding wrapped around each other so finely packed I still miss some even with my all-seeing eye now being boosted by the Red Hydra's aura. I take a deep breath in and the air that fills my lungs invigorates me to charge my sword with mana. Pure pink and white energy courses through my veins, but the red aura around my arms combines with it as the two seep into my blade. It glows red hot, imbued with magic ready to strike. I stop my upward trajectory and release an attack down on my enemy before zipping across the sky. My speed and awareness have more than doubled. And in the blink of an eye, the upper hand in this battle has shifted too. A muffled static yell of surprise rings out as my black flaming mana blade, shrouded in a crimson aura, collides with the gray protective energy barrier. The wisps of energy and light react differently to the red aura on impact, slicing through the shielding rather than just being engulfed. A loud metallic clang rings out even as I airstep away. Red arrow erupts from both sides, flowing out of the protective barrier. Unable to be absorbed, I curve around the man's opposite side to let out another charged attack of mana and Hydra's aura. This is more of a distraction for me to gather enough time to make a plan to use demonic energy against him. But the results of this distraction seem to be of much greater power than expected. Metallic clangs that sound like mana on mana echo in my ears as the black and red blades of energy I've thrown make contact with the lower layer of the black armor the Sector 2 leader wears. Seconds later, a black blade of flames comes erupting out. I easily dodge and send in a few more from various angles. It happens again. The clangs of my blade hitting his armor sound, the red arrow flowing out unaffected by the odd gray energy, and then finally that static-filled voice yells at me again, a soul bond too. And a powerful one at that. This must have been from at least a level 1000 beast to actually hit me. His tone is still unwavering, rippling through the air with confidence as he knows the attacks I'm throwing are severely weakened even if they make their way through his defenses. Still, I zip around the air, leaving crimson trails of energy behind me while swinging my sword almost a dozen more times and dodging the attacks that come flying back. The clangs of my upgraded and imbued blade ring out over and over again as they hit the armor, and some attacks are even countered with his sword. However, even though the red streaks make their way through, the damage is negligible. The more you use that power of yours, the worse the after effects will be. No one has come up with attacks capable of breaking through my creation's defenses in years. And you've managed it twice. I commend you for that. Truly a fine fighter. At these words, I realize he's right. Every attack I throw barely damages his armor at all, and without demonic energy, the swirling mist around his body absorbs most of the power behind every one of my strikes. I grit my teeth and mutter under my breath while releasing two more blows from over 15 meters away. I need to get a clear strike on him without that defense up. There has to be a way to attack him while that shielding is inactive. A full-powered strike without anything holding me back could do some serious damage. While dodging the returning mana blades, a glimmer of my glossy black blade reflects the sun's light up at me. My demonic dagger. I need to use demonic energy and mana at the same time. Chapter 3:18. The only clear path to victory in my mind is taking advantage of the destructive properties of demonic energy and the raw power of my mana-imbued strikes, buffed by the red Hydra's aura, to obliterate the gray energy-filled defenses and land a clean attack right on the main body of the Sector 2 leader. From what I've heard him yell, he's proud of his creations. So much so, that it seems like he's fully reliant on them. If I'm only the second person to ever even hit him through his armor, I'm sure he won't see what I have in store for him next. This blind confidence of his will be brought down by a sprinkle of chaos. He won't expect me to do what I'm about to do next. There's no planning for an attack like this. I start airstepping downward, keeping my eye on the glimmering black dagger below me. For maximum speed, I switch my long sword out for my wind dagger and only block with a pink and red mana shield while dodging attacks and sending back small wind blades to deter him from following too closely. The man yells out as I zip down past him, giving up the high ground so easily? You've made your final mistake. He laughs as more of my mimicked wind strikes rain down on me from above. Even the amplified attacks are easily blocked by my red Hydra's aura. The Sector 2 leader may be adding his own energy into the attacks before sending them back. But the mana he's absorbing is still only that of my base form. So, the buffed strength of my full power easily defends this. The man now towers above me high in the sky. Now let's finish this. Waves of static fill the air as he propels himself down toward me. At the same time, I'm falling down to the ground with immense speed, with eyes only targeted on one prize, hitting the sandy floor with a thud, and picking up the glossy blade. I reply under my breath, let's. Now with a wind-imbued dagger in one hand and a demonic weapon in the other, I jump up off the ground toward the man swinging his sword down at me, through the rippling swirling waves of white and gray magic. Each one of my previous strikes with the Hydra's soul energy fully imbued in it has managed to leave small scratches and dents behind. This isn't nearly enough. checking my item storage, I find that the crate of mana crystals I've been draining MP from to power up my stat boosting buffs and mana imbued attacks is running low. There's less than a few thousand MP worth of crystals remaining. A few high-powered mana attacks are all I have left to throw. I need a clear shot without this shielding to make them count. It's now or never. The sector leader comes down at me as I accelerate, air-stepping faster and faster into the sky. I recall Ember telling me that truly wielding demonic energy takes a lot of time and practice. If demons and high-powered, ranked-up monsters can wield it while also using their normal mana-imbued skills, then it must be possible for me too. The conversation between the two sector leaders flashes in my mind as the perfect imagery of the 25th floor Black Knight's armor comes soaring down toward me. He mentioned that those guardians were creations of a mana-born demon. This further confirms my theory that it's possible, but also makes me frustrated at the fact that there is so much I don't know. Demonic energy manipulation, I mutter under my breath with gritted teeth, mid-airstep, still covered in the blood-red aura of the Hydra, and charging up a blade of wind in my opposite hand. I activate my demonic energy ability. It instinctually feels right, but the sensation that follows is far from pleasant. My vision shifts to black and white but flickers back to color in an instant. A sharp pain moves through my body, and the skill is deactivated before I can even summon any refined energy from my core. Demonic energy manipulation, I repeat the words, still air-stepping up to my attacker, closing in, and relying on my final trump card to work. My vision flickers to black and white again, this time for a moment longer. I know what I'm about to do will most likely lead to my own demise, but this being a copy of my true form and considering the risks that allowing this man to fight my teammates poses, it will be worth it. The cool sensation of refined demonic energy gushes out from my core and starts to move down my left arm, solely headed toward the black blade in its grip. I push out a full 5 units, saturating the blade before the sharp pain cuts my vision back to full color. The Sector 2 leader is nearly within striking range, and things are moving far too fast for me to second-guess any of my actions. I swipe the black dagger across my body, following the movement with my wind blade wrapped in mana and the red Hydra's soul energy. The moment I release the two, I watch sparks fly and immediately dive away to avoid the reaction that takes place. The increased speed and agility my buff grants allow me to dodge the incoming long sword, but not with ease. Even with all my items, abilities, and buffs, this man's base stats are close to my own right now. His level could be over double mine, but all of his status data is still unable to be seen. The gray barrier around his whole body goes up in a sea of sparks, and the wind blade I threw out after soars through without a hint of resistance. To my surprise, the white wind-imbued mana within my attacks goes up in sparks too, but the red aura around it flies through unharmed. A loud metallic crunch is heard, and through the violent golden display of sparks, fragments of black armor fly into the sky too. The frustrated static yell of the man calls out, this time sounding less robotic and a bit more human than it did before. The armored sector leader falls to the floor as I take the higher position but turn to make another attack. There's no time to waste. A pair of frightened eyes peer at me from a cloud of sparks, red aura, and disappearing white and gray energy. The full right side of his black armor has been cracked and sliced through, and part of the man's helmet is broken too. As the sparks start to vanish, the man's eyes turn more stern, and the fragments of black armor start to grow back piece by piece. The red aura is being left behind as we both fall toward the floor. I mutter to myself, that wasn't good enough. I need to dash. What I was about to say was I need to send out a stronger attack. But this brings a much more urgent matter to my attention, as the sparks disappear on the man's armor and are replaced by a new white and gray mist. The exact same golden crackles of energy on my own left wrist carrying my demonic dagger become much more apparent. I knew this was a risk, and quite honestly thought it'd be worse, but I thought the damage to my opponent would be worse too. I need to finish this. I air-step down at the falling suit of armor faster and faster, using every last drop of MP from the crystals in my item storage to charge up my wind dagger. More importantly, the red Hydra's aura grows deeper and darker red around my blade, amplifying the base energy waiting for the attack to be pushed out. At the same time, the sparks grow on my opposite hand, and I wait patiently for the ground to get closer, just a little closer. Finally, I air-step within range and activate my demonic energy. My black and white vision appears, and it's much more stable this time around, at least, for a moment. I take less than a second to channel another 5 units into my dagger, but in doing so, I momentarily lose speed in my fall. To continue air-stepping in rhythm, the skill needs to erratically switch my vision back from black and white to normal color. This is the only way I'm capable of using both at once. There must be a better way, but this is how I'll have to do it for now. Every time my vision goes black and white, it's nearly impossible to feel the mana flowing through my body. much less see the mana attacks at all. When I use my normal mana abilities, sensing demonic energy is an impossible feat. The only thing in common with both is that the Red Hydra's aura can be sensed and manipulated by me in both states of mind. Still, this conclusion hardly helps as I'm less than 10 meters from my target, and we're both less than 20 meters from the flaming town and the hard desert floor below. I grit my teeth and power through, slashing both blades across my body as I get closer to my enemy and the ground. The closer the ground gets, the faster the swapping of black and white vision to full color gets. The more I concentrate on one, the less effective the other becomes. But I need to use both right now for maximum damage. Violent golden sparks grow larger and larger on my left arm, moving toward my shoulder, but I pay them no mind. What's done is done. I need to focus. There's a loud crack as we both hit the desert floor. A rippling shockwave blasts all of the remaining houses out of the way, creating a crater in the sand. On impact, I stab the armored man through his center with both my demonic dagger and crimson-colored wind blade. The shielding around him is instantly evaporated by the overflow of tens of units of demonic energy from my core, and the armor is shattered by the amplified power of the Red Hydra's wind blade imitation. The man within the suit is sliced in two, and the eruption of mana energy and sparks flies high into the sky. With no regard for my own safety, I hit the ground with equal force. At the last moment, I instinctually brace myself, but the speed at which I hit the ground makes me lose over half my HP, even through the immense pain, and the sparks beginning to take over my body. All I can do is grin as a few ringing sounds fill my head. Level up, level up, level up, X46, 48 levels transferring to main body, level transfer complete, success, body double level adjusted. Success, body double, rank up, yes, no, use absorption, skill, craftsmanship. Mythic grade. Yes, no, use absorption, stat, mental strength, points, 377, yes, no, underscore 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 underscore. My vision is distorted by the violent explosions of energy and fragments of burning village all around me. On top of that, the sparks on my shoulder have now traveled down to my chest and are starting to spread even further, with all the adrenaline coursing through me, plus the sparks growing toward my neck. The only logical decision to choose is yes on everything and hope for the best. Begin, craftsmanship, mythic grade, transfer to main body, craftsmanship, mythic grade, transfer, success. The sparks engulf my full body, and my HP begins to fall very quickly. Begin, mental strength stat. Point transfer to main body. Mental strength stat point transfer, success, my Red Hydra's rage buff deactivates. The extreme fatigue makes my limbs feel too heavy to move and my eyes shut. Begin, rank up, my body starts to glow white, but my mind is in a daze. Rank up, success, my HP bar hits 0 before I can see the final result. You have died. Chapter 319, red wisps of energy float up in the air as a briefcase, black dagger, silver card, and some gold coins along with small numbered pins, demonic stones, and miscellaneous items fall to the desert floor. Beside this pile of loot, the shattered armor of the Sector 2 leader sits in a pile. It's inactive, and there's no sign of the body. Actually, there's no sign of any bodies. The small abandoned village continues to burn down to the desert floor, and the black flames flicker out. The golden sun continues to heat the sand in the surrounding area just like every other day. A light breeze passes through, recalling the battle that just took place and moving the crimson residue around, but not fully ridding the landscape of its streaks. Meanwhile, up the cliff atop the observatory, another battle is about to take place. Maria leads the group of 4 as they enter through the front door of the white-walled dome on top of the cliffside. She whispers under her breath, "Jay can handle himself, he's trusted us to do our part. So we'll trust him to protect us and do his." The metal door swings open with a click, and Ari, Abby, and Fisher follow Maria down the curved hall. Everyone glows lightly using their personal magic while gripping their weapons tight. A loud man's voice can be heard through the halls of the building, echoing louder as they approach one of the doors that leads to the center room. "You sure got lucky, but we'll find out everything soon." The sound of keys being twirled around his finger jingles as he continues. "Did you hear all those loud bangs out in the desert? I'm sure he'll be coming back any moment now. They don't call the Sector 2 leader the Untouchable One for nothing. He's a master craftsman, supplying most of the higher-ups in the Dark Continent with unique gear and items that can't be found anywhere else. That suit of armor has fended off A-rank beasts. Whoever came by just made their last mistake." A manly arrogant laugh can be heard as the 4 team members line up at the door. No one says a word. There's a unanimous nod of agreement that leads to the door being kicked down and the sight in the center room is revealed. A tall, well-built, middle-aged blonde man wearing impressive enchanted gear, including a silver pin labeled 001 and a golden one labeled 004, stands over a table, looking down on a bloodied and battered young woman with white hair and determined ice-cold eyes, Lydia. Maria yells after the metal door is blasted down, and a barrage of ice, water, earth, and spirit-imbued crescents fly toward the surprised sector leader. An equally caught-off-guard look appears on the ice mage's face at the appearance of her teammates after many long days of being told they're also being held and tortured. The large armored man glows in a silver light on instinct as the attacks all hit him. Ari lunges forward, eyeing the keys that were jingling in the man's hand fly through the air. Meanwhile, Abby, Maria, and Fisher charge extra attacks. This man is over 100 levels above everyone else in the room, and his gear is a step above theirs too. It'd be naive to think one sneak attack is all it would take for someone like him to be taken out. The second barrage of energy crescents hits the same area of the room as the walls shudder and debris from the attacks fill the air. The sector leader lets out a pulse of his own mana while yelling, "It's you? How? What is the meaning of this?" The angry man's face is revealed as more of the debris falls and it shimmers silver like metal. All of his body is coated in the same metallic coloring, and even after taking on a ton of high-powered attacks there isn't even a single scratch on him. He yells out again, raising gauntlet-covered fists in the air as they begin to glow white, "I'll kill every last one of you. This is what I get for handing out favors to the association, isn't it?" His expression gets angrier and angrier as more crescents of energy continue to barrage his silver-colored body. More pulses of white light come off the gauntlets as Fisher yells to the group, "It's his buff. The solid steel defense. Plus that shielding artifact. We'll need to attack with more than just this if we want to do any real damage." At these words, the Sector 4 leader turns to the swordsman who outed valuable information about him that no one should know and makes a punching motion in the air. A wave of bright white energy is released from the right fist and hits Fisher head-on. In response, the water user activates his ultimate defensive buff in return, but is pushed back by the immense power of the blast. He's propelled through the side of the observatory, making two huge holes in the metal and stone. The desert sand and morning sun can be seen from inside. Without hesitation, the sector leader punches with his other fist at Maria, who is running up on his opposite side trying to get an attack in. The same result happens. Although Maria doesn't activate her ranked-up buff, for fear that it may get everyone else in the observatory hurt, she is still pushed through multiple walls of metal and stone while blocking with mana shielding and an ice-imbued sword. The angered shimmering man turns his gaze to Ari next, the man that stole his keys, and is running to Lydia to unlock her from the mana-negating cuffs. Not so fast. In an instant, the sector leader charges up his gauntlets and throws another attack at the archer. Ari saw what happened to the other two teammates when they tried to block, so he jumps off a summoned white orb of spirit magic to narrowly dodge the incoming attack. Even so, it's very close and smashes another massive hole in the observatory's side. Impossible, he punches with his opposite arm while lunging forward to let out an attack at closer range. Ari summons another orb of magic and speeds out of the way, letting the unique energy attack narrowly miss him again. In the cover of the falling debris and exploding walls behind him, the archer throws the keys downward for Abby to catch. Then, peeks out, waving his arms at the angry metal man. "Pathetic, you couldn't catch me if you tried." He smirks and turns away, hopping on summoned orbs of spirit energy through one of the holes the sector leader's attacks just created. The ground rumbles beneath the building as the silver-coated man jumps out following the archer that baited him to do so. "You're all dead. Every last one of you." Before flying through the hole in the wall, he turns back with a surprisingly cool and calculated expression. "I'll be back for you too when I'm done with them. Don't worry. I won't forget." His sarcastic, sly tone shifts back to an angry yell while flying up into the air after the archer. His yells turn into an uncontrollable battle-crazed laugh. Abby mutters to herself, running over to the portion of the room where Lydia got blasted back in the rubble, still connected to the table with cuffs. "I guess anyone that joins an organization like this has to be a little crazy." She gulps, chuckling to herself while gripping the keys tight and using earth magic to sift through the debris to uncover Lydia. At the same moment, the silver-coated man flies through the air on a crash course for the archer, gracefully soaring through the sky. He's making his way down the cliffside toward the open desert, right between the destroyed town and the observatory up on the hill. Fisher and Maria both see the silver man glistening in the sun, following their teammate down the cliff. They use water and ice steps to follow and support Ari in the battle that's about to commence. Chapter 320. If all of you were easily pushed back by my gauntlet attacks, do you seriously think you have any chance of defeating me? You should have run while you still had the chance. Another laugh comes from the silver-coated man as his fists continue to charge up. Glowing brighter and brighter white, I'm the strongest one in this sector. I can feel the mana coming off you three, you're all newly ranked up. You may be skilled, but you don't stand a chance against me. The white glow from his gauntlets begins to spread down his arms and soon covers his body until the Sector 4 leader is covered in a glistening silver and white aura. He hits the desert floor feet first with a ground-rattling thud. Ari, Maria, and Fisher all land around him in a triangular formation, glowing with their respective personal magic. In the blink of an eye, blue mana crescents and white arrows are released in a barrage against the man all at once, but before they even make contact with his defenses. The white aura of mana around the enemy expands in the shape of his body to deflect every single attack. He swings his fists 2 times, letting out dual pulses of energy at Maria and Fisher. This time, instead of trying to block, the two of them have time to dodge. Like I said before, it's pointless to run. The white energy that's usually propelled from his fists comes out from his shoes seconds later, shooting the Silverman forward with blinding speed. He aims right for Fisher as the swordsman jumps out of the way from his previous attack. The air ripples as the 2 metal fists clash with the ultimate water defense, mana shielding, and dark blue sword of the water mage. He grits his teeth and looks the man in the eyes who captured and tortured his longtime teammate. Still, even with all of his strength, the newly ranked up elite hunter gets pushed back with ease. Mana residue flies in the air as Ari and Maria fling attacks from the side to support, but none make it through. The silver-coated man charges up his fists again, all while continuing to punch the blue barrier over and over, pushing Fisher back. He continues to laugh manically while pushing at the barrier. You kids really thought you could take on 2 sector leaders and make it out of here alive. You must have been given false information, or dash. But his words stop as the blue eyes of the swordsman start to show a glimmer of red. An odd feeling comes over the Sector 4 leader as his heightened mana control senses pick up the odd shift in power that fills the air. Crimson tendrils of dense red mist start to wrap around Fisher's arms and flow down his sword. Next, the bright blue shield of water starts to become stained blood red. As the leader hesitates to make his next punch, the swordsman takes this opportunity to send out an attack of his own. A dark red crescent of water comes out from his sword, but the man manages to snap himself out of it and block before it's too late. An incredibly loud clang shakes the desert sand as the aura of the red hydra fully covers Fisher, and his attack makes a dent in the sector leader's armor. The man is shocked. He jumps back in surprise, placing both gauntlets up in a fighting stance with a baffled expression across his face. What is this skill? As he says this, the eerie feeling of the red energy that activated around the water wielder starts to creep into his mana senses from behind him as well. From 2 directions, a blood-red arrow and an icy crescent surrounded in the crimson energy come flying at him to pierce through the solid steel defense of his back and right leg. Blood trickles out onto the desert sand. The sector leader yells out in pain, glowing brighter white and recovering his body in a layer of silver to protect the slash mark and arrow hole from the previous 2 attacks that broke through. There's no way. You all have this skill? So are you not from the association? Is this a private dealing? Is this dash? Another 3 crimson attacks manage to hit the man mid-rant. Fisher collides with the man's charged gauntlets again, expelling energy and leaving another dent while Ari and Maria land blows to his exposed back and legs. The 3 team members now zip around, leaving trails of red energy behind. Just moments ago they were entirely outmatched, but now it doesn't even seem fair. Although it's impressive the leader has enough strength, defense, and mana control to block 1 red hydra-aided attack at a time, that's not enough. His speed and agility are severely lacking to stack up against these 3. While occupied with Fisher in one-on-one combat, Maria and Ari zip around sending one attack after another to weaken him slowly. Over a dozen attacks are sent out, and the desert sand is stained with the Silverman's blood. He continues recharging his gauntlets and activating his steel defenses in hope that one of the 3 attackers misses a beat. In the pattern that's occurring now, he only has enough time to cover his vitals and slowly use up his own MP stores. At the same time, Ari, Maria, and Fisher are meticulously sending off attacks to wear down the man like he's an overpowered boss in a dungeon. Their main concern is the low amount of mana stores left too. Plus, the possible dangers of exerting this much MP with the buff in such a short time. Ari sends off another arrow and steps off a red orb of light to get a better position for his next attack. While Maria sends off an ice imbued attack, thinking carefully about when to activate her buff, Fisher clashes again with the man as all their mana collides with another loud clang. In all the noise, Ari yells out as he feels the presence of another hunter coming from up above on the cliffside. It's time, let's finish this. The desert floor begins to rumble, and glowing red spears of rock come from below to fill the battlefield. Abby flies down to enter the fight, yelling for Fisher to move out of the way. The swordsman allows himself to be blown back by the remnants of the final bursts of the sector leader's gauntlets as the green-haired healer lands on the desert floor. Pulsing red. She uses her earth magic to wrap hydra-imbued liquid rock around the silver man's ankles. He takes a step back, channeling white energy into his boots just like his fists to crack the stone away, but Abby has already sent up more to cover his legs and wrap around his chest and arms. More pulses of energy crack the stone, but in his weakened state, the leader is trying to conserve as much mana as he can. Abby has just shown up with a full MP bar. He lets out a muffled yell while trying to run from the assault, but Abby's earth magic is slowing him down to an alarming degree. She turns to Maria and nods. Maria places her sword in her item box and takes a step forward while raising both hands toward the Sector 4 leader. A whisper can be heard escaping from her lips after a deep breath in and out. Ice Age. The blue glow that erupts from Maria's hands outshines the crimson aura of the red hydra momentarily but is engulfed in a blood-red veil a fraction of a second later. Ari and Fisher both run in opposite directions away from the blast as Abby slowly backs up while hovering higher and higher up on a platform of stone, keeping the struggling sector leader in place. Beneath Maria's feet, the desert freezes solid, and out from her hands, 7 pillars of crystal-clear ice shoot forward. The first impaling the leader straight through, and the 6 that follow trap his frozen body in a hexagonal-shaped pillar of ice. It's all over in an instant. Everyone watches in awe at the sheer amount of ice summoned from the blonde hunter's palms. It wouldn't seem believable if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Even with the red wisps of Hydra's soul creeping around the impressive mass of ice, the power exerted from a single strike is far greater than any attack they've ever witnessed. The desert falls silent, and the sand starts to settle. Golden rays of the morning sunlight glimmer through the structure of ice down on the frozen sand below. Level up notifications ring in Maria's head before her buff automatically deactivates and she falls to the ground, passing out. Soon after, Ari and Fisher instinctually power down their buffs too. Collapsing to the desert floor, Abby falls to her knees last with a grin across her face while activating a restoration circle. Spotting Lydia make her way down the cliffside with a million questions racing through her mind. Chapter 321, the dust settles, and Abby restores everyone including herself back to her best ability. It's clear there is still some leftover mental and physical fatigue. All 4 team members are moving slowly with sore muscles and aching bones. Lydia, approaching, previously restored by Abby after being freed from the cuffs, has her eyes wide, and an expression of pure shock and awe is plastered across her face. What happened to all of you? This. Her voice trails off as she looks at the ice sculptures before her and the burned town off in the distance. Streaks of red energy cover both of them, reminiscent of the aura that was engulfing all of the fighters moments ago. Abby replies, "It's a long story, we'll fill you in on the way back." She turns around, making eye contact with every member of the group. "Before we do anything else, we need to find out what happened to Jay." Ari points a hand toward the ashes of a burned abandoned city. "I have a hunch if anywhere, that's where we'll find some clues." Everyone shares a few thin smiles and a few hugs with Lydia, but quickly make it to the blackened and demolished village. Everyone's excited to have successfully saved Lydia, but there's a much more important matter to focus on. Once everyone is safe and accounted for, then the team can finally relax. Over here, Abby finds the crash site first using her earth magic. After a few minutes of searching, the hot morning sun has started melting Maria's ice, but the light breeze is still pushing cold, refreshing air over to the burn site. Fisher and Ari walk over together while Abby continues to catch Lydia up to speed. Although the white-haired mage is saved, she looks awfully on edge, still looking over her shoulder at every crunch or crackle from the fallen burnt debris of the town left behind. On the way to the town, a loud crash from up above on the cliffside followed by a rumbling buzzing noise for a few seconds makes everyone's head turn for a moment. However, it's just the observatory's top floor collapsing down to the first due to the severe damage done before the battle. This only makes the white-haired mage's paranoia worse. Abby's voice rings out again as she stands over the briefcase and item drops next to the shattered, uniquely black-colored armor. "I found the soul stones, and the leftover gold. This is everything left in Jay's inventory." Ari comments on the odd metal scraps. "He never wore armor like that." Lydia peers around a charred woodpile, and her eyes open wide at the sight of the gear. That's the Sector 2 leader's armor. I'm positive." Tons of theories are thrown out as all 5 of the remaining members debate what could have happened. The red aura and the contents of the briefcase are even brought up, and the pile of silver-numbered pins that specifically represent ranks within the organization look just like the ones on the Sector 4 leader they fought, Fisher breaks the tiptoeing conversation with the truth of the matter. Whatever way we look at this, there are two things that are clear. Jay isn't here, and neither is the Sector 2 leader. It looks like one of them must have used a self-destruct type move. That's the only way a battle like this could have ended. Everyone looks around, seeing the craters and flame marks along with an unmistakable red aura staining the air. There are a few gulps that fill the silence, however, Maria's cheerful attitude breaks the tension. It must have been the only way. It may not be convenient, but he said he'd find us back in Solara in just over a week if anything like this were to happen. His real body will fully recover soon. I didn't think it'd come to this, but in the end the battle has been won. We took back what was taken. She holds onto Lydia's hand tighter, looking up to meet her eyes. The rest of the teammates jump in, talking over the matter and what to do next. In the end, there's only one option. Ari is the one that says it to the team. We'll have to clear this place out, then wait for Jay and Solara. We move as a team. I have a feeling this is only the beginning. There's going to be a lot more eyes on us soon. We've been outcast and sold out by the association, they'll want to cover their tracks. Now, we've just taken out 2 of 4 Dark Continent underground sector leaders. These 2 organizations won't take it easy on us, plus I'm sure our actions have most likely affected many lines of business and trade in many areas of the world. Our actions the last few days have real consequences, Abby interjects. They had it coming to them, so what? Ari chuckles in reply, putting his hands up in a playful manner. Hey, I'm not saying they didn't ask for it. I'm just saying we're not just basic low-level hunters anymore. We're playing a more dangerous game with even more unknown powers. Many of which can't just be punched harder to defeat. We'll need to get stronger in more ways than one before a force like this challenges us head-on. There's another long pause as the group reflects on the past few days. A round of nods follows, as the seriousness of the situation stacks up more and more the longer the sun rises overhead. The discussion fizzles out, but it's decided that the only thing to do now is clean up the area, then wait out of the public eye for a week before the whole group can come up with a plan together. To Lydia, the soul stones and mention of a skill that allows one to seemingly return from the dead after just a few days is mind-bending news, but with all that's going on, Maria assures her it will make sense once fully explained. Abby places all of the assorted gear into her item box, including the soul stones and even the broken armor of the Sector 2 leader. After further rummaging, she manages to find the shattered black longsword too. Once the ice melts from the Sector 4 leader, the only item still left intact and unshattered from the ice and battle is the golden 004 pin. Ari and Fisher try clearing up the red aura that still fills the air, but despite their trial and error, nothing seems to work. During all of this, the remains of the observatory up on the cliff start to hum, and a white and gray glow comes from all the fallen debris from the previous collapse. Another loud bang echoes down into the valley as the white and gray energy expands, destroying the entire building along with a portion of the cliff. The team still exploring the burning town are a safe distance away, but the immense power of the blast still turns heads again. Maria chuckles. It was probably that equipment Jay was talking about on the top floor. It must have been damaged in our battle. Fragments of metal, rock, and debris roll down the cliff in unrecognizable shapes. Some burning with orange flames while others are covered in the grayish glow moments before it dissolves into the atmosphere. Fisher sighs. Dang, I wanted to see if there was any good leftover gear in there too. I guess we still could find some, but I doubt it's in good condition anymore. More time passes, and the area is stripped clean of any valuables or identifying items. The only thing that can be known from the site here is that a battle definitely took place, and one or more users wielded some odd crimson energy. Ares guesses it will all be covered by the abyss in the next surge anyway. So, it isn't optimal to leave the place like this, but it isn't the worst situation that could have occurred. There isn't anything more to do. The group of 5 makes their way back to Solara and finds Chester nervously waiting for them to return. Everyone is mentally and physically drained, so there's a happy greet and quick run-through of events that took place with the old man, but everyone eats and falls asleep within the hour of stepping in the door. It's only been a few hours since they left, but it feels as if the many days of fighting have finally come to an end. Knock knock knock. There's a light knocking on the door that evening, but the team of 5 are still sprawled out and sleeping in the living room. Chester hurriedly nudges Ari awake. He wasn't expecting any visitors, and Ari is the only one here who looks like a Solara native while being much stronger than Chester if there's any issue. If it's a government official or just an old business friend. Ari would be the least suspicious out of anyone to answer. He whispers in a low tone as the archer wakes up. There's someone at the door, and I'm not sure if I should open it. I can't see who it is. Immediately, Ari peers out one of the windows to see the setting sun. He uses his mana control to feel around the house and whispers under his breath. There is definitely someone there, but the feeling of this reading is odd. The person is strong, very strong. However, it's impossible to tell how strong they really are. He wakes everyone else up to be on guard before approaching the door, ready to summon an arrow and even activate all of his buffs again. The archer slowly opens the door. Who is it? What do you want? A confident voice responds. It's paired with a bright white smile and sharp blue eyes. My name is Lith Galeheart. I'd like to come in and have a chat. Chapter 322, Level Up, X48, Addition New Stat Points, 377 Mental Strength, New Skill, Craftsmanship, Mythic Grade, Red Hydra's Aura Detected, Bond Success, Accelerated Hibernation, 56%, Accelerated Hibernation, 89%, Accelerated Hibernation, Success. I open my eyes to see over half a dozen blue notifications covering my vision. The sun is bright, making me squint my eyes as a cool breeze passes through my hair. I'm lying flat on my back, but when I try to sit up, a dizzy, lightheaded feeling takes over before I rest my head back down onto a glossy, cool surface. White clouds pass by on my sides, and the sound of two massive wings flapping are the only things that my senses pick up. In my mind, it feels like only a moment ago I defeated the Sector 2 leader, but to my body, it feels as if I haven't taken in sufficient nutrients or even moved a muscle in weeks. My bones ache, my mouth is dry, and my head is pounding. I need to get back to my teammates. I'm sure I defeated the immediate threat, but it's unclear how much time has passed and what happened afterward. Still, I can't let these notifications pass me by without taking a look. I finally got a crafting skill. On top of that, it's a very high grade. Even in a dazed state, I know a mythic grade skill is something I've only seen on one other status before Ish Embers. At the thought, another realization hits me like a brick wall as I open up my telepathy skill. Amber. I'm awake. The hibernation process is over, there's an instant response, and the slow rhythmic flapping of the wings on both sides of me starts to speed up. You're finally awake, Master. This is great to hear. It seems we've leveled up quite a bit too. You've been busy in that second body. There's a small pause, then I respond, how long was I out for? I got a notification the process ended early, but I'm not sure how early. At this, the throbbing sound of my own heartbeat in my temples only gets worse. I reach into my item storage and pull out leftover water and food from our travels through the desert. As I eat and drink while using self-regeneration, all of the aches and pains go away. But I'm still a bit disoriented. Amber responds, I'm unsure too. At least a week, 2 at most. Up in the skies, with only an unmoving artificial dungeon sun, it's difficult to tell the exact time. Understood. I take another minute to gather my thoughts. It may have been weeks to Ember since I last left him to calmly roam the skies in this dungeon, but it's only been mere minutes in my perception since I just finished up one of the most intense battles of my life. Let's head to the dungeon exit, slowly. I need some time to think. He turns his body, gliding down. The wind in my face slightly picks up, but it feels good. The calm and nonchalant attitude of Ember is always nice. But sometimes he could be perceived as a bit too calm or uninvested in situations. However, I like it this way. As long as I'm alive and we're getting stronger, he's happy to not ask questions. The simplicity of our relationship is comforting. Status open, LV 562. My eyes immediately drift down from my updated level to my new skill. I activate my all-seeing eye for more information. Craftsmanship, info. Craftsmanship allows the caster to mend, adjust, and create magic items. The quality of these crafted items is based on their level, mana control, and the materials used in the crafting process. Before crafting each item, the caster must choose a tier. The first tier of craftsmanship, no grade, allows the crafter to mend, adjust, and create magic items with additional stat points in one category. The second tier of craftsmanship, special grade, allows the crafter to mend, adjust, and create magic items with additional stat points in 2 categories. It also grants the caster to convert these 2 stat point categories into percentage-based buffs. The third tier of craftsmanship, legendary grade, allows the crafter to mend, adjust, and create magic items with additional stat points in 3 categories. It also grants the caster to convert these 3 stat point categories into percentage-based buffs. The caster is capable of bonding element stones to items, making unique growth-type weapons to be solely paired with a user. The fourth tier of craftsmanship, mythic grade, allows the crafter to mend, adjust, and create magic items with additional stat points in all categories. It also grants the caster to convert these stat point categories into percentage-based buffs. The caster is capable of bonding element stones to items, making unique growth-type weapons to be solely paired with a user. In addition to outside materials, the caster is able to imbue copies of any skills or properties they own or make contact with. Unique items, bonds, and materials used will vary the outcome of every crafting process. Grade, mythic, upgrade. My eyes move back and forth over these words for a full minute, thinking of all the possibilities there are with this skill. The Sector 2 leader's armor must have been a product of a mythic grade craft. Something that scrambles my perception skills while eating up all mana-based attacks with ease, as well as taking on demonic energy without much issue either. Just as we break through the cloudline for the trees and mountains of Wolf Dungeon below to come into view, my eyes catch hold of another exciting number on my status, proficiency points, PP 262. First I get a mythic grade skill, now I even have enough points to upgrade the skill I've been saving up for this whole time. I've waited a long time for this moment. A grin comes across my face, and my eyes practically glimmer as I scroll down and immediately use 250 points to click Upgrade on my very first skill. Absorption, info. This is a unique skill. Upon dealing the final killing blow to any creature, the caster has the capability to absorb its skills. Absorbed skills will be adapted to fit the caster's biology. At special grade, hidden ability. After defeating opponents of considerable strength, there is a chance the caster will be able to absorb 5% of their opponent's highest stat points. This will permanently increase the caster's status. For every 5 levels that the opponent surpasses the caster's own, the probability of triggering this passive ability increases by 1%. Skills acquired using absorption will now increase in grade class up to legendary grade upon casting. Old skills already obtained by the caster can now be upgraded to legendary grade after defeating an opponent with the same skill. After an opponent is defeated, their mana control proficiency, MCP, may be absorbed. For all opponents below 80% of the caster's level, 0.1% of MCP will be absorbed. For all opponents between 80% of the caster's level and the caster's level, 0.25% of MCP will be absorbed. For all opponents between the caster's level and 120% of the caster's level, 0.5% of MCP will be absorbed. For all opponents above 120% of the caster's level, 1% of MCP will be absorbed. There is a 5% chance that any opponent above the caster's current level will allow 1 proficiency point, PP, to be absorbed. Grade, legendary, upgrade. The smile on my face grows and grows as Ember touches down to the dungeon ground. The new upgrades only made possible from my last battle make the opportunity ahead feel endless, so, to make things simple, 120% of my current level just means adding 20%. If I were at level 500 and fought a level 600 or higher monster, I'd absorb 1% of their total mana control upon defeating them. In addition to this, I finally have a way to upgrade my skills faster. I won't have to only rely on 1 PP per level up, I can farm them from monsters that are at my current level or above. On top of all of this, I don't have to be cautious about absorbing no grade skills anymore. With this new perk, I'm able to upgrade skills up to legendary grade, as long as I absorb them from a newly defeated monster. I sense the exit portal nearby, and want to check out one more thing before we leave. Instead of just one from ranking up, there are now 2 permanent buffs in my status. One is the Emperor's Domain, and the other is the Red Hydra's Rage. I haven't yet used my Emperor's Domain because my body double wasn't ranked up when I previously attempted to use it. This is the ability that allows me to share my own skills with party members who are loyal to me within a given range. The skill is a passive one, that I don't even notice is on unless I concentrate. Previously it pushed out about 10 meters on all sides, now after the whole ordeal I just went through it just barely touches 13. This one will take quite a while to upgrade. There's no way to level up its effectiveness at the moment other than getting stronger. Although 13 meters of range is a neat trick, it won't be very useful in battle just yet. I still have to run a few tests with my team once I get back to Solara. We make our way through a few patches of trees and finally make it to the blue swirling dungeon exit portal. I open up my item storage for Ember to get inside, but he hesitates and speaks through our link. It seems you've made another soul bond, haven't you? Chapter 323. With my white spatial magic portal slowly spinning next to the light blue humming exit portal of the dungeon, I answer Ember's question. I guess I have. Thinking about it further, the process wasn't the same, and the rewards were different too, but this soul bond does feel very similar to the one Ember and I made back when he first hatched from his egg. I continue again. Is there any problem with being soul bonded to more than one entity? It's not like I can talk to the monster physically. We bonded through a soul stone. A grin forms across Ember's face. Oh, you bonded through a stone. That makes much more sense. The aura I felt linked with your main body was a familiar one. Who was it? The black-scaled dragon looks up into the sky, trying to remember something, but I reply before he can come to the conclusion on his own. It was a red hydra. I only bonded with one of the 7 stones. A loud laugh erupts from Ember through our link. I've never heard him speak so loudly or show this much emotion about anything. It was not the expected reaction. The surprised and confused look on my face shows this clearly. After a moment, Ember responds between chuckles. That old beast really went and got himself killed, didn't he? Well, I have to say, he was one of the strongest back in my era. What ability does the bond grant? I'm curious. It has to be a good one. Again, this isn't the reaction I was expecting either. It's a stat-boosting ability. While active, all of my movements and mana-based attacks are aided by a red aura. It's called the Red Hydra's Rage, but what do you mean by the beast was killed? Back in your era? Could you explain what exactly this soul bond is? Ember's laughs finally cease, but a toothy grin is still present as he goes into detail. There are 2 types of soul bonds that can be made with certain monsters that have made it to level 1000 or higher once in their lives. Once a creature reaches this stage, another rank-up process happens and often strong monsters become immortal labyrinth guardians on the 40th, 60th, or final floor. Even after death, most are reborn or reincarnated once their energy is completely gone. I nod, piecing together his words. So, just like you? You were reborn as a level 1. Still holding all your memories. Does that mean there are tons of immortal monsters roaming the labyrinths? No. Only a select few are chosen by the king after the second rank-up process. New members are only chosen after incredible feats. Last time I was alive there were only 9 of us. I doubt many changes have been made in just 50 years, I interject. So? I'm bonded with you and now the Red Hydra. What's the difference between a living bond and a dead one? There are many differences between every bond, living or dead. Some grant buffs, some give instant level experience, some share attributes. It's impossible to predict, as every immortal has slightly different powers and knowledge after each rebirth. The fact that the Hydra was split into 7 parts is definitely a unique trait. He was strong enough to do so. Therefore I'd assume there's even more to the ability once all of the stones are bonded. The only difference between a living bond and a dead bond is that the creature being bonded cannot be reborn until their soul energy is fully dispersed and free. Ember laughs again, continuing. So that means I can keep that old beast dead for as long as I'm alive. I assume there's a rivalry between these 2, but it's not one I care to pry about now. Ember seems to be having fun boasting about it to himself. I speak up again, pointing toward the portal and my spatial magic. This all makes sense. But we have a much more time-sensitive matter on our hands. Let's at least get in the sky before continuing this talk. Ember lets out a final chuckle before jumping into my item storage. I step out of the dungeon, making my way through the cave system beneath the desert from the start of our mission in the Dark Continent. It would have been much easier to dungeon walk into one of the dungeons in Solara, but for some reason the one we used earlier is not showing up in my mind's eye. The only logical explanation I have is that my body doubles are able to teleport to points where my main body has been, but my main body is not capable of teleporting to a point where a deceased double is marked. Whatever the case may be, I make it out of the cave system unnoticed and let Ember out free for us to soar high up in the sky. For the first time ever, I use my Rising Emperor's Domain hidden ability buff on Ember. Once we get high enough in the air, a blue text box fills my vision. Use Rising Emperor's Domain, range 13.2 meters, skill, stealth, yes, and oh, I click yes. And Ember is able to conceal his entire body, making him invisible while soaring through the blue sky above the desert. I'm surprised at how seamlessly it works. Now every time I look in Ember's status, stealth shows up like it was always there. In his newly ranked up form, our flight speed is even faster. We should make it to the city in no time, a few hours at most. Much quicker than our flight from here to the labyrinth break previously. This reminds me of one last question I had. Hey Ember, is it possible to wield demonic energy and mana at the same time? The memory of switching back and forth between states followed by the violent sparks fills my mind. This reaction has happened 2 times now, as well as with every enemy I defeat through the ability. Demonic energy is incredibly powerful, but dangerous and volatile at the same time. It's one of my much-needed trump cards against opponents stronger than myself, but I can't keep putting my body and life at risk just for one simple attack. Ember responds. Of course, now that you have a body double ability to test it out with, I'd be glad to train you once you're ready. It won't be easy. Ember starts to fill me in on the details, but says it's better for us to go in depth once we're in a secluded dungeon and able to train. There are so many new abilities for me to try out soon. I'm excited to test them all. Time passes in the air, and the beginning of another sunset can be seen as the city of Solara finally comes into view. We made it here just before dusk. We touched down just outside Chester's home, and the eerie silence that fills the air along with a lack of people on my enemy detection radar inside the home are not the signs I was hoping for. Ember gets into my spatial magic portal before we get too close, even with a ton of questions spinning through my mind. The presence of a familiar briefcase with a slowly leaking containment field can be sensed inside. It's not in my item storage, so my only guess is that it fell from my body double with all the other real physical gear upon my death. This means someone must have brought it back. I knock on the front door a few times, then decide to turn the handle once there's no response. Click, it's already unlocked. The house is in much different condition than when I was here last. Most of the magic items, paintings, and valuables are all stripped from the walls. The curtains are closed, and the smell of Chester's cooking no longer fills the air. All I see in front of me is a long wooden table with a paper note and pen. It's in Maria's handwriting, so I begin reading. Dear Jay, we're all safe, and we saved Lydia. If you're reading this, come meet us in Valor City. There's a lot we didn't know about the Dash. Before I can finish reading, a slight whistling sound becomes louder and louder in my right ear. Out of instinct, I put up a pink mana barrier. The clang of a thin silver needle shattering into tiny pieces can be heard as an attack is blocked right before it hits my neck. Chapter 324. The sound of shattering metal fills the room, and my gaze turns to watch the figure of a man dressed in all black disappear from my sight and out of the open door behind me. Not so fast. I activate my all-seeing eye along with all of my stat-boosting skills to feel a surge of power greater than anything I've felt before in my base form. It's not that my mana control is stronger, it's my base stats. The recent level-ups as well as the Archdemon's Core have definitely made a noticeable difference in my awareness and capabilities. I was just careless walking in here. After seeing the note, now I'm on high alert. The outline of 3 figures comes into my mind's eye, and I pull out my wind dagger to fight. Using my flame-imbued sword would be a bit overkill for the levels I sense. LV of 491, LV of 477, LV of 474, they move quickly and all have a stealth skill activated. The one that threw the needle attack at me and ran outside is the level 477, they're circling the house with one other teammate. The highest level, 491, is upstairs, standing still. I grit my teeth and activate my own stealth skill before running up to face the intruder. He's crouching above the top of the staircase, unable to read or see my fast movements. This team is skilled, an elite level force in many people's eyes, but unfortunately, they're outclassed by my raw power. I release a low-powered wind slash against the unsuspecting man's chest, throwing him backward over 5 meters to hit against a wall with a horrible wound across his body before deactivating my veil of invisibility. Who are you 3? What do you want from me? Speak now if you dash. I stop mid-sentence with my dagger pointed forward, as I watch the man in front of me bite down on something hard in the back of his mouth. Before I can even ask another question, he's foaming at the lips and limp on the floor, not one to talk, I guess. Reactivating my stealth skill, I run downstairs to face the 2 others circling the house. If their partner was defeated, they may set up a trap to take out the entire house with me in it. I don't know who these people are, but I need to take them out and get some answers. The front door swings open as I zip out and catch one of them mid-stride with the same low-powered wind attack. His stealth skill deactivates and blood splatters in the sandy street as the man dressed head to toe in jet black gear and armor tumbles across the road. I airstep over to him in the blink of an eye and begin asking the same questions, but he's dead with the same white foam leaking from his mouth before I can even see his face. Fine. If you won't talk, I might as well get something out of all this. The last concealed assassin is on the other side of the home I just left, but with the level and mana control difference, it looks as if he's standing out in plain sight. I don't bother revealing myself or asking any questions this time around, I just release a full-powered slash. The enemy is cut in two before he realizes what hit him. Use absorption, skill, stealth, upgrade perk, legendary grade, yes, and oh, I choose yes without hesitating. I didn't think I'd be using my absorption's legendary perk so soon, but this is a valuable skill to use it on. A slight breeze rolls through the streets, and the sun glistens off the towers in the distance of the city as I let out a long sigh and power down my stat boosting skills. I walk over to each of the fallen bodies and use the black flames of my advanced fire magic to incinerate them on the spot. This may be a less busy part of town, but leaving as little evidence as possible is never a bad idea. I walk back inside and read the rest of the note. Dear Jay, we're all safe, and we saved Lydia. If you're reading this, come meet us in Valor City. There's a lot we didn't know about the Dark Continent. Our recent meddling has affected the power balance much more than we ever expected, and we have teamed up with the Galeheart Mercenary Guild to set things right. Once you return, meet us in Sector 1. It's time to become much stronger, in more ways than one. Team Red Hydra. I chuckle at the last line, thinking it's a fitting name. The Red Hydra's aura is a power we all share. However, I am very hesitant to believe this at first sight. Even if it is in Maria's handwriting, why are they working with Lith? How did he even find them? How much time has passed? I turn my head to the briefcase underneath a small table in the back corner of the room, then open it up on the table as well. Inside, there's just one crimson stone remaining. With it, is that same silver card with the Valor City Mercenary Guild address on it. I nod, thinking to myself deeply while closing the briefcase shut again. None of this makes any sense. The men outside that attacked me were too low level to be sent from the Mercenary Guild. If this is all a trap set by them after capturing my teammates, they would have sent a much stronger team to subjugate me too. After placing the note and briefcase into my inventory, I clean up the final assassin's body and head into town. Trap or not, I need to find out more information about Valor City and this mercenary guild. It's my only lead. The golden sun falls lower, closer to the horizon as I walk into town. Palm trees and shops start to line the streets and the smell of food and drinks fill the air as the nightlife crowd rolls in. While making my stroll, my perception skills are constantly on full blast. Another sneak attack won't catch me off guard again. I could sit down at a nice restaurant for a good meal, but there's a much better place to find out information than this. An old-fashioned dungeon bar. It takes quite a while to find through all the higher class, more modern places for common city folk and businessmen in Solara. But after walking for a while, I find one that suits my taste just right. Before walking inside, I change my facial features with the conceal skill. Though, I doubt it'd matter much because I still wear the red hood of my cloak. Upon entering, the sound of laughter and glasses clinking is all I hear. Levels 10 to 350 all line the wooden tables and share stories from the dungeons while getting ready for a long night of drinks and celebration. There are quests pinned to a wall behind the bar, and a middle-aged, muscular, and tall bartender who looks to be a retired hunter himself at far past level 300. I sift through my item storage beneath my cloak before sitting up at the bar, putting a silver coin on the counter. Your special, food and a drink, whatever you've got. Keep the whole silver on my tab. He takes the coin and nods. Very well. Coming right up, I sit down and let out a sigh to let my gaze wander around the room, then back behind the bar to the quests. They range from just a few bronze to up to a few gold, mostly looking for mana crystals and specific item drops. Some of them are even bounties for criminals and wanted individuals. My eyes widen in shock as I gaze at the wall a bit closer. Each of my teammates' faces are displayed on posters with red X's marked over them. The word collected is written in the same red-colored ink underneath each one. A million thoughts start racing through my mind. Then my eyes come across the final poster with the same red marks across it. The face on this collected bounty is my own. Chapter 325. Although a ton of possible negative possibilities cross my mind at first, the fact that my own poster with the bounty marked out as collected still stands on the wall makes me question the validity of the posters. I doubt they'd put up a false collection notice. It wouldn't make any sense. The odd string of logic that crosses my mind is that someone tricked the Solaran government or paid them off to get rid of our bounties. If my group is off the map, there would be a lot fewer prying eyes. While deep in thought, the bartender comes back with a steaming plate of food and a tall cold drink. He smiles while placing down the order and speaks up as I'm eyeballing the posters on the back wall. Looking to accept some quests? Or just reading for the fun of it? He chuckles while giving me a nod, then showing off a charismatic smile. I reply, no. Probably not. Though I do have a question, when were these bounties all collected? Do you remember? He stares at me with a curious gaze. Just 4 days ago? Can you believe it? A full elite squad of 6 taken down by a single bounty hunter. He caught them in their sleep of all places. Makes the association look pretty bad, doesn't it? His voice carries a mocking tone, but I only smirk back to play along. If what he said is the story the city is going with, that only confirms my theory further. This is definitely a cover-up. My assumptions are leading me to believe the Galeheart mercenary guild owner has a lot to do with all of this. It also gives me a pretty clear idea of how fast my hibernation time was sped up. Still, I need to get more answers. I laugh with him and start to dig into my meal before taking the conversation any further. Say, what's the fastest way to get to Sector 1 from here? I need to meet a friend. The bartender continues pouring a few drinks for another customer at the other end of the bar but turns to reply, Sector 1? You'll have to take the train outside the walls, it'll cost you a few silver at most. Ever since the surges started, the central terminal has been abandoned. He grins and looks up at the ceiling, thinking of something. Then, turns back to me and continues, where to in Sector 1? I've only been a few times in my younger years, but I've heard it's nearly 10 times the landmass as our 4th sector here. I remember back to the first time we entered the Dark Continent. The train we rode on to get here didn't seem to be at its last stop. It would make sense for it to continue running around the entire continent, that's one possible option, but there must be more. There's a faster, more direct way to get there, right? He takes 2 tall glasses of brightly colored mixed drinks to a couple at the other end of the bar, then comes back to answer. Sure, if you don't want to spend a few days or even a week of travel time, I'm sure you could pay the Solaran government office a visit. They have some transport crystals available for sale, but they're far too pricey for the normal citizen to buy. I raise an eyebrow. How much? He shrugs while taking another person's order. Depends on the season and how high in demand they are. Usually no less than 10 gold for a one-way trip, but considering all the tension lately, I wouldn't be surprised if that price tripled, or possibly more. I wince at the prices, considering I just spent a small fortune at the auction. It was well worth it, but burned all of my cash in one purchase. Right now, I don't have more than a dozen gold left over on me. It's more than enough to live off for a long time, but I'm sure a day or two of farming could net me enough to build up my stash again, plus have enough to buy a transport crystal to Solara. On second thought, I will take on a few of those quests. He smirks, pointing at some of the newer looking posters. I knew you'd come around to it. It's that look in your eyes. A man can't hide his ambitions from another man's gaze. What level are you at? I'll pick out the best ones for you. I pause but take a sip of my drink to think in the brief moment of silence. Even white out the transport crystal and mind building up my gold storages would be a smart thing to do. It never hurts to have more cash on hand. Whatever your top quests are, I'd like to buy that transport crystal soon. So, the highest gold in the shortest time. The difficulty doesn't matter. The bartender soon turns around with a pile of papers, all with recommended level ratings on them, outlining the monsters that drop each item, their apparent drop rate, and finally, the total payout on each of them. He speaks up again as I continue sifting through the papers. Here's a copy of all the quests recommended for level 200 and above. They'll get you the cash you're looking for in no time. Back in my prime, I remember profiting a few gold every month off quests like these. Once you've collected the recommended materials, you can bring them back here to the bar. It's much less crowded in the morning hours, so I recommend coming then. He points to the far side of the long room. There's another counter, flooded with even more papers and quests. Either me or one of the newer recruits will be on duty. Most of the mana crystal quests and higher ranking monster drops are backed by the city, so bring as much loot in as you'd like. As long as it meets the quest requirements, we can pay in full. I look up from the papers, giving him a nod. Alright, if you say so. Don't say I didn't warn you when I clear you guys out of gold. He cracks a smile, and we both laugh at my remark while I finish my food. The bartender thinks I'm just joking around, but I'm speaking the truth. After finishing my meal and allowing my poison resistance perk of my self-regeneration skill to negate the effects of my drink, I make my way back to the dungeon hub with a few things on my mind. I'm hoping to multitask while I farm materials. By multitask, I mean I'd like to get some extra training in while collecting the loot dropped from these low-level mobs. What better way to do so than allow Ember to teach me how to wield demonic energy? To make sure there's a source to replenish my stores, I wait outside the outer ring of the dungeon hub square, intermittently turning my demonic energy manipulation skill on and off to wait for a unit or two to show up. The moment one finally does, I pinpoint the dungeon where it leaks from, and check it out. There's at least one or more quests for every high-level dungeon here, so I'm in luck. It happens to be one of the level 250 to 300 dungeons. The guard gives me a peculiar warning after I show him my concealed and edited status. Careful not to go too far northwest from the entrance. There have been some unusual disappearances from squads in that direction. I reply, but don't bat an eye. Understood. Then, walk down the shielded steps and enter the dungeon. It's very familiar to one of my old training grounds back in Vice City, a Minotaur dungeon. There's multiple quests. Requesting Minotaur horns from the mutants in this dungeon. Apparently, only one of 20 mobs are mutants, and just one of 10 drop a horn after defeat on average. That means only 0.5% of monsters I encounter will drop what I'm looking for. This is a low drop rate, but for the multiple gold being offered for just 1 to 3 horns per quest posting, it's one of the most alluring offers to take. With flat ground and minimal patches of trees, I do a scan of enemy detection and inspect to make sure no other hunters are present before opening my spatial magic to let Ember come out. Once he does, we fly deep into the dungeon, directly in the direction the guard warned us about. It's where the demonic energy is pulsing the strongest, although there isn't nearly as much as the abyss. It will be just enough to train with. Chapter 326, we make it to a clearing in the dungeon where the grass-covered, rocky ground flattens out, and a small source of demonic energy can be sensed nearby. It's releasing 1 or 2 units every few minutes, and the raw energy is floating high into the dungeon's sky. Some are dissolving into the open air, and other portions are floating toward the exit portal. Still, over a kilometer away from the source, I'm confident the natural output will be enough to begin my training. I look toward Ember and whisper under my breath, body double. A second copy is created to look exactly like myself. The only difference is, one is slightly weaker and if killed won't affect my main body at all. Last time I did this, my main body was unconscious moments later. This time around, it does feel a bit odd looking myself in the eyes. To make things even weirder, I can't simultaneously see what my double sees. The copy of myself in front of me opens his status, opens his eyes wide, and looks up to me to speak with my own voice. It looks like the body double has a different ranked up perk. I'm going to test it out. Before I reply, the doubled version of myself air steps away nearly 100 meters before glowing in a bright white light. The double's movement speed increases drastically for a matter of seconds, then a flash of mana and a loud twang erupts from where they once were, blowing an enormous hole in the side of a nearby rocky hill. A blue text notification pops up in my vision. You have died. A flood of memories from the last 30 seconds fills my mind, as I feel as if I myself lived them. The vision of opening my status, and seeing a brand new ranked perk on the double status screen labeled, Instant Finale. The sensation of every ounce of mana being used up in a matter of seconds, propelling the double's movement speed faster and faster until it explodes in a devastating self-destruct attack, is fascinating and unexpected. This adds an interesting move to my arsenal but also confirms my theory that rank-up rewards are very dependent on the user's current circumstances and state of mind. The fact that my double's rank-up process occurred during a similar attack can't be a mere coincidence. On another note, the notification will allow me to be notified and send another body double every time my current double fails in its process. At the same time, every failed attempt will fill my mind with the exact memories of what happened just like I was there doing it myself. I smirk and look up to Ember. Perfect. Are you ready to train? Of course. I create another double, then leave the midnight dagger behind before air stepping off into the dungeon to start my Minotaur farming. There were a few possible monster targets I saw on the way here, and luckily flying on Ember's back I've already set dungeon walker points all over. I teleport to my first target and cut them down in a single slash. A blue text box appears in front of my vision. Use absorption, MCP, 7281. Yes, I grin, accepting the 0.01% mana control from defeating a mob below 80% of my level, and carry on. If it weren't for my new legendary perk that absorbs small amounts of all opponents' mana control, I wouldn't bother fighting anything in here that isn't a mutant. However, if I'll have to sift through hundreds of monsters, possibly thousands to farm what I'm looking for, there's no reason not to kill and absorb everything in sight. It will be great practice for farming higher tier mobs later. I look down at nearly a dozen Minotaur related quests, asking between 1 to 3 horns each, and get to work. Use absorption, MCP, 7984, yes, use absorption, MCP, 8006, yes, use absorption, MCP, 7490, yes, Meanwhile, back with Ember, another stream of consciousness is beginning training. I've only met a few archdemons that could wield demonic energy flawlessly through their cores while producing mana-based attacks simultaneously. It's possible at your level, but will be difficult. So don't expect things to work out on the first try, or even the 10th try, or even 100th. This may be a long process. First things first, I'd like to witness the proficiency of your attack. I sit down and take in a few units of energy from the air before showing off a few of my attacks. The first few are just basic control from my fingertips, like I used to free myself from the underground prison, and the second style is imbuing the black dagger as well as powering up my movements and steps to access more speed while running and lunging to practice moves. Afterward, I recall the events of each and every time I've used demonic energy. From training in the abyss to defeating the sector leader, I account for everything, not leaving a single detail out. Ember gives a nod of approval. Very good. You've mastered the basic demonic energy techniques on your own in a short amount of time. Even with a manipulation skill, your speed and precision are impressive for a Mana-born user. I raise an eyebrow at the use of that term again, a Mana-born user? I've heard someone say this before. What's it even mean? Are all monsters not born from mana? Are the monsters in the abyss really that different? Ember replies, yes, there's a very big difference. Those born from mana can only wield mana until they're proficient enough to feel and wield the energy around them with pristine focus down to the individual particles. Most mana-born users hit this breakthrough point somewhere around level 350 to 550. Once someone can wield mana, technically they're able to wield demonic energy too if they can perceive it. The same goes for demonic monsters and beings born from that realm. Not until they're proficient enough in their own domain are they possibly able to wield more than one energy source. I nod, tightening my lips. Okay, so then once someone like me hits this threshold, how can they possibly learn to wield both at once? Every time I try, well, you've seen what happens. Ember nods slowly, but I continue to speak. Demonic energy is a great weapon against mana-based opponents, but my speed and power are very lacking when I can't use my mana-based buffs and gear. I'm sure mana would also be an excellent attack against demonic monsters too, but when wielding mana I can't even perceive demonic beasts. Ember finally replies, yes, this is a common problem in the beginner stages. One of the reasons demons are chosen to protect labyrinths is that they're the most likely creature to wield both mana and demonic energy with the help of their cores. Other high-tier beasts are capable of manipulating demonic energy, but even one slip-up while practicing and the one wielding is dead. So, it's very rare to see anything other than a demon wield both at once. The black-scaled dragon closes his eyes and glows red. His entire body shimmers in a crimson aura, then he raises a single clawed hand, the aura around it completely changes, shifting to a dark red, then finally jet black. I activate my demonic energy skill to witness many units from the source fly toward us and they all begin swirling right above the claws of the dragon. He turns his head, letting out a pillar of flames on a nearby tree, then shooting a black ball of energy in the same direction. They collide and both erupt into an incredible display of sparks and flames, decimating the tree, not leaving a single flame or piece of wood remaining. My eyes stay open wide and I look back and forth at the scene I just witnessed. Ember powers down his skills. By the time we finish training, I believe you'll be able to do something just like this. Chapter 327. As you know, there's a large difference between raw demonic energy and refined demonic energy. Raw demonic energy is similar to the ambient mana around us in the air. It has the potential to be used as an attack but won't react or be easily manipulated unless compacted and filtered by the caster. I nod slowly as Ember continues to talk. There are two ways of doing this. Two that you're already capable of, but only one that you use. The first is filtering energy through a demon's core, and the second is naturally refining energy in your body. Demonic monsters refine energy since the day they're spawned. This is why you most likely sense their raw energy from a distance. Unless this energy is refined, it's as harmless as being struck by a gust of wind filled with thick mana. The air may feel heavy, but no harm is done. I finally reply, understood. Now how exactly is this related to the training? Ember starts to glow red again, raising one talon-covered claw in the air, shifting it to jet black in an instant. I'm telling you this because for some beasts it may be instinctual, but you will have to learn the process of splitting your energy focus manually. Considering the events where you switched your control back and forth to defeat a sector leader, you're on the right track. I raise an eyebrow. It can't just be as simple as swapping back and forth faster than the eye can see. That would be pointless and dangerous to try with my main body. Ember chuckles, releasing another plume of flames from his mouth and throwing the ball of darkness with it to display another explosion of sparks. Following this, he sends out another plume of flames and ball of darkness seconds later. Then, once the second barrage hits, he sends another. Then, another. He sends balls of darkness and pillars of flames back and forth at the same charred tree until it's completely gone, and he's made his point. No, of course, it's not that simple, but it's a good start. The act of switching back and forth needs to be second nature, closer to instinctual muscle memory before we can begin to concentrate on wielding it on a concentrated specific body part. I scrunch my eyebrows, beginning to grasp the odd training method. Ember's words make sense. Every time I swap back and forth, I do have to adjust my body and mind each time. It's far from being ingrained as muscle memory. Got it. Let's begin. Ember points to a fresh tree nearby. To start off, we'll just be using energy, no swords or special moves. Demonic energy from your left hand and pure mana from your right. I want to see 30 attacks from each hand in under a minute, similar to the attack I just performed. You have 3 hours to complete this portion of training. There's no secret tricks or specific techniques to use. You just have to practice and get used to it before we get to the hard part. I nod and begin taking in the demonic energy from the source to build up enough for this first trial. Meanwhile, use absorption, MCP 7014, yes, no, use absorption, MCP 7756, yes, no, use absorption. MCP 11685, yes, no. It only took me just over 15 minutes to find a mutant that drops a horn, one down, a few dozen to go. In total, the available quests for Minotaur horns are asking for about 25 horns. Outside, the sun is setting, and there aren't any other hunters in this dungeon with me. If I hand everything in tomorrow morning, all of the quests are as good as mine. While I'm at it, 25 Minotaur horns mean I'll be farming thousands of mobs. I'm absorbing minimal MP from the crystals I gather from drops, and the more I teleport around and airstep to new monsters, the more vast my dungeon walker range becomes. I collect these crystals in my item storage too. The time lag between the mobs dissolving and the actual kill is a bit of a time suck. But I go around and collect all of the drops after defeating every few dozen mobs to make it as optimized as possible. There are quite a few quests for raw mana crystals. Although the price varies per quest and is far below the usual market price, I'll be able to get a similar amount of gold from the mana as I do the horns. On top of all of this, every few defeated opponents give me a minuscule boost in mana control. Each individual monster may not give me much, but they will make a fairly noticeable difference over time. You have died, you have died, you have died. Every 10 to 20 minutes, I absorb enough demonic energy to attempt Ember's test, but switching 60 times in just 60 seconds is much harder than it seems. I push through the pain, and allow the sparks that build up in my wrists, shoulders, and chest to grow across my body to engulf me every attempt, continuing to switch back and forth through the certain demise. You have died, you have died, you have died. Each time, new memories of my attempts flood back to my main body, and my understanding of the training becomes clearer. Each time, I spawn a new body double and they teleport back to where Ember is waiting to continue, as well as the swaps between demonic energy and mana control becoming a bit more natural. The fact that my body doubles are being destroyed in front of my eyes is not much of a big deal either. At first, it was jarring to die and trust that it's not really the end. Something in the back of my mind questioned it the first few times. However, as I carry on, the ease of destroying a body double of the sake of progression gets easier and easier. You have died, you have died, you have died. By the 10th attempt, I've learned to use less demonic energy per attack, limiting the output to fractions of a unit, for the sake of the exercise. It allows me to retry every few minutes. At first, the constant swap back and forth felt more tiring and disorienting than anything else, but now after a few hundred swaps, and almost a dozen body double deaths, the transition is feeling much smoother. Unfortunately, every time I use a mana-based attack, my whole body flares up with energy. So no matter where I push the demonic energy, it still reacts every time while I'm switching back and forth at such fast speeds. However, not starting the reaction is not part of this training exercise. Just speed and usability is what I'm aiming for. So, this is what I focus on. Just under 3 hours pass and I've conquered the entire Minotaur dungeon. About halfway through my farming, I collect more than enough crystals to fulfill the mana quests, so I focused on mutants only for the remaining hour. Every 10 or so drop a Minotaur horn, so I only have to farm 150 more to complete all the Minotaur quests as well. Along with all of these drops, a few hundred swords and axes drop too. They're all 200 to 400 additional strength buffs. Worthless to me, but it won't hurt to ask if anyone wants to buy them while handing in my other quests. After placing all these items in my storage, I take a look at a handful of other quests. There's only 2 other dungeons of comparable rewards, the Steel Tortoise dungeon and the Giant Rats. There's half a dozen quests for tortoise shells and asks of 2 to 10, 36 are needed in total and pay out similarly to the Minotaur horns. Apparently, they're high defensive buffs used for crafting. The drop rate is about 1 in every 50, and it's a very stable dungeon. There aren't usually any mutants, so this ask is just for the normal mobs. This is a new type of dungeon with a monster I've never fought before. I'm looking forward to seeing if they have any interesting skills for me to absorb while farming. The giant rat quests ask for their claws. The drop rate is 1 in 20 mobs, and there are 3 quests asking for 200 to 450 claws each. Each pays out just under a dozen gold per 200 claws. Rats are low-level mobs, usually below LV 150, and they travel in packs. This should be a breeze. I done gone walk back to Ember to let him know the plan. Once inside these other dungeons, I'll be able to move freely between all 3 EAs simultaneously. My body double dies on a nearby hill in a flash of white and golden light. I form another, to replace it, and Ember replies. Perfect timing. Your 3 hours are up. Let's see how well the practice is going so far. Chapter 328, I stand back with Ember to watch my body double attempt to complete the 30 demonic energy attacks and 30 mana-based attacks in just 60 seconds. With a minute on the clock, I watch the small streams of dark black demonic energy as well as pure pink mana both collide to erupt into sparks against a nearby tree. Just fractions of a unit are used in each projectile, and a few dozen MP at most per mana-based attack. The swaps back and forth are almost seamless. From an outside perspective, it almost looks as if the 2 attacks are being thrown simultaneously. But of course, at closer inspection, I can tell there is a switch being made every second. The gold and white lights engulf my double, expanding from the arms and chest until it takes over entirely. You have died. The memories of the test fill my mind, and I smirk while turning to Ember. 66 swaps, that was 33 attacks from each hand. I passed. Ember nods slowly. Very good, now we'll move on to the next portion of training, concentrating your energy to a single portion of the body. Once this is mastered, you'll be able to launch multiple attacks without even having to switch. Both mana and demonic energy will be able to be wielded at once. This shouldn't take more than 3 hours at your rate of improvement. With enough practice it'll click. I acknowledge this claim and make another body double before leaving the dungeon to go farm the other quests. After paying a guard and asking around, I enter a LV 100-150 dungeon and a level 300 to 350 dungeon to make dungeon walker points on both of them and begin my hunting. One of them is a giant rat dungeon, while the other one is a steel tortoise dungeon. The rat dungeon is similar to the other old rat dungeons I'd been in before. With rolling hills of dark-colored dirt and eerie gray skies above, it feels very familiar. The scratching sounds of dozens of claws come over the hills in packs, and the horrific odor comes along with it too. In the past, I'd be disgusted, but right now it just sounds and smells like money to me. With a grin across my face, I begin obliterating packs of rats with advanced fire magic slashes while airstepping and teleporting across the dungeon. Use absorption, MCP 1016, yes, NO. Use absorption, MCP 842, yes, NO. Use absorption, MCP 909, yes, NO. The mana control absorption is incredibly low, but the pure crystals they leave behind I collect to put in my storage for an emergency later. Having extra mana in my storage left over for potential fights outside of the mana-rich dungeons is a smart thing to stock up on while I have the chance. Each group of rats drops 1 to 2 claws on average. It will be a slow grind, but a profitable one. After creating a few body doubles to send back to Ember and collecting a few hundred rat claws, I decide to take a breather and test out the tortoise dungeon too. The landscape inside is very different than any dungeons I've been to before. The ground consists of chalky red-colored dirt and similarly crimson-colored shrubbery growing from it. Above these, there are short but thick trees every few dozen meters that go on as far as the eye can see. Large rock formations and boulders obstruct the flat land, but other than that it looks like a flat clay desert. I airstep in to explore and set more dungeon walker points, soon finding the native monster, a steel tortoise. It looks like a normal tortoise, just enormous in size. Standing on 4 sturdy legs, it's almost 5 meters long nose to tail. The only thing that gives away why the locals may call it this is its single skill at the bottom of its status, body hardening, legendary grade. As I get closer, its shell shifts from the desert-colored reddish-brown to a shimmering silver, producing a slight white aura around it, almost as if the creatures are on the verge of unlocking their potential to wield mana control. Nevertheless, I swing my blade across my body to let out a single fiery strike and cut the monster in two. I'm not using my full power, but the slash leaves a deep slit in the rocky ground after the mana crescent goes all the way through. Use absorption, MCP, 15,336, yes, no. Use absorption, skill, body hardening, upgrade, legendary grade, yes, no. I choose yes on both before moving on deeper into the dungeon. In the past few hours, after upgrading my absorption skill, I've already obtained 2 new legendary grade skills: stealth and body hardening. On top of that, millions of MCP are being absorbed with ease. By the time morning hits, I may even be proficient in demonic energy manipulation. However, a thought resurfaces in the back of my mind as I airstep across the desert sky while looking for another tortoise to defeat. My new crafting skill. I wonder how exactly it works. The moment my mind thinks of the skill, a blue text window pops up in my vision. Use craftsmanship, mythic grade, new, or upgrade. I raise an eyebrow and click new just for the sake of my own curiosity. Raw base material, none. Item type, NON. Raw imbuement material, none. Skill or special attribute imbuement, see available. Bonding ingredients, none. Stat bonus, none. Name, input name, complete, yes, no. My eyes shift up and down the menus provided. I even take out a few old items from my spatial magic to begin testing to see what all of the labels mean. I'm able to place all kinds of raw dungeon materials into the raw base material slot. This includes the horn of the behemoth I've been saving, the minotaur horns I just farmed, and even old weapons and item drops. They can be repurposed into base materials to begin a new craft. All of the possible options for a craft show up in the item type menu once a single base material is added. Next, the imbuement materials. I'm able to put the leftover firestones from the volcanic salamander break in my inventory into this slot, and can even stack multiple of them. I already have a sword with a fire aspect, so there's no reason to waste these on a new craft. Once I click into skill or special attribute imbuement, my entire skill list pops up, allowing me to attach the properties of my skills into whatever item I'm crafting. I choose one, and all of the other attributes become grayed out. So it seems only one attribute can be imbued at a time. Even a mythic grade skill has its limits. Then, for bonding ingredients, the only thing that shows once clicked in is 0/500 ml. In my previous crafts, Bree back in the Vice region always needed a portion of my blood. This makes sense, nothing shows up in the stat bonus section. This may only show results once the crafting process begins. Lastly, name is self-explanatory. I can name whatever I craft anything I like. With a Titan gaze, I switch over to upgrade instead. A similar status shows up: upgrade item, none. Additional raw imbuement material, none. Additional skill or special attribute imbuement, see available. Stat bonus, none. Complete, yes, no. Immediately, this gives me an idea as I place my Flame Emperor's sword into the upgrade item slot. The moment I do, the additional skill or special attribute imbuement goes from lit up to dull. So if an item already has a special attribute like the fire aspect, and I can't add any additional ones, with a nod, I start sifting through my items to see what can be placed in the soul slot remaining. My eyes widen once I attempt adding a firestone to the sword. The slot changes to additional raw imbuement material, firestone 1x, but it continues to glow, signaling there's more room for additional items. The more I place in, the higher the number climbs. I add over half a dozen stones, even the larger boss's stone, before looking down at the stat bonus tab with wide eyes. Before thinking twice, I choose yes to complete the transaction, and a series of notifications fill my vision. The firestones dissolve into the sword in a flash of white light, and I'm left in awe. The Flame Emperor's sword has been upgraded. Fire aspect, advanced fire aspect, additional 29% strength buff added, additional 26% mental strength buff added, new stat bonus added, 100% defense, 100% speed, 100% agility. The long black sword in my hands glows red hot as a black and deep red aura slowly fades from it and the blue text notifications leave my vision. All I see are its improved stats: the Flame Emperor's sword, advanced fire aspect, 188% strength, 152% mental strength, 100% defense, 100% speed, 100% agility. Another steel tortoise comes into my line of sight moments later, and I cut it down with ease from the sky. However, still using the same powered down strength I was using before to hunt these low-level mobs. The size of the black crescent that erupts from my blade is over 3 times its normal size. This leaves a crater in the ground larger than anything my full-powered attacks have ever produced previously. Black flames flicker, burning away dungeon mass, slowly making the crater even wider even after the attack. Grinning while collecting the MCP and twirling the blade in my hand, I continue airstepping forward to find more mobs to farm. One of the top things on my mind are the possibilities of new items I can craft if I find even better materials in the future. I'll definitely have to go farming in a labyrinth or higher grade dungeons once I find my team and get the chance. Meanwhile, after a few hours of farming and training pass back in the Minotaur dungeon, I throw a line of demonic energy out from my fingertips while the pink light of a pure mana blade comes from my right hand. Ember speaks up to my body double once they collide and erupt into an explosion similar to the one he showed me earlier as a reference. You catch on quick. Over 10 successful attacks in a row without a single negative reaction. Pick up that dagger and one of your swords. This will be the last stage of training, imbuing weapons and fighting real monsters. I think it's time you test this new ability on a few fast-moving targets. If you can manage to fight the Minotaurs here with ease, I say we venture out to the demonic energy source. You may be surprised at what you find. Chapter 329, the next 3 hours of training pass, bringing this session deep into the middle of the night. My real body has just finished up the steel tortoise and giant rat quests, and has moved on to some of the lower level dungeons with easier tasks for lower rewards. There aren't many left now, so I might as well try to speedrun the rest of the quest papers I took with me before the sun comes up. Each one will net me a few more gold, so even if it seems like mindless farming, in the end, it's worth the effort. Back in the Minotaur dungeon, I get ready to test out my technique with a dagger in my left hand and a copy of my newly powered up Flame Emperor's sword in the other. Ember speaks up as we begin venturing further into the dungeon to find a group of Minotaurs to hunt. I'd like to see 100 kills in a row, then we can go check out the rift. Ember's wording of a so-called rift instead of just the source he called it before does raise some interest in my mind, but I decide to focus on the task he's given me first. With a tight grip on both weapons, my mind is absorbed in the mission ahead. Over the last 6 hours, the process of using both demonic energy and mana has become much different than before. Previously, trying to activate both at once would be as impossible as attempting to ride a bike for the first time balancing on a thin tightrope across a kilometer-wide canyon. Although it was possible for me to brute force my way across this canyon with the metaphorical bike in my hands and disregarding the tightrope entirely. Learning how to systematically succeed in this task by mastering each step drastically improved my capabilities. Learning to ride the bike is the first step, that is just like the action of switching the energy sources back and forth. Then, focusing these sources of energy in certain portions of my body is like balancing atop a wire. It took lots of focus, but with my manipulation skills in both mana and demonic energy, this process was expedited. Putting both together is the final step. It's like moving forward while balancing on that thin wire. With enough practice, it will be as easy as breathing, as long as I leave the process to my subconscious mind, and only focus on the energy itself. It is possible to feel and separate the sources. My left eye, arm, and singular pathway leading from my demon's core are able to focus on channeling and visualizing demonic energy, while the rest of my body continues to wield mana. This keeps my buffs active, while allowing me to wield the midnight dagger and see both sources in split vision. It took many failures before it was possible to not accidentally intertwine the two. Isolating the demonic energy to just a portion of my body and a fraction of my mind is the key. The less I think about it, and let the energy flow just like it did while training, the more successful each attempt becomes. Putting these two talents of focus and balance together, it's now time to put it into action. Let's go fight some monsters. I airstep forward with my black dagger coated in purple and black aura, while my sword glows dark red with flickering black flames glistening around its sides. Even though it's not the real version of the Flame Emperor's sword, the upgraded power still emanates from it at 90% of its base stats. The first Minotaur comes into sight, and I swing my sword from a distance. A wave of flames splits it in two. Use absorption, MCP, 7929. Yes, a window to absorb the monster's MCP shows up following its demise. But once I accept it, the notifications that follow are surprising. Attempting MCP transfer to main body, MCP transfer to main body, failed. Still, the usual mana crystal drops once its body dissolves. Moments later, I turn to airstep toward another, as the commotion makes nearby mobs charge in my direction. I airstep up close and slash the beast with the midnight dagger and it tears through the mana-based flesh like butter. A violent explosion of sparks erupts from the wound, and it's annihilated in an instant. Unlike the previous mob, not a single crystal or item drops once it's defeated. However, the MCP absorption window still shows up. Use absorption, MCP, 7304. Yes, no, after choosing, yes, I'm struck with the same messages, attempting MCP transfer to main body, MCP transfer to main body, failed. My thoughts begin to race as I continue practicing with my dagger and sword for a few hours all throughout the Minotaur dungeon. It seems training in my body double comes with its own set of odd rules and boundaries, as tested previously multiple times. I'm able to kill monsters at a higher level than myself and the levels gain transfer to my main body. Skills and buffs gained in my body double form are able to transfer over as well, but after the tests carried out here it seems like mana control is not transferred over. There may be more conditions I need to meet. But for right now it seems to be impossible. The last thing I've noticed is that every time I take out a monster using demonic energy, I'm still able to use my absorption skills on them post-death even if the body is completely gone, but there's a near zero chance of them dropping any mana crystals or physical items. They all seem to be eaten up in the reaction of sparks and destroyed with the body itself. This has been a very enlightening training session so far. I only had a few slip-ups where a new body double had to be sent over and continue the training, but now it's starting to feel very natural. I'm still not confident enough to try this method with my main body, but a lot of progress has been made. I grin and yell out to Ember as I slice the final Minotaur in 100. There we go, 100 in a row without messing up. The black-scaled dragon comes over, flapping his wings with a grin across his face, then points back in the direction to where we started training. Very nice. Then I think we have one last thing to do before leaving this dungeon. It's time to get rid of that rift. Although it's a great source of energy for training, I don't think leaving one around in a dungeon without any guardians nearby is a safe idea. This could cause quite the incident. I raise an eyebrow at this, being the second time I've heard the word rift today. This time with a much clearer and focused mind. The rift, my gaze points toward Ember, then up to the sky as I try to think about when other than today I've heard this term being used before. I murmur under my breath, the rift, where have I, oh dash, an ominous feeling washes over me as I realize exactly when I've heard this term before. Titans? Are there titans in this dungeon? Or void creepers, whatever you call them. My heart skips a beat as I remember back to my experience in the Great Plains. We never actually went to the source, so I'm not sure where these beings came from. Although, the one thing I do remember is Ember telling me that titans were the weakest of all these creatures. Ember chuckles at my paranoia and replies, No. I doubt there are any of those mana-hungry void creepers around here. Although, the rift will be checking out works in a similar way, I immediately let out a sigh of relief at these words, then raise an eyebrow moments later. A similar way? How so? Explain. Rifts are the term used for gates to other worlds. Just like the titans come from their own small pocket of mana-dense space, many demonic creatures spawn from pockets of demonic energy in the demonic world. My eyes widen, but Ember continues, it's like a dungeon portal, but into a demonic realm. The demon you defeated that ran the labyrinth around this city must have opened it up for some reason. It takes an immense amount of demonic energy and permission from the king to do so. Ember shrugs, thinking to himself for a moment before finishing his thought, or not. This rift could be a coincidence. With all the demonic energy nearby from the abyss, there is a chance it could be a natural phenomenon. It's hard to tell. All I know is if it's not dealt with, this could end very poorly. Demonic rifts are far more unstable than dungeons, so if left to its own means a break will surely take over this dungeon given enough time. I nod slowly to myself, then power down all my buffs and place a hand on Ember's back before dungeon walking back to the spot where we first started this training, a dungeon, but with demonic monsters? So like a pocket dimension with a landscape similar to the abyss? I'm interested to see what a demonic realm actually looks like. The two of us begin flying in the direction of the rift. Chapter 330, the closer I get to the rift, the more demonic energy fills the air nearby. It's all coming from a single area near the furthest point in the dungeon where the guard previously warned me not to enter. Even the minotaurs steer clear of this area, and the lush green grass doesn't glow as bright. The closer we get to the source, the more dull the dungeon mass around us becomes. Less and less trees grow and the mana in the air gets much thinner as well. Finally, as we fly over a small hill and look down, the rift comes into view. My eyes open wide at the sight of it. This isn't what I expected to see at all. What seems to be a large tear in space itself ominously floats right above the ground. It's jet black in color and looks like someone tore a hole in the open air with a massive knife. It's nearly 3 meters wide and over 10 meters tall. The top and bottom edges narrow in to make points and the middle is the widest. Small amounts of raw demonic energy leak out from its edges, and it gives off a pressure unlike anything I've ever felt before. It's similar to the abyss, but sends chills down my spine with every step closer I take. Ember stops in place as he touches down about 40 or so meters away from the tear in space. He opens up his link. I won't be following you through the first time. It would be wise to leave the dagger behind as well. We don't know how strong the monsters in that rift are yet. Demonic realms can be very unpredictable and volatile, so it's best not to go in with anything you don't want to lose. The Midnight Dagger is the one item in my item storage that doesn't duplicate when I create a body double. It also isn't affected by the sparks produced from the mana on demonic energy reaction. I haven't done enough tests yet to understand why either of these phenomena occur, but now isn't the time to test it out. I reply while throwing the dagger into the dungeon floor by Ember's side. Understood, I'll leave it behind, while continuing to take steps forward closer to the rift. The pressure it gives off increases. It feels similar to the thickness in the air I felt while in the abyss, but with every step, it's becoming multiple times greater, like boulders are being stacked on my shoulders. Is there anything specific I should be looking for, or any important details I should know before entering this realm? Although this is just a test with a body double, all the information I can get would be a great help. Ember immediately replies through the link. Refrain from using any mana-based skills when you first enter. Depending on the rift strength, even the simple use of a buff could cause a problem. The first thing you should do is get a feel for the terrain and scope out the average level of monster inside. Once you do this, report back and I can give you more instructions on what to do and what kind of demonic realm we're dealing with. I take another step and the pressure intensifies even more, my heart rate increases, and a grin that only comes across my face in the heat of a life or death battle creeps upon my lips. Finally, something really interesting. I take another step forward, coming within 10 meters of the black tear in the open air with my eyes practically sparkling. I deactivate all my mana-based skills, just like Ember said to before, taking a moment to stare into the darkness. Then, after taking a deep breath in and out, I sprint forward and take a leap through into the rift. My vision goes black, and the immense pressure around me increases even more. My head starts to ache with all the pressure, and I tighten both my fists while the feeling of weightlessness takes over. I float in a sea of darkness for a few seconds as the pressure continues to grow in my head and compress all parts of my body. Eventually, the weightless feeling turns into the sensation of falling, and my vision slowly returns. Purple and black energy swirls around and I brace for impact as my feet hit the solid ground. A loud crunch follows, but surprisingly it's the rock beneath my feet that breaks, not my bones, although the invisible pressure that pushes down on me is intense. The raw demonic energy in the air is so abundant it feels like mana in a regular dungeon. Without wasting even a second, I begin absorbing as much as I can, maxing out my core at just over 50 units. With no reason to hold back, I let the energy flow through my pathways while constantly absorbing more. At full core and pathway saturation, letting the energy seep from my pores to power my footsteps and extra demonic senses feels like second nature. After doing this, my vision adjusts to the landscape, and I'm equally surprised at what I see. The raw energy in the air swirls around me in all directions, limiting my range of vision to a few dozen meters ahead. It's like a very foggy morning mist covering everything in sight. That mist just happens to be purple and black. The ground is made of what feels like hard rugged stone, but it's covered with wet shrubbery that's tinted red and purple. The sound of light trickling and dripping water is nearby in every direction, and my footsteps echo, making it seem like I'm in some kind of vast cave system. The ground below my feet rises up and down in jagged and uneven pathways with awkward sharp pillars of stone like stalactites jutting up from the ground and down from a ceiling far above me in random places. They range in size from my own height to the size of multiple story buildings. As the cave structure expands outward, through the mist, I can make out small streams of what I can only assume to be water. And the smell of iron fills my nose and lungs. The surroundings are so odd and foreign that it's difficult to even walk straight. If I don't take careful steps, I could easily pierce myself with something sharp, step into a pool of mystery liquid, or fall headfirst into a ravine. Even with the odd environment, my curiosity of this new world has my eyes wide and senses on full alert. The only real goal of my venture in here is to find out as much information about this realm as possible before coming back to Ember. I'd also like to know what treasures it potentially hides. At the thought, I turn around and my heart skips a beat when the rift I entered to get here is completely gone. Boss rooms in mana-based dungeons work in a very specific way. Once a hunter enters, they need to kill the boss before the transfer magic activates. This is the only way to get out. My guess is this rift works in a similar fashion. Some kind of condition needs to be met before I can escape. I let out a sigh and begin walking forward while expanding my demonic energy senses. The dense swirling energy in this cave makes it very hard to see what's in front of me, but I can tell there's an opening and a pocket of much less dense air nearby. I carefully walk forward to search for this opening. Although I'm able to feel every bit of raw energy around me for almost a kilometer on every side due to my skill. The atmosphere is so dense with it that it's difficult to tell if there are monsters nearby or if they're just thick pockets of energy. I continue up and down small hills and pathways within the cavern, dodging spiked pillars of jagged stone, and making sure not to touch the streams of running liquid to try and get a better view of what's at the end. Once I finally reach what feels like the exit, I step through a final layer of mist into the outside world and stare down into a valley while taking in a breath of fresh air. The exit of the cave leaves me stranded on the side of a tall mountain's cliffside, looking down into a shadowy world below. Chapter 331. As far as I can see on both my left and right is the cliffside of other mountains, all sloping downward into the same deep valley. Although the air is less dense with demonic energy up here, I can sense there are large pockets of close to zero energy down below in the shadows of the ravine. Above me, dark clouds fill the sky, and the iron smell is even stronger out here than within the cave. After careful consideration, I've come to the conclusion that the water is what gives off this odd smell. With eyes full of curiosity, I start walking down a winding mountain path toward the bottom. My feet crunch against the uneven ground, and the soggy red and purple shrubbery that grew inside the cave becomes even denser the further down the mountain I climb. Every link between Ember and the outside world is completely severed right now. I don't dare activate any mana-based skills until I'm sure it's safe to do so, but just feeling the pressure around me, all my senses are screaming not to. Almost 30 minutes pass as I slowly make my way down the mountain. The whole time I'm on high alert, but I've still yet to see a single monster in here. How odd. Usually, I'd be met with at least one monster mindlessly charging at me by now, but not a single one makes itself known. The swirling purple and black energy thins out more and more the further down I get until eventually, it's non-existent. I step onto the flat ground to take in the world below with the ominous towering mountains I just left behind me. There are streams of water that smell of metal that twist off into the open plain-like environment as far as I can see. The only plant life grows along the water's edge in small clumps. There are awkward jagged mounds of dirt and rock that rise up tens of meters in the air with the occasional tree devoid of leaves. None of them grow much higher than 5 meters in height. An invisible pressure very similar to the one I felt when entering the portal returns as I continue taking steps forward to explore. The ground becomes softer the further in I travel, and the smell of iron starts to turn sour. The landscape stays exactly the same as I leave the dark mountains behind. The air is still, and the only noises I can hear are my own heartbeat, wet footsteps, and the trickling water of the streams that have separated off in many directions. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I finally see something out of place. A large tablet rests out in the open. It's made of a lighter gray-colored rock that contrasts the purple and black landscape. The closer I get to it, the more questions I have. 3 holes are chiseled out in the large stone, and once I'm close enough, its size is much more impressive. The tablet stands over 3 times as tall as me, and upon further inspection, each of the holes looks like they can fit a key. The closer I get, the louder my heart beats in my chest. I place a hand on the cool stone, then run my fingers up and down its smooth surface, but nothing happens. I'm left in silence, and take my hand off the tablet with a disappointed expression. However, the moment I do, it immediately pulses light purple one time before going dormant again. It was so sudden and without warning or any consequence that if I blinked, I could have missed it. I start to circle it with a tightened gaze, questioning if that purple pulse was my imagination or not. My eyes scan the tablet again and again, looking for any other markings or clues, but come up with nothing. I let out a sigh and look off deeper into the open plain and talk aloud to myself. Is this place abandoned? I must be missing something. Less than half a minute later, I start to feel the ground rumble beneath my feet. At the same time, dozens of black figures appear on the horizon. I try to use my manipulation skill to tell how strong they are, but being so close together, it's nearly impossible to tell. Nevertheless, I step forward to meet the wave of incoming monsters. I was starting to think this place was really empty, so some signs of life inside is a good thing. Better late than never. The ground shakes more, and water that soaks the wetlands beneath my feet starts to ripple and splash around the closer the figures get. I stand in a fighting stance, channeling demonic energy through my body and squinting to get a closer look as they continue to approach at a steady speed. A stampede, once within visual range, the black horns and the muscular bodies of dozens of bulls on all fours charge toward me. Their eyes are glowing red, and their minds are set on one task, attacking me. Now that they're within my manipulation range, I can feel that each of the charging bulls has around 30 to 40 units of energy inside them. So, they'll most likely have the average strength of a level 350 monster. Fighting without a dagger in hand is tough, but with opponents of this strength, I'm a bit more confident. I run forward with energy coursing through my body, leaving a faint trail of purple and black refined energy behind me. The bulls don't flinch at my sudden charge. They continue their rampage forward until we finally meet in the center of the wide open wetlands. Now that we're closer, I count 44 of them in total. Let's do this. Quickly and carefully, I bob and weave through the charging beasts. They have a very hard time changing directions, so as long as my movements are fast and unpredictable, I'm not worried about getting hit by their horns. A demonic energy-imbued punch to the side is enough to knock one over, and even send blood flying, but surprisingly it isn't enough to kill the first couple that I launch attacks at. Tough ones, aren't you? Seeing this fail, I resort to releasing streams of black energy from my hands in thin blades. Just like I attempted the first time fighting against wolves, these monsters are much stronger, so I up the strength on my energy blades just a bit. Roughly 5 concentrated units in a slash are just enough to cleanly cut a bull deep enough in a vital point to kill it. There's only one downside. I have to be within about 3 to 4 meters of range for these attacks to be dense enough to do any damage. When further away, the refined energy disperses into ineffective mist before it hits the target. With my natural agility and speed advantage, this is not a crippling problem to have. The pack starts to grunt loudly and roar as their members are picked off one by one. Absorbing the fallen bull's demonic energy isn't a simple task while dozens are still charging at me. So I resort to punching those that come near while I refill my core. Just 3 minutes pass, and the entire herd is dead on the damp floor, and the excess energy dissolves into the sky. I breathe heavily and stare down at my bloodied fists and wait for the monsters around me to completely disappear. As they do, small black glossy stones are left behind. I try to use all my senses to figure out what's so special about these stones, but just like the last few times, they appear to be just tiny obsidian-colored pebbles with no unique attributes. Once I begin picking them up, a roar echoes through the wetlands, and the air pressure completely shifts. A single figure comes running toward me from the same direction as the bulls. It has the same black horns, bulky body, and red eyes. However, this one stands on 2 legs, wields a long sword, and around its neck, there's a glowing purple key. Chapter 332. The silhouette of an enormous minotaur draws closer on the horizon. Its skin and fur are jet black, and its horns glisten with their obsidian-like gloss, reflecting the crimson light from the demonic creature's eyes back at me. My gaze is fixated on the glowing purple key around its neck. It's most likely linked to one of the conditions to unlocking whatever is behind this stone. I lunge forward with my fists ready, and every step trailing energy behind me as I pick up speed. As we draw closer to each other, I finally manage to get a good reading on the monster's strength as well. 55 units. Looks like this one may not be that easy, although it's nowhere near the Goliath of a worm I ran from in the abyss a few days back. It's no mere wolf or raging bull. This time around, I'm in their domain, without a weapon, and at a lower level as well. Fighting a monster this size and power could actually be quite the challenge, but it's one I'm ready for. The wind in my face picks up as we both accelerate, and once finally within range, I jump to my right side, narrowly avoiding its sword and hearing the roar of battle commence. I don't bother attacking, nor do I try after it turns to run at me again. For the first half a dozen exchanges, I'd like to gauge its speed and movement patterns. Just from the run over, I can tell our base speed stats are similar, and from the near miss of that sword swing, our agility seems to be nearly on par as well. Though I have a slight edge, I land a single punch to its hind leg after dodging, and it feels like I'm hitting a brick wall layered with meat. The muscles and flesh ripple, but the monster hardly moves or reacts. The next exchange ends with a demonic energy slash leaving my right hand filled with double that of the bulls I fought earlier. 10 units of refined energy hit the demonic minotaur at point-blank range in the same place behind its left leg. A deep gash opens up, but it doesn't even hit bone, and it's not nearly enough to slow its movements. This only angers it more. While watching the beast turn around, getting ready for our next exchange, I channel my manipulation skill to absorb raw energy from the atmosphere above, but only manage a few units before I have to cut my concentration and dodge its next strike. This happens 3 more times before I'm back up to my full stores, but the slash on the back of my opponent's leg seems to have closed up while I've taken the time to restore my energy. A scar is left behind but is quickly covered by a few wisps of purple and black energy, and the previously injured flesh looks as good as new. I smirk and run forward. Looks like you have some tricks of your own too. As time goes on, the grunts get louder and the movements get sloppier. I managed to land 4 hits of 10 demonic energy strikes per full core, using up almost 10 units to power my movements while dodging and building up enough speed to place attacks. Every time I take the time to restore all 50 units of my own raw energy from the atmosphere, the wounds on the beast somehow heal on their own. However, every time it heals a wound, the energy in its body depletes further and further down. This is what gives me the spirit to continue my seemingly meaningless attacks. It may look like the battle is going nowhere from the outside view, but I know it's only a matter of time. 2 more full cycles of my 50-unit core get drained and used, and the Minotaur continues to get angrier and angrier, swinging its blade at me. The crimson eyes glow so bright with rage that the beast doesn't even realize its energy stores have nearly run to zero, and the slash marks stop healing. Its movements slow, and my barrage of attacks eventually bring it to its knees. I use 4 final 10-unit slashes on the same area at close range to slice its head clean off. It doesn't budge easily, but eventually, I free the heavy chain necklace from its chest. The purple glowing key lands in my grasp before it can hit the muddy ground. Thud, the corpse of the Minotaur falls behind me and slowly starts to dissolve. Letting out a satisfied sigh, I start to catch my breath and slowly recharge my core while twirling the key around through my fingers. It glows bright purple and gives off an intense pressure around it. My gaze switches from the key, to the dissolving corpse, and to the stone tablet off in the distance. The sound of something splashing into water sounds out as my eyes turn back to where the fallen Minotaur was before. In its place, a black stone remains. I step over to pick it up and examine it. Unlike all the other demonic stones I've collected before, this one has a light purple glow to it. Wisps of energy circle around it and it gives off a pressure just like the key in my other hand. I grip both the stone and key tight, then start walking over to the tablet again. Once standing in front of it, my heart starts beating louder, but I don't hesitate to stick the glowing key in the bottom hole and twist. As I do, the tablet pulses purple just like before. Then, in an instant, turns dull along with the key. The same rumbling is felt beneath my feet just a few seconds later. Just as I thought, I placed the glowing stone from my last battle at the base of the tablet. I'll be back here with another one soon. I smirk and begin running toward a stampede of bulls. In a matter of minutes, every last one of them is defeated, and their small black gems are scattered across the wetlands floor. This wave had a few bulls that were pushing 45 units, a bit more than I expected, but not more than I can handle. Once finished collecting all of these stones and restoring my demonic energy, the presence of another creature similar to the last boss enters my senses. The ground starts to vibrate and I feel its footsteps approaching quickly. As I turn my head to see what direction it's coming from, the sight of it charging toward me at less than 100 meters away gives me a bit of a shock. I put my hands up, ready to do a similar long-lasting battle as the previous boss, but before I can even think of which direction to dodge in, it's already closed the gap. Too fast, a glossy double-sided axe swings my way through the air. And the only thing that fills my vision are the glowing red eyes and another purple key dangling from the creature's neck as I use all my strength and demonic energy stores to jump out of the way to dodge. I can feel the razor-sharp edge of the blade tear the back of my red robe as I roll to the floor out of the way, but I'm hit with a heavy fist in the stomach that's easily 5 times larger than my own. It came out of nowhere. The speed and power of this next boss are levels above the last one. I cough up blood while analyzing the monster before me to contain over 65 demonic energy units. Then, I get struck in the back before my vision goes dark. You have died. My main body receives this chain of memories while burning a group of monsters in a far-off dungeon to a crisp. I stop mid-fight and let out a chuckle before creating a new body double to send back to Ember to report the news. After this, I air-step downward to see if any more items have dropped while talking to myself under my breath. Looks like my training today isn't over just yet. There seems to be a few more things I need to learn. Chapter 333, I teleport back to the Minotaur dungeon and recall the events inside the demonic realm to Ember, who replies with a sly grin and eyes full of interest. So it's a trial realm. Once the 3 stages of tests are complete, the realm will collapse and bring you back here, I'm positive. I've seen these used before many times by newly ranked up demons. They're usually used for combat training once you reach a certain point, passing level 500 or so. I reply to this, training? For what? Don't demons naturally rank up and gain levels as they guard a labyrinth? Ember replies, some do, some don't. Others practice with trials controlled by the king, preparing for a possible future when they're allowed back into the demonic world. This one is one of the Tier 2 trials, 3 stages of waves with increasing difficulty. Rewards for trials like this would be items like the dagger you already hold, or the special demonic stones you mentioned dropped from the first boss. I ponder to myself for a moment, so my dagger came from one of these realms? Ember shrugs and turns to the rift. it's impossible to know. There was nothing like the abyss in my previous knowledge, so the source could possibly be different. Times are changing. What I do know is, you'll need to use mana and demonic energy to take out the opponents ahead if they're as powerful as you say. Use the training we've gone through so far, but be mindful that contact with any outside demonic energy with your active skills will cause a reaction. You'll have to worry about other monsters' energy as well, not just your own. I stare down at the dagger still half sunken into the ground by Ember's side, then look up at the rift, deciding not to take the blade with me just yet. Got it. I need to do some more tests. Without another moment to think, I jump through the rift and start trekking through the dark cave again. The pathways and tunnels feel much more familiar this time around, and I make it out to the side of the mountain in a matter of minutes. The climb downward is much easier as well. Once the demonic energy-filled air clears up and the open field below comes into view, the stone tablet far off in the distance is visible to the naked eye. Not too far from it, a minotaur almost double the tablet's size begins running toward me. Good. The trials don't restart. The second boss is still here. It can sense me from here too. I run forward and attempt my first mana-imbued skill attempt. Activating Berserker, Bloodlust, and Extreme Strength to boost my movement speed and many other stat points. The red and golden aura that forms around me manages to stay active while I reach into my item storage and pull out the duplicated Flame Emperor's sword. With each step closer I take, my anticipation grows. My recent increase in speed and ability to use buffs allows me to perceive the enormous black creature in front of me. My left eye continues to watch the demonic energy swirling around the massive monster that runs my way. I make it down the mountain entirely and begin charging my sword. I decide not to airstep right away unless necessary because there's no mana in the air. Previously, I tested absorbing duplicated mana crystals on a body double, and it didn't work as well as I hoped. The crystals dissolve upon absorption and don't add any MP to my body or status. My full bar is all I have to work with right now, so it's best not to waste anything. Eventually, I come within attacking range and let a low-powered mana-based strike fly toward the demonic monster. It's initially just a test to see if I can even launch an attack like this in here, but also I'm trying to gauge the new monster's real reflex speed and note down its movement patterns, as the flickering blade of fire soars toward the monster. It ducks and sidesteps with ease, hardly changing its forward momentum one bit. In reaction, I don't flinch either and keep running forward at its incoming double-bladed axe. Just like our last encounter, I dodge its downward strike, but with much more ease this time around because of my mana buffs, and let out a slash of fire at its back. A smirk creeps across my face as I use a small pocket of air magic to propel myself away faster and watch sparks begin to form where my mana makes contact. The loud roar of an injured beast rings out. In the end, you or no match, I whisper under my breath as I turn around, but the sight before me doesn't match the sound of the roar. A large gash is visible in the monster's hide, but the sparks are starting to fizzle out and there's no sign of my fiery strike ever being there. No burns, nor excess residue is visible on the beast. All that remains is a wound that barely goes as deep as bone, and the light crackle of a few sparks remaining before the reaction goes out entirely. Wait, how? My mind doesn't register what happens at first, and I nearly get hit by the next charge by the beast but use another few dozen MP of wind magic to jump up high enough in the air to dodge. I shake my head and get back into battle mode, releasing another mana blade with a few hundred MP worth of energy down at the Minotaur. I'll figure out your weakness soon enough. 5 more exchanges go by and I continue to land hits on the beast's blind spots as it tries to attack me. The speed and power of this creature are quite frightening. Even when using my mana-powered buffs, our speed and agility stats are nearly even. My only advantage is the use of wind magic to get out of its way in a bind. Pure strength and attack power, it's got me totally beat. As seen from our last exchange, one hit from that axe and I'm dead. So far, I've landed 7 clean fire-imbued mana blades on the creature's chest and back, and the same thing keeps happening. Upon impact, there's a huge explosion of sparks, but once all of the mana is disintegrated, the demonic energy swirling around the monster remains. Unlike how even a tiny bit of demonic energy hits mana, it destroys everything it touches. When mana hits demonic energy, it only destroys enough to get rid of the mana itself. This is going to be a lot tougher than I thought. With half a bar of MP remaining, I continue to wear the beast down. Its movements are getting much slower, but not at the same rate as me. I'm going to have to think of something new if I want to kill this beast in one shot. In between my next few attacks, I try a few demonic energy slashes at close range too. The amount of damage one 10-unit slash causes is minuscule when compared to the destructive force of a 100-200 MP mana blade. It's hard to get close enough for demonic energy to be effective, but I continue to try. The demonic energy in the air high above can replenish my core while I have no mana available to continuously charge this source. However, on my last demonic energy attempt, the Minotaur catches on and turns its gaze toward me mid-stride. Before I can think twice about changing my trajectory, its axe has shifted directions and is coming straight at my right side. Thinking fast, I reflexively activate Dungeon Walker to teleport out of the way. Airstep would not be fast enough, and I haven't tested a demonic blade on mana blade contact yet. I'm not 100% confident in its ability to block an incoming attack. Dungeon Walker dash, Dungeon dash, D dash, the moment it activates, there aren't any points to warp to. This skill doesn't work in here. My mind is blank, and I grit my teeth. The second best option will have to do. Reluctantly, I swing my sword up to block the axe before it comes crashing down on me while summoning a barrier of pink mana along its edges for extra support. A loud crackle and twang ring out in the air as I drain my MP stores down to under 15%. The explosion of sparks and immense pressure released blasts me backward over 20 meters, and I air step upward to get out of range from the mad monster's attack radius. My expression is filled with frustration and a hint of anger, but deep beneath my eyes, there's a glint of pure battle-hungry glee, though. That shimmer in my eyes may just be the reflection of the sparks crackling off the tip of my shattered sword. Half of it has disintegrated in the blast and is slowly moving downward toward the handle. My gaze points down to the monster's weapon that has suffered a similar fate. A large chunk of the black axe blade is missing, as well as one of its long glossy horns atop its head that got caught in the blast. I throw the blade to the ground as it crackles away into nothingness and reach into my item storage to grab my wind dagger. Using its special perk, I separate the weapon into two parts to grip one in each hand while quickly air-stepping back down to the ground to conserve the small amount of mana I have left. Chapter 334, with only a few hundred MP remaining, I rush at my opponent with two wind daggers in my grasp. The remaining raw energy inside the monster I run toward is just over a third of what it started with. If I continue using my mana at the same rate, with the same strategies, I'll surely lose. I need to get up close and try a more powerful technique. One that can finish it off in a single shot. With this in mind, the next time I narrowly avoid the Minotaur's axe and air step away, I continue my upward trajectory to position myself dangerously close to the beast. I haven't let my usual shot of energy off yet. I'm still charging everything I have into both my blades. This lack of attack notifies the monster that I'm doing something different. It instantly catches on. I hear a grunt as it quickly turns my way with an upward swing of its axe. With every last drop of MP going into my daggers, I swing down, pointing at the side of the demonic creature's neck while the sharp side of its axe slices me clean in two. The final thing I see is an explosion of sparks, and the head of the beast topple off its neck. You have died. The memories all come back to me as I finish up farming another quest in one of the level 100 to 150 dungeons. I chuckle to myself while making another body double. That's one way to do it. At the same time, I reach into my inventory and take out about 30k MP worth of crystals to give to my double before it teleports back to Ember in the Minotaur dungeon. That's over 10 full recharges. If lack of MP is the issue, this should be enough for my next opponent. Then, I get back to farming. Only a third of the quests remain, and I already completed the hardest and highest paying ones. At this rate, I'll finish every one of them before the sun comes up. I carefully separate the real mana crystals in my item storage, not mixing them up with the duplicate copies. To the naked eye, the duplicates look exactly the same, but under any amount of mana control or perception skills, it's clear they're fakes. After reporting the events of my last fight to Ember, I jump back into the rift to see what exactly happened after the fight. Less than half an hour passes before I find the second glowing purple key on the ground. It glows even brighter, and right next to it on a path of crimson-colored shrubbery is another demonic stone the size of my entire palm. It glows the same purple color and gives off a similar invisible pressure. With a grin across my face, I walk over to the stone tablet and place my winnings from the second battle next to the other one on the ground below before twisting the next key into the middle hole. I have to hover about a meter off the ground to place the key inside, as it's fairly high up in the air. Once I do, the purple pulse repeats just like before. Then the entire tablet goes dull, a rumble immediately shakes the ground, and a herd of bulls comes charging my way. From here, it looks and feels like nearly 100 of them this time around. I run at them and start the third wave. No more than 5 minutes pass before every last mob is dead on the floor. Every one of them was between 40 and 50 units. I decide to use my wind daggers to make things quicker. I don't need to use much MP at all. and one wind slash can take out multiple. The small black stones that drop to the floor without even a hint of purple glow after they all dissolve are disappointing, but at least I'm warmed up for the main event with over 90% of my MP stores remaining. As I turn around while catching my breath, the presence of a single beast fills my senses. It's here. With 75 units of raw demonic energy swirling through its body, the outline of a shadowy minotaur appears on the horizon of the realm. Before I can even grip my blades and prepare myself to fight, its outline disappears from sight. I immediately turn on my mana senses in full buffs to jump in the air with my air steps, then the overwhelming presence and pressure of a powerful being surges beneath me. It seemed to be using a teleport skill at first, but once I use all my senses to perceive it, the monster just ran at me too fast for my unaided eyes to see. It stands over 10 times my height and wields 2 long black swords that reflect its glowing red eyes in their glossy shine. The final purple key rests around its neck, 2 enormous twisting horns come off its head, and the entirety of its body is pouring out refined energy. The monster before me came in aggressive from the start, using demonic speed buffs and swinging its swords in an elegant display. If I didn't instinctively jump in the air with magic once the minotaur left my vision, I'd undoubtedly be defeated already. Gritting my teeth, I still let off 2 high-powered mana blades in its direction, but before they even make it halfway to its neck, the beast turns and makes eye contact with me before dodging and pointing its 2 blades in my direction. To my surprise, the swords in its hands begin to glow purple. The same color as the key around its neck. The next thing I witness is it swinging both blades across its body in synchronicity, and a purple crescent of light shrouded in darkness with black energy trailing behind it erupts from the minotaur's weapons. An energy attack. It looks just like my mana blades, but is clearly made of demonic energy. It's charged to glow bright purple, unlike when I released dark black refined energy straight from my hands. I've seen a similar effect take place in my dagger, but I've never been able to send it flying from the blade like this before. All I can think to do is send my own attack back and move out of the way, with a large amount of my remaining MP. I air step away from the blast and send a white crescent of my air magic back at it to further propels me out of the way as I watch an eruption of sparks destroy my full-powered attack. In less than a second, my energy blade is completely destroyed, and over half of the demonic energy blade size still remains as it rockets further into the sky. My gaze locks onto the minotaur again, and I see it powering up another attack. I'm nowhere near its speed on the ground, and I'm a sitting duck in the sky. Taking a quick glance at my MP bar, it's already below half. I try to airstep further away to catch my breath and come up with a strategy to take on this new opponent, but there's no time to think. The murderous roar of the final demonic boss echoes all throughout the realm, and another full-powered slash comes flying my way. Chapter 335, Thinking Fast. I use up my remaining MP stores to combat the second incoming demonic energy blade. There's just enough time for me to use the propulsion of my strike to move myself out of the way, and a similar display of sparks erupts in the sky. Not good. My MP remaining is at less than 5%, and using demonic energy against an opponent like this is pointless unless I can figure out how to charge my attacks like his swords do. Bringing my dagger into this realm has its own risks. If I lose it, I'm not sure I'll easily be able to find another one. I have to be absolutely sure I can defeat this monster before gambling with a weapon so unique. The only thing I should focus on right now is the monster's movements, and try to land an attack to gauge its strength and see how many it will take to defeat it. With this in mind, I air step into the air and open my item storage to pull out a few thousand MP worth of mana crystals to recharge my magic. The moment the pink gems touch my skin and the absorption process begins, the crackle of sparks starting to form on my contact point makes my stomach drop. My gaze turns to witness my MP bar not budge even slightly. The roar of the minotaur below me sounds for the incoming energy blade to finish me off in an instant. You have died. I make another double to send myself back to the rift. Ember greets me before I jump in. Back so soon? I take it the final boss is more difficult than you thought. My mind is moving in a million directions trying to come up with a way to actually harm the beast in that rift. I fill Ember in on what occurred, and my list of potential battle strategies for the next few attempts. He thinks to himself for a moment before replying, "That does sound like a good plan. Have a few battles using every trick you've got to learn its attack patterns and look for a weakness." A 75-unit final boss is a difficult task, but I don't think it's impossible. Just be wary, monsters of this tier if left to their own means for long enough will get stronger on their own. I wouldn't be surprised if it tried to cause a rift break by absorbing the demonic energy inside and focusing it on a single point to make a tier if you don't keep it busy. My eyes widen, but Ember keeps talking through our link. It shouldn't be a problem as long as you take care of it today, there's plenty of time. Just, not an unlimited amount of it. I turn back to the rift, but ask a final question before stepping forward. How about my mana problem? Is there really no way to absorb it without setting off the reaction? It doesn't make any sense. Why am I able to use my buffs and regular skills without a problem, but the crystals I used immediately backfired on me? Ember replies. I for one have never attempted to absorb mana in a demonic realm. There's never been any need to do so. I have a theory as to why the realm can't handle mana in its purest form, and there is a way to mask it along with your aura. This may make the absorption process possible. However, there isn't enough time to teach you mana suppression before this rift breaks down. You'll need a much higher mana control to learn such techniques. I let out a sigh and jump through, so it looks like I'll just have to work with what I've got for now. Although this new technique of mana suppression sounds interesting, Ember knows my strength well. If I'm not strong enough to handle it yet, it can't help me for the time being. I make it through the cave in a matter of minutes and jump down the side of the mountain using up tiny amounts of mana to safely make my way to the bottom. It may be a small waste of magic, but time is of the essence here. Burning through a few MP is worth it if I get a few more fights in against the enormous beast that's been patiently waiting for me in the open field. The second I come into its view, the monster dashes over with blinding speed and glowing swords. I take out my wind daggers and attempt a few attacks. The next 2 hours go by in a flash. After 5 body double deaths and just over 20 slashes from the Minotaur, I've come to the conclusion that this is going to be close to impossible. Its speed and power are too overwhelming. Every single base stat of the monster in front of me is higher than my own, even with my buffs activated. It's not that it's using any unique skill I can't handle, it just has been outclassed on natural abilities in every category. I attempt to use my Red Hydra's Rage, but it doesn't even show up in my status. This is most likely because as long as my main body is conscious, its mental strength stat will be higher and therefore the holder of the buff. With an increase in stats like that, I may have a fighting chance, but as I am right now, it's starting to seem hopeless as I haven't even landed a single bit of damage, nor have I even fully destroyed one of its energy blades. Well, I might as well see if this will work. On my next attempt, I go in with one mission, to land some damage by any means necessary. I want to see if I can make this monster bleed, and possibly wear it down more and more one battle at a time. After running through the caves and jumping down the mountain, I aim straight for the boss with my instant finale, ranked up buff ready to use. After narrowly dodging one slash, I don't duck for cover. I continue forward and activate all the remaining mana in my body to let out a flash of white explosive light. I hear the monster roar, but everything goes black before I can see the aftermath. My memories are transferred back to my main body and I make another double to repeat the process. Quickly, I run back into the rift to see if my attack landed and have my buff ready for another just in case I need to use it again. The burnt flesh and injured left side of the beast that I see once breaking through the demonic energy cloud line brings a smile to my face, although the wisps of black and purple energy coming from the clouds above down to the beast and the slowly healing flesh is not at all what I wanted to witness following. Still, I charge forward and manage to pull off another instant finale, making the beast roar out in pain. It got very used to my old attack strategies, making it impossible to land a hit. After a few attempts, it catches on to what I'm doing here too. But it's clear the beast does not comprehend how I've managed to come back to fight it again and again. All it knows is it needs to avoid getting hit and heal as much as it can before the next energy blast comes to meet it. Nevertheless, I come running through the rift and back down the mountain again for a third time to witness the scarring and damaged flesh on its right side from my second attack. This excites me. However, its left side from my first is almost healed entirely. I set off another self-destruct move again, aiming straight for its nearly healed side. It's a success, but in coming back for a fourth time, I find that now its right side has nearly healed too, although I managed to land some hits. This endless cycle will only anger the beast more and won't end in its demise. I'm traveling as fast as I can and using my full power every time. There's no attack more powerful and mana efficient than this. The time lag between each of my deaths is too long. I'm going to have to risk more than just a body double to win this fight. Chapter 336. After being defeated a few more times, and even managing to land a few regular mana hits on the monster to gauge its strength further at the cost of valuable positioning that resulted in being defeated moments later, I've come to a conclusion. I stand outside the rift with my hands on my hips in my true form, not bothering to make another body double just yet. I've finished every quest and have all the item drops stored away in my item storage, and the only thing left to do is clear this rift. I recall the events of my last few battles to Ember, then let out a sigh. I won't be able to beat this monster in my doubled form if I want to take it out by sunrise. I'm not fast enough, nor strong enough, and don't have the means to defeat it with this nerfed strength. My eyes wander down to my dagger stuck in the dungeon floor, and I hear a reply. Based on what you've told me so far, it seems like you just need a little boost. Your base form is much stronger and has access to the Red Hydra's buff. It may be a tougher battle, but I see you winning it. No question. I'll even join you inside the rift now that we know exactly what we're working with. I nod while bending down to grip the black dagger. Are you sure the buff won't react in the same way mana crystals did when I absorbed them? This is the only part of all this that I'm hesitant on. Soul energy cannot be destroyed by demonic energy. Whatever skills were safe before will be safe while using the buff as well. Plus, like I said, I'll come along and help if you need. We'll call this battle the grand finale of your training session today. I think you're going to be surprised at how far you've come. I twirl the black dagger through my fingers, then make a body double before walking through the rift. I'll need all the help I can get. I want to see what reward I'll receive for winning a final boss match like this. After this, I'm transported into the demonic realm with a body double on my left side and Ember on my right. We begin venturing through the cave to face the final boss. Maybe ever since this labyrinth run, I'd been too dependent on my body double. It is a great tool to use for information gathering and help with some leveling and item farming in the future, but there are some opponents that need my full strength. I take my walk through the cave and down the mountain a bit slower this time around, and for the first time, properly channel demonic energy into my real body. The sensation feels exhilarating. Unlike my double, this body allows me to hold over 55 units in my core. I can already feel the difference. As we get down to the bottom of the mountain, and away from the dense clouds of raw energy, I begin to focus my own into just my left side like in training. With the rest of my body, I activate the full force of my buffs and perception skills as the sound of the Minotaur's roars fills our ears. Ember flaps his wide black scaled wings, flying in the direction of our enemy, while my double charges forward to be a distraction. My eyes stay locked on the beast as it comes forward. Even now, with a small boost in stats, its movements don't look as unbeatable as they once were. I take a deep breath in and out, then whisper under my breath, I only have one chance this time, so I have to make every strike count. As these words leave my lips, a black wave of fire leaves Ember's mouth, and I watch him send a ball of black demonic energy from his right front claws. I grin and activate my Red Hydra's rage buff, then run forward at the towering monster that begins throwing an energy attack at my body double. The glowing purple crescent of charged demonic energy cuts through the air, but as the crimson power of my buff envelopes my entire body, it seems like everything around me is slowed down almost by 3 times. The blade soaring toward my double seems easy to dodge. But my copy releases an immense amount of MP to blast out of the way. As soon as this happens, the wave of fire from the dragon in the sky rains down on the Minotaur, burning off a layer of its flesh with sparks, and the demonic energy attacks that follow do a bit of damage too. Ember's attacks from the sky do a similar amount of damage as my body double's self-destruct move. Strong, but it would still take over a dozen of them consecutively to put this beast in bad condition. Seeing this, I run forward. The demonic Minotaur does the same, bursting through a wall of black flames and sparks. It has disregarded the small amount of damage from the flames to focus on the real enemy before it. Its glowing purple swords are both swung toward me, but it's now even a challenge for me to dodge. I easily change my trajectory with a sidestep and use a small amount of air magic to twist out of its way. In doing this, I see the monster's blind spot for a split second and release a wave of mana-imbued fire wrapped in the Red Hydra's aura straight toward the beast's back. It slices through the air without a sound and cuts cleanly through the monster's hide without a single spark. My eyebrows raise in confusion, then the explosion of flesh, flames, and sparks that follow exhilarate me. More, the soul energy covering the blade didn't react with the demonic energy one bit, slicing through the monster's flesh without causing a reaction at all. But once inside, the energies escaped and an eruption of its full power could not be held within. Another murderous roar from the beast shakes the very floor we stand on, but my body double has already sent a few more attacks in as a distraction for the monster to easily block with its purple blades. As the residue clears, the creature turns to me. The look in its eyes tells me it won't underestimate me again. However, the demonic energy attempting to heal its wounded back will not be enough to heal it in time like our previous brawls. The attack it just took head-on expelled over 25% of the energy in its body. If the boss is anything like the previous few, that means 3 more hits like this will end the fight. I grip my dagger in my left hand and flaming sword in my right and run forward again, releasing a wave of flames straight at it. Even with my stat buff advantage, at this distance, the monster has more than enough time to dodge and throw a counter, but that's exactly what I'm hoping for. A blade of its own energy comes my way, but I jump high in the air and move to the right side as I see Ember coming up behind it on my left. The dragon in the sky releases a wall of flames behind the beast, so that when I come in close and dodge its next incoming swings, the creature has nowhere to hide. I land another perfect slash on its blind spot. However, this time around it pushes through the pain and throws around a counter with its swords alone at me. I could burn through MP to air step away, but I can sense its strength and decide to take it head on, raising my dagger in the air. I've had it charged to full saturation this entire time, ready for a moment like this. I hold the jet black blade covered in a veil of red light above my head to block both of the enormous purple swords coming down toward me. The pulsing light from the key around its neck and its two blades are strong, much stronger than my own dagger, but with my vision tinted red by the buff covering my body, I let out a yell of my own to match its roar while pushing through and overpowering its slash. Raw strength, and the positioning of my blade outmaneuvers its counter. The beast stumbles backward, and I take this opportunity to release a mana-based attack at its front side. A black blade of flames covered in an ominous red aura enters its chest and disappears entirely for a fraction of a second. Next, a golden glow comes from within, lighting up the slash mark like a crack in the earth, and the rapid explosion of mana and demonic energy follows outward. I air step back while sending out more attacks straight toward the source, adding to the intense flames, sparks, and growing cloud of red aura residue. Despite this barrage, the faint purple glow of its charged blades at the explosion's center still remains. Chapter 337. My eyes dart back and forth, watching both my body double and Ember on either side of the beast. The growing explosion of sparks and red aura from my last barrage of attacks is getting larger, and I feel an ominous pressure emerge from the Minotaur, taking my hits head on. Gritting my teeth, and looking down at my MP bar that's just fallen below 30% of its remaining stores, I decide I need to finish this now. I don't know what kind of hidden ability or special ending move this boss has, and I don't plan to give it time to show me. I yell through my link to Ember as well as my body double, while charging everything I have into my flaming sword. We're finishing this right now. Everything you've got before it has a moment to recover. The enormous black dragon in the sky releases a wall of flames over twice the thickness as before, and my double charges in, glowing white, to explode at the center. I grin while swinging my flaming sword across my body and letting out a final slash with nearly every bit of MP left in me. A glimmer of the beast's glowing red eyes can be seen through the debris, and the crossing of both its purple swords appear in the trajectory of my attack. An earth-shaking clash rings out and the two swords are shattered to pieces as my final wave of crimson and black mana-imbued fire slices the final boss in two. Simultaneously, it flies backward into Ember's wave of flames, and the destructive force of my double adds to the magnificent display. The same golden crack in its chest like my previous strike starts to form, but this time it's followed by the release of a ball of energy that cracks the ground with a shock wave. I'm thrown backward by the blast, and everything within 20 meters of the monster is decimated. The streams of water are evaporated and the ground below is dug out for many meters down in a huge crater. I still grip my dagger and sword tight, on guard for if anything happens next, but eventually see the dust settle, and the burnt flesh and shattered blades all remain in a blackened pile. Ember flaps his wings slowly, hovering in the air high above it all, and I creep forward after confirming there's nothing left of the final monster. We did it, just like that, as the purple glimmer of the final key and a large purple stone make themselves known beneath the dissolving remnants of the beast. I let out a sigh and deactivate all my buffs. The immense fatigue and pain throughout my body that follows is far worse than I expected. I take a step forward to continue and collect my loot, but both of my feet feel as if boulders are tied to each of them. My shoulders droop and my eyelids are so heavy that they shut on instinct as I drop to my knees and let the dagger and sword in my hands hit the floor. I cough up blood and grunt but manage to stay conscious through the pain. It's just the side effects of my Red Hydra's buff, but don't have Abby to heal me at a moment like this. Ember flies down to meet me by my side. The battle is over. You did well, I hear his voice in my head, and want to keep my eyes shut and fall asleep, but decide to ignore my instincts and power through. It's not over just yet. There's one last thing to do. Pushing myself up off the ground with closed fists, I place my dagger and sword back in my item storage before walking over to the place where the monster was slain. The movements feel like I'm lugging around so much extra weight that my feet have to be dragged and my bones ache more with every step, but once I set my mind on what I need to do, I put myself into a tunnel vision trance-like state to get it done. I'm sure once out of this realm, I'll be able to heal myself without a problem. I tighten my grasp around the key and enormous stone, and stare down at both of them. Ember's voice echoes in my head again. Let me take you to the tablet. The hard part is done, we can leave now and you can claim your rewards. Turning to my right, I see his black scaled wing and walk up to hop on his back. We soar through the air for a moment before touching down in front of the tablet with a final keyhole remaining. I pick up the 2 other stones from my previous fights, then Ember lifts me up to eye level with the final hole to insert the key and turn it in place. With a click, the curved stone glows bright purple like it has many times before. This time, however, it stays glowing for much longer and doesn't go out after a single pulse. In this moment, my eyes don't have any trouble staying focused on the events taking place in front of me. All I see is the purple light grow brighter and brighter until it's almost white. As the light grows, the area around me starts to fade from view. Eventually, I begin to feel the same weightless sensation I felt when entering this rift for the first time. I hold my breath and look back and forth over both shoulders as we're transported back into the grassy and rocky Minotaur dungeon we initially came from like nothing happened. The moment mana fills my senses, I immediately begin to plunder it from the dungeon around me and activate my self-regeneration skill to repair the small amount of mana fatigue I can manage. It helps a bit, but does not do much to negate the effects of this buff's aftermath. Regardless, I stare down at the 3 purple stones that still glow bright on the rocky dungeon floor. They range from the size of a small fruit I could hold in my palm, to the final boss crystal being larger in diameter than my entire open hand. Each of them has their own unique shape, with jagged glossy black edges, but their cores all glow bright purple with a hint of white light deep within, while fully consumed in these item drops. Wondering what I'll be able to do with these stones, Ember brings 2 other items to my attention. Off to my left, there's a small black key along with a ring of the same color. They both look exactly like they're made from the same material as my dagger, and they fell from the rift after it completely collapsed. Taking these 5 items, I store them all in my item storage to examine once I have a clearer head. Now isn't the time to experiment. I may be tired, but the grin across my face confirms that this mission is complete. After attempting to use lifesteal for extra HP, but it having no effect because I'm already at a full bar, as well as my hibernation skill oddly giving me no messages stating there is anything wrong with my body. The only other option on my mind is to sleep. Without another thought, I hop on Ember's back and do exactly that. He flaps his wings and brings us high in the air above the dungeon's cloudline and out of sight. It feels like the natural thing to do before the sun rises. I'll need to be in better shape before I can hand in my quest rewards at the mercenary bar in the morning. Chapter 338. I finally open my eyes after a long rest and am greeted by Ember as I do. Good morning, you've gotten back into your habit of oversleeping lately. The white clouds and crisp air of the dungeon sky brushes past my face at a calm speed. I stretch to rub my face, but the feeling of pins and needles all over my body makes my movements much more difficult. Even so, it's not nearly as bad as before I knocked out. Letting out a light cough and feeling the soreness in my abs squeeze tight as I sit up, I reply to Ember, how long was I out? Don't tell me it was longer than a day. The grumble of hunger from my stomach and dry mouth tell a different story. There's a chuckle from Ember, but he replies in a half-serious tone moments after, just over 3 days. That red Hydra buff is more dangerous than I thought. It may give you power, but if we're alone on the battlefield, you're going to have to use it only when absolutely necessary. These side effects aren't something you can afford to deal with on a whim. If I were to absorb one, I'd wait until my next rank up before even thinking about attempting it. I nod, biting my bottom lip. Ember has a point. His statement makes me rethink asking him to absorb the last remaining soulstone. If even he thinks it's too dangerous, I won't push him to do it either. Ember is naturally powerful enough without it. I'll have to save it for when he's ready and really needs it. Considering this fact, there are 2 other main things that are less urgent but still lurk at the back of my mind. The first is my trip to Valor City is delayed. Although my hibernation was cut short, I did tell my teammates it'd take over a full week, so this detour actually evens things out. The second thing is I won't get to show off to the bartender that I cleared every quest in a single night. 3 days will have to do. It's probably far less suspicious this way too. I smile at the thought, then another comes to mind, the loot. With my eyes wide open in anticipation, I reach into my item storage and pull out everything that dropped in the demonic rift. Sitting on Ember's back while clouds still pass me on both sides, I carefully examine the 3 obsidian-textured purple stones first, and place the small black key and smooth ring beside them to check out last. I use all of my perception skills, but not a single detail comes up. When activating my demonic energy manipulation skill, I feel an eerie pressure coming off each of them unlike anything the regular non-glowing black stones showed before. Even so, I can't absorb any energy from them, or even get a hint at what these rocks can do. Letting out a sigh, I open my link with Ember. Do you know anything about these gems? You mentioned each boss would drop them before, but I can't figure out what they do. Tier 2 demonic stones? What can you do with them? Ha! All sorts of things. My eyebrows raise as Ember goes on. That is, if you were a true demonic monster. I don't think you'll have the ability to fuse with these stones without giving up your ability to wield mana as your base power source. So, I don't recommend it. My excitement leaves me as fast as it came, but Ember keeps explaining. However, I have heard of master craftsmen fusing stones like these into armor and weapons, similar to your firestones and the Flame Emperor's sword. Certain demonic items are capable of being upgraded too. At this news, I activate my mythic grade crafting skill and reach into my item storage to pull out my dagger. Going through a process like this never occurred to me, but now that I think about it, my dagger can turn into a weapon like that Minotaur's swords. The moment these words leave my mouth, I activate my demonic energy vision in my left eye out of instinct, and keep all my perception skills active in my right. Instead of blue text, I can see faint system messages popping up over the dagger in light purple text as well. It works all the same as the mana system. The actions happen in real time. The item in front of me is renamed to the Midnight Dagger, and a series of options to upgrade it pop up just like with my sword. I pick up the purple stones, and just as Ember said, Tier 2 demonic stones pop up as their identity in the system. Upgrade item, the Midnight Dagger, additional raw imbuement material, 3x Tier 2 demonic stones, additional skill or special attribute imbuement, see available, stat bonus, 15 units capacity, complete, yes, no, my eyes are glued to the text before me. I don't utter a word, just read the system messages over and over to make sense of it. I click into see available, and the only skill that pops up is demonic energy manipulation. Seeing no downsides to this, I choose to accept here too. Then, pick, yes. A flash of blue, purple, and white light glows bright in front of me and the gems in my hands start to fuse into the dagger. I try to use my all-seeing eye to understand the process, but even to my refined gaze, it just seems like energy is swirling faster and faster until it stops. Once it does, the white light dissipates, and all that remains is a weapon before me. It's different, but I like it. Grinning, I grip the new blade in my hand tight. It looks as if it's grown almost 30% larger, and its black color is somehow even darker than before. I try to focus and find a pocket of demonic energy around to test it out. But to my surprise, there isn't a drop remaining in this dungeon. It all must have left with the rift. Even the small amount of energy I had in my core has dissolved away as I slept. Nevertheless, I still stare down at the new blade in awe, wondering how this rise in capacity will affect its use. I know the previous capacity was 5 units, and when I wielded it fully, it allowed me to battle with 60 units total. Without the blade in my hand, my attacks and pool of demonic energy was a small amount less dense, making my use less efficient. With another boost of 15, making its capacity 20 in total, that brings my full wielding capacity up to 75 units. The same as the Minotaur I just defeated. This leaves me with some questions. With this new weapon upgrade, will I be able to send out energy attacks like the demonic boss? If so, does this mean my strength while using demonic energy alone has increased close to the strength of that beast too? With these, and many other questions racing through my mind, I still place the dagger back into my storage. There will be time to figure these things out later. My eyes fall to the key and ring next. I try a similar technique of using inspect and appraisal while activating my demonic vision on these items, but they don't show any signatures or readings back at all. I throw them into my crafting skill, and still have no results either. After a few minutes of tinkering, I decide it's a lost cause and ask Ember after placing them both into my storage too. He responds, the ring, I'm not too sure of. You may need to channel demonic energy into it to find out its power. That key on the other hand is definitely a rift key. It's a sign that you've completed the demonic rift trial. If you hold onto it, that key may open up another trial if you channel enough energy into it. My eyes light up at the thought, but Ember shuts me down instantly. Don't even think about it. Considering the strength of the one you just faced, the next trial will most likely be a Tier 3 rift. You'll need to get much stronger before trying something like that. I've seen a few Tier 3 trials in my day, but haven't met a demon capable of passing the test. Don't lose that key. I can only imagine what kind of loot it'll drop. This upgrade to my demonic gear, and possibilities of future treasures puts a smile across my face. Both of us are in great spirits as we near the exit portal of the dungeon. Once we touch down, I open up my storage for Ember to enter, then I step out through the blue exit portal with my next mission on my mind. I'll be handing in my quests back at the bar. Chapter 339. I walk out from the dungeon hub square, and the early morning sun shines down on Solara. The guard outside gives me a nod, followed by a weird look as he doesn't recognize me. It's not unusual for hunters to stay overnight in dungeons. It's easy to assume I entered when he wasn't on his shift. He shrugs and continues on with his day. With this, I look out at the city with a brand new disguise but still keep my red hood covering my face. My muscles are pretty sore, but I manage to still walk down the streets at a moderate pace without signs of any limp or slowness. If I were to jump back into battle right now, it would be a bit more painful, but I'd be able to fight at 90% power without much problem. Although I may feel a bit better, it doesn't mean I'm not exhausted for the time being. I drink some water and leftover food in my item storage on the way. It perks me up a bit. Minutes later, I walk through the front doors of the bar and see the same middle-aged bartender talking to a few lower-level hunters at the side table he mentioned to me a few days back. The bar, once crowded with almost 100 hunters and tables full of multicolored cocktails and drinks with flashing lights and full of laughs, is now completely empty. As I walk closer, the man and woman turn away from the bartender at the side tables with a few handfuls of silver. Each and smiles across their faces as they pass me. A voice sounds out in the calmness of the morning. I recognize that quality of red cloak you've got there, son. You're the hunter that wanted to make his way to Valor City a few days back. I knew you were just messing with me when you said you'd show back up the next day with all the quests completed. He lets out a chuckle, and I play along while reaching under my cloak to grab the quest papers. Yeah, something came up. However, I do have them all completed for you now. 3 days wasted is still better than taking the train. I smirk and place the pile of papers onto the counter. His eyes widen with surprise, then tighten with suspicion. The battle-seasoned bartender sifts through each of the papers one by one, reading them and doing math in his head. Yeah, right. These are quests for thousands of the highest-tier beasts in the city. It would take a team of our best fighters months to finish all these. There's no way thud. I begin pulling out the minotaur horns first, stacking the black and red shimmering high-grade items in a pile on the bar's wooden floor. It begins to creak under the pressure, and my thin smile grows the longer he's left speechless. The man keeps his mouth open in shock, but doesn't say a word until I turn and start pulling out piles of rat claws and turtle shells next. I can hear wood splintering under the weight, and he puts his hands up. Hold on a moment. Let me get some item boxes from the back. We can store and count these for you in a moment. The bartender runs into a back room and comes out a few minutes later with a handful of small item boxes along with a kid no more than 16 years old wearing an apron. The dishwasher came out to help with the extra work. We begin going through every quest from top to bottom. The highest paying ones like the Minotaur horns and bulk mana crystals pay out a few dozen gold each, while the middle-ranged quests pay tens of silver to a few gold coins, and lastly, some smaller ones are just a few silver. Both the bartender and the dishwasher can't believe their eyes as I continue pulling more and more items from my cloak to match with every single quest paper. It takes over 2 hours to sort and count everything, but finally, I'm given a total for everything by the man. That's the final one right there. Your total after the 2% Solara government tax on large payouts is 138 gold and 42 silver. I nod, and the corner of my lips curls up as he starts stacking gold out from a silver safe with the Solaran government logo on it. This brings my total gold to just about 150, counting the leftover I had stored away from previous quests and missions back in the Vice region. It's over halfway up to where I was before spending it all on those soul stones. This time around, there's no emergency, so I'll be sure to save and spend it wisely after purchasing the transport crystal. Also, the fact that I'm capable of clearing out the quests in any city I go to and make 100 gold a day if I please fills me with confidence. Maybe I'll do the same at the capital in Sector 1, great. Which way is the Solaran government office? I grab stacks of the coins and put them under my cloak and into my storage as the man responds, giving me directions. With that, I turn around and raise a hand in the air to wave, appreciate it. Maybe I'll come back soon for some more quests. Then, I walk out the door. Both the bartender and the dishwasher lean back against the wall with looks of awe, but also nervousness on their faces. I hear the kid speak under his breath as I turn the corner. Hey boss, that was all the high-grade quests the capital had to offer this month. The hunters aren't going to be happy about this. Who is that guy? He replies, but I only hear his last remark. Doesn't matter. Whoever hands in the quests will get the same commission. It's better not to question the actions of a man who can pull something like this off in just 3 days. I smirk and chuckle to myself. If only they knew I finished everything in a matter of hours. If there's any backlash from me clearing all these quests, I'll be out of here before they even catch wind of it. Considering all the trouble this city has brought me, I hope I leave them with a little chaos. With a single coin being twirled around my fingers, I finally make it to the government office and walk up the long rows of marble steps before walking through the front blue glass doors that slide open. Chatter fills my senses as I'm met with the blinding whiteness of mana shielding on the floor and walls. City folk stand in lines behind 4 separate workers sat behind a curved white marble counter at the back of the room to look like a semicircle. Each worker has a small booth with the same clear blue glass as the door, covering their upper bodies above the counter. Upon closer inspection, it's filled with mana too, similar to the walls, ceiling, and floor. Everything is protected by shielding in this office. Ding, a green light pops up above one of the booths and a line moves forward. Once someone steps up to be helped, it changes to red just like the other 3. I cross my arms and wait my turn. "How can I help you today, sir?" After less than 10 minutes of waiting, a young woman greets me at her booth with a smile. I reply, "I'd like to purchase a transport crystal to Sector 1. Valor City, to be exact." Her eyes widen, then her mouth opens but no words come out. She swallows, raises a finger, then looks down at a small silver tablet before tapping it a few times and looking up at me again. Of course. It's not every day someone comes here to buy one, but we still have a few left in stock. Usually, people just take the train. She looks down at her silver tablet and taps it a few more times before turning it to me to show bold black numbers. The current going price is 24 gold and 11 silver. I reach into my storage and place the requested amount on the white marble table without hesitating for a moment. That's perfect. I'll take one. Chapter 340. The woman behind the counter takes my coins, then walks into a back room before finally coming back with a small white concealment case. She opens it up for a moment just to show the white crystal inside, before closing it quickly and pressing a small button on her workstation beneath the counter. A portion of the blue glass window slides open, and she pushes the rectangular case through. As I grab it, she speaks to me. "I'm sure you know how these work. You don't need an explanation, do you?" I nod while accepting the box, remembering back to the crystal I used after defeating the behemoth in the Vice City labyrinth a while back. It transported me beneath the association building right before we headed off as a team to the Dark Continent. Of course. It's a one-time use transport spell. I just break the crystal and I'll be teleported to Valor City, right? She smiles and nods with a sparkle in her eye. Yes, exactly that. You'll be sent to a teleport platform right outside. Valor City is the city of commerce, so keep an eye on your coins at all times. Those without them very seldom leave. Though, I don't think I have to tell someone like you that twice. She gives me a thin smile, and I give one back with a quick nod. However, the atmosphere slightly shifts, and a hint of sorrow shows in her eyes. Then, she gives another bright smile just like when I entered, making me question if I imagined her brief change of tone. "Anyway, is there anything else we can help you with today, sir?" I open my mouth to ask what she meant by that but decide to brush it off. "Keeping track of your money is good advice for anyone. This is all I need, thanks. Have a good rest of your day." I turn and walk out the door I came, then begin making my way down the marble steps. The morning sun is about to come directly overhead to mark the middle of the day as I step into a less crowded street and take out the white concealment case. Well, there's no reason not to go right now. I've waited long enough. After taking a deep breath in and out, the concealment container pops open with a light click and I waste no time in taking out the crystals and crushing them in my fist. A white light takes over my body and I feel weightless for a fraction of a second before my boots squeak against a glossy tile floor. The desolate desert city street around me fades, and the chatter of what sounds like a crowded train station fills my ears. Once my vision comes back to me, that's exactly what I see. Looking down, I'm standing on a large circular tiled surface about 10 meters in diameter, with a large white sign above me on the wall just behind my head labeled, "Teleport Platform." In front of me, a subway system is moving like any normal city would. Everyone is dressed in much darker clothing here. The red cloak I wear sticks out like a sore thumb. My darker complexion also doesn't match the majority of much lighter skin tones of the locals here. My gaze travels over everyone and I quickly change my appearance to match the average person in the crowd before taking my hood down. I slowly step off the raised platform and walk through the crowd. As I do, a small transport train pulls up, similar to ones used in the Vice region. Its brakes screech to a halt and a flash of white light appears behind me as another man appears on the transport platform right where I left. A long moving staircase is visible off to my right about 30 meters away, and that seems to be where everyone getting off this train is moving to. I follow the crowd and ride it upward. The blue sky of the outside world comes into view as I step off the top of the escalator and breathe in the crisp and cold air while taking in my surroundings. There are small shops that line the streets, selling all kinds of items. Not just hunting gear, but home appliances, food, and even children's toys and personal gadgets. Everyone that gets off the train below begins heading off in all directions, but again, most head primarily one way. I scan the streets one more time before deciding to follow the crowd. The sidewalks are hard, and the smell of food from nearby shops fills the air. People of all backgrounds line the streets. Some are beggars, others are busy salarymen, and a couple stand outside shops yelling out deals while holding up signs to try and get people to come inside. Most of the storefronts rise up 1 or 2 floors at most. And some even have apartments above them. Off in the distance, I see a few complexes rising up to 4 or 5 stories, but nothing is close to the high rises in Solara. I murmur under my breath, is this really what they call the city of commerce? It's hardly even as impressive as my hometown back in the Vice region. It's definitely interesting, but not what I expected to see from the so-called strongest and richest city in the Dark Continent. Still, I enjoy my time and stroll the streets, enjoying the sight of a new city. The crowds from the station start to disperse more and more to the point where I'm not quite sure who came off it and who is a native citygoer here. I decide to fit in as well and drop into a hunter's clothing store that looks to be my style. Although I could use my conceal skill to make a disguise myself, I'd rather not constantly think about and use up mana on something I could just buy cheaply at a store. Keeping my face concealed is more than enough of a mental drain. I'm greeted by a kind old man at the back of the shop with a wave as I walk in the door and begin browsing their selection. However, I'm soon disappointed by none of the items surpassing 20 to 30% buffs even in their most expensive sections of the shop. This seems apparent on my face. The man who greeted me speaks up again. Is there anything in specific you're looking for, sir? You seem to be from out of town. That cloak is of incredible quality. I can see from here you may need to go into the city to find what you're looking for. I turn to him and raise an eyebrow. If it's that obvious I'm not from around here, then yes, I'm looking for something to substitute for this gear. But he finishes my sentence before I even realize it. But none of my items stand up to the buffs given by your current ones, it seems. He gives me a sly smile. Well, if you're just looking to fit in for the time being, I have something that may suit your fancy. He shuffles under his desk counter, and I walk over out of curiosity. This old man knows exactly the situation I'm in from a single glance, so whatever he has to offer must be worth a look. He places a small silver ring on the counter, and I immediately use my appraisal skill to see what it is. Silver ring of appearance V16, 7270 seconds. My eyebrows scrunch, and I don't know what to make of it. The old man speaks again. You've never seen one before. You really are new to town, aren't you? I nod, but he continues. Now before you complain about wasting an item slot on your status, I assure you this doesn't count as an active item. It's already infused with all the mana necessary to do its job. He slips the ring on his finger, and his entire appearance shifts. The old man's outfit changes to a long black classy coat and formal pants and shoes to match. It looks just like what the businessmen in the crowds outside are wearing. My smile widens and I reply, a one-time use concealment item. I think back to the time I wore contact lenses similar to what this ring does, but the fact that it's already infused with mana is another thing that catches my attention. And you said it doesn't count as an active item? It's already infused with mana. He takes off the ring and places it back on the counter. That's right. This model lasts 72 hours, and it comes in 20 different versions. This one is version 16. He smiles wide while pulling up a case of identical rings from beneath the counter. Feel free to try as many on as you'd like. Just don't wear them too long. I don't want future customers to have too much time missing. They're just a silver each, by the way. I nod while picking up the ring he just took off and sliding it on a finger. Nothing changes at all in my eyes, and when I check my status, nothing pops up at all. I move over to the closest mirror, and sure enough, the same black coat and outfit is on me now, fitted perfectly. However, less than a minute goes by before the 72 out of 72 on the ring ticks down to 71 to 72. I let out a sigh as I realize this is the customer copy he shows everyone. I roll my eyes, but then smirk as an idea pops into my head. Using my mana manipulation skill, I infuse a few dozen MP into the ring, and the bar turns back up to 72 out of 72. I let out a chuckle and think to myself, it looks like I don't have to buy more than one after all. I reach into my storage and put a single silver coin on the counter. I'll take this one, that's all I think I'll need for my time here in Valor City. He quickly takes the coin off the counter but looks up to me with a concerned impression. You're really going up to the city? What business do you have there? I look back at him with an equally confused and concerned look. I thought I was already here. Chapter 341. The merchant looks at me with a curious gaze. What did you even come here for? It's not often people make their way this far north into Sector 1 by accident. I think to myself for a moment, but shrug and reach into my storage to pull out the silver card with an address from the guild leader on it. While showing the card to the man, I reply, I'm here to meet a friend. They said I could find them at this address. His eyes start to widen as he scans the card, and I can visibly see his skin begin to turn paler. After a few seconds pass, he points to the door and speaks in a low tone. Just keep making your way north. Once you make it to the walls, I'm sure you'll be able to find that guild. He audibly gulps and refuses to make eye contact with me again, but I still give him a smile while walking out the door. Well, alright, thanks for the concealment ring. There's no response as I walk out into the town streets and keep walking north as he said to. His strange behavior makes me become a bit more wary of my surroundings. Just the Solaran worker acting off when I mention Valor City is one thing, but now a second person gives me an odd look when I show him a guild address. The town goes on for another kilometer uphill, and I make my way through a few smaller districts of residential and green park-like sections with winding paths, small ponds, and healthy grass and trees. The soil is hard, rocky, and cold, but the wildlife seems tough enough to survive in this environment. Eventually, I finally get a peek at these so-called walls the man in the merchant shop was talking about. Once far enough north, the apartment buildings become less common, and I actually get a view of the landscape behind this settlement. What I see is shocking. As the city thins out, more green grass, winding roads and trails, and wildlife come into view. There's a tall range of mountains behind the city with lively grassy green bases and snow-capped peaks. They go on for as far as the eye can see in the distance, and shadows of even taller ones lurk in the background behind the clearly visible ones before my eyes. The more incredible sight of all is the enormous city atop one of the largest mountains. It looks like its top was chopped clean off and a city rests on an elevated plateau kilometers above this small town below. Silver walls surround it, making the height look even greater, and the only reason I know there's a city inside is because of the towering skyscrapers stretching out from the circular walls up high through the cloud line. My eyes are glued to the magnificent structure as I continue to walk further away from the town behind me and up the winding mountainous paths toward the city. Many others take the same routes. There are a few silver and red trolley carts that make their way up and down the main road to the city, bringing people to and from, but I decide to enjoy the view and crisp cold air to walk on my own. Quite a bit of time passes before I start to make my way toward the crowded base of the mountain. The towering silver walls look even more enormous now that I'm so close. It takes almost an hour to make my way up the mountain to the gate. There are hundreds of people standing in an orderly line. And to my surprise, there are only 2 guards in silver armor that match the walls. The line slowly moves forward as I prepare to come up with a disguise and pay a fee to enter. One of the masked silver guards speaks up. What's it going to be? Silver, gold, platinum, or the royal coin today, sir? I freeze for a moment, as these words don't make much sense. The guard senses my hesitation and continues. This is the city of commerce. What amount of money will you be spending during your stay? Silver, gold, platinum, or the royal coin? I pause again but clear my throat and reply, this time more aware of the question. Gold. I'll most likely be spending gold in the city today. He pulls out a small wristband and replies again while motioning for me to give him something. How much gold would you like to insert for starter credits? You may add to your total credits or cash out your credits back into gold at any given time at the credit stations all around the city. I pull out a small handful of gold and place it in the guard's hand. I'll start with 5 gold. Maybe I'll add more later. He nods and presses a few buttons on the small wristband before allowing me to place it around my left wrist. The moment it clicks into place, it changes colors from a nearly transparent coloring to now shimmering gold. A few thin black numbers show up on the underside right beneath my wrist. ID, C number 129880, rank, gold, credits, 5.0000, there you go. Enjoy your time in Valor City. Just scan your wristband at the golden wall if you'd like to enter further into the markets today. You'll need to add more credits if you'd like to travel inside any deeper. To find the gates, just walk north from here. You can't miss it. The guard motions for me to walk through the gate, and I make my way into the silver walls of the city. High-quality, densely packed stone makes up the streets, and the storefronts that line the streets exude prestige the moment I look. With white marble columns and glass windows displaying magical items and jewelry, I walk forward into the city with my eyes open wide. Everyone within this city is dressed properly in suits and higher class items. I'm glad I bought the ring to change my appearance before entering. Even if my hunter's gear is worth a small fortune, it still looks rough on the eyes to these city folk. As I walk further into the city, the fact that there aren't people yelling out sales on the streets is rather soothing. It seems as though the shops just display what they have to offer, and customers either buy or they don't. My eyes sparkle more and more the further into town I get. Using appraisal on every item I can, some of the gear even surpasses 40 to 50% buffs. If these are the items within the silver walls, I can only imagine what's behind the gold. This portion of the city looks like an upscaled version of the town I just left. There's not a single apartment, only storefronts and high-class restaurants line the streets. Further north in the distance where the guard mentioned the next wall was located, the skyscrapers I saw from afar tower above and look even more impressive than I previously thought they were. However, the further I walk forward, the more I feel as if I'm being watched. The high presence of mana in the air feels eerily similar to my all-seeing eye skill, but I can't quite pinpoint where it's coming from. It's not abnormal for a city to have a surveillance unit, but I'm usually able to pick up exactly where it's coming from in a matter of seconds. Today, I'm not having such luck. It seems to be a very intricate system. Though, I'm not breaking any laws or rules, so there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Another 20 minutes pass before I finally see the golden wall the guard mentioned to me when I entered. As I walk closer, I realize I never even asked the first guard where the mercenary guild was located. Hopefully, there's someone at this entrance that can guide me to it. As I approach, two guards stand in front of the tall golden wall in shimmering gold armor that matches it. The wall to this next inner wall isn't quite as tall as the one outside, but I can tell it's imbued with mana all the way through and would be much more difficult to break through than any C-grade mana shielding. One of the guards holds up a silver tablet, and I raise my wristband to scan it. As the tablet flashes green, the other golden armored guard opens the wide gate for me to walk through without a single word. I take this opportunity to ask one of them the question that's been on my mind. Hey, where exactly can I find the Galeheart Mercenary Guild? Simultaneously, I show them the silver card. The guard that scanned my wrist just stares down at the card through the small slit in his golden helmet before glancing at my wristband and shaking his head. Stop messing around, and put away that card. The Royal Guild isn't something to joke about. You'll need 200 times more gold to even think about stepping into the royal coin section of the city. His eyes dart around underneath the armored helmet like he's watching out for someone or something as he says these words. I take a step back to make a mental note of his actions, just like everyone else I've interacted with today. Third time's a charm, and this sets it in stone. Something is not right here, and I'm going to find out what it is. Chapter 342. I let out a sigh. My 5 gold in the credit system apparently needs to be 200 times greater in order to enter this royal coin section of the city, making the necessary total 1,000 gold coins. Just 100 gold is equal to a platinum coin, so this must mean a single royal coin is 10 platinum. I've never heard of this currency before, so it must be a special region-specific one in this city. I'd have to clear out all the quests in cities similar to the size of Solara for the next 10 days straight to make that kind of money. Is there any way I can contact that guild without entering the innermost wall? He lets out a laugh. This is Valor City, kid. No one cares who you are, and no one will believe a word you say unless you have the money to back it up. I don't know how you got that card, but I can guarantee you, you won't even get a smell of a single Galeheart Guild member unless you have the coins to enter their domain. Money is everything in this city. That's just the way it works, I nod, seeing he's not going to budge on this point. Is there anywhere in this city one can make money? Or can we only spend it? I brought quite a bit of gold with me, but unfortunately not enough to make it into that royal coin border. The armored man lets out a long sigh and points off back to the direction I came, then turns his hand to point to a portion of the silver-walled city I haven't been to yet. The city stretches all the way around in a circle, so my walk here has hardly scratched the surface of all the sights to see. Go check out the arena. People from every rank in the city reside there to place bets and make money on the fighters that take on beasts. If you're feeling lucky, I'd say go check it out. Walk that way and you can't miss it. I take a look at the open golden gate, then turn back toward the direction the guard pointed with a firm nod. Thank you, I'll be back soon. The gate closes up and I head off in the direction of the arena without another word, leaving the inner city behind me for now. Considering the expression on the guard's face, even if I walk through the golden gates and even into the platinum walls, I won't be making my way all the way through without the money to back myself. This city doesn't care about your identity. If you have money, then you have power. I grin to myself with my arms crossed as I walk through the rows and rows of high-end shops. Eventually, people in the streets start to crowd around and congregate to a single area off in the distance. I follow the crowds until a stone arena that looks similar to a coliseum comes into view. It's right up against the back of the golden wall, and it looks like one of the entrances actually allows people to enter from there. However, here within the silver walls, there are 3 arching entrances with people flooding in. Outside, projected onto the stone walls above each entrance, there's a display of a blond man with a large scar over his left eye holding a long silver sword. He stands alone, gripping his blade with 2 hands, fighting against a massive cyclops. There's no sound coming off the projector, but as the beast opens its mouth I can imagine the roar it lets out. The hunter and beast run at each other. But the creature is sliced to pieces in an instant. The ground around the hunter's feet rises and crumbles, making it look like he's an earth magic user. The view on the projector shifts to the rows of seats and cheering crowd. I can't hear a thing until I walk through the lightly humming archway of an entrance with everyone else and enter the arena. The cheers of a crowd full of hundreds fill my ears and I walk up a few rows of steps to find an empty seat to watch. The sound of an announcer's voice rings out. Stage 2 is complete. The hunter Stonebreaker has defeated the Cyclops and has now decided to move on to the 3rd stage. He'll be facing off against a level 240 high orc in the next round after the 5-minute cooldown commences. Please feel free to place your bets. As I hear these words, a small blue window automatically pops out from my wristband. Place bet, Hunter, Stonebreaker, 1.35x, Monster, High Orc, 2.79x. My mind races to do the math on these odds. I even try to use Inspect and Appraisal on the man's gear down below me to get an edge, but there's a mana-imbued protective dome that covers the main arena. It must be used as an anti-cheat, but also protects people in the audience from getting harmed by whatever beast is fighting as well. Clearly, the hunter is the safer bet. By the sound of the crowd, he seems to be irregular. Some of the voices I hear around me double down on this notion. I'm all in on Stonebreaker. This orc doesn't stand a chance. Yeah, me too. He made it to stage 5 before quitting yesterday, so I'm sure he'll come out on top. Big 10 silver on Stonebreaker. I watch the odds of the hunter get closer and closer to 1.00x and the high orc's payout skyrockets past 10.00x. However, I'm in no mood to gamble. After a quick calculation, the house takes about 10% of all bets placed here. They win no matter how the fight goes. So, the more bets placed the worse off I'd be. This is not where the money is made. The real money must be in the fighting itself. As I come to this conclusion, the announcer's voice echoes throughout the stadium again. Thank you all for placing your bets. You have 1 minute to finalize them. The Stonebreaker versus the High Orc match is soon to commence. If any of you are new to the arena and stopping by for the first time, this is how it works. I listen attentively, and many others stop their chatter as the announcer continues to speak. Every stage, the beasts that are captured by the Valor City Royal Guard are brought to our arena for your entertainment. Stage 1 begins with a monster between level 1 and 50. Stage 2, the monster is always above level 100 and below 200. From here, the level range rises by 100 every stage. Every round, the hunter may choose to proceed or stop and take their winnings. All of you are able to bet on the odds of our prized hunters. There is no lower or upper limit to your betting amount. However, every bet placed affects the odds. The announcer stops talking for a moment, and silence fills the arena. All eyes are on the hunter below as a large red timer counts down from 10. Once it hits 0, the betting screen disappears. Let the battle begin. On the opposite side of the stadium, a red-skinned high orc appears in a flash of white light, wielding 2 large silver axes full of rage. It lets out a roar and storms forward, and the hunter runs at the monster with his own blade drawn. The ground rumbles and the sound of metal on metal fills the area, but in less than 20 seconds the crowd is cheering and erupting with noise again as the monster falls to the ground and the hunter takes his victory lap around the ring. I chuckle to myself, sit back and cross my arms to enjoy the show. The next match ends in a similar fashion with the hunter taking a victory in stage 4 against a level 320 mutant wolf-shaped monster I've never seen before, but he doesn't fare as well against the familiar enormous berserker giant at level 405 in the 5th stage. He's defeated by the monster in the ring and disappears in a flash of white light the moment he's torn to shreds. It seems as though they're using some kind of magical item to ensure the fighters aren't actually critically injured. The beasts on the other hand, they're real and are really slain every match. The same cheers still ring out in the stadium as he's transported back to a small fighter's booth outside. The fans are here to see a show, they don't care who wins or loses. A team of 3 guards in black armor quickly subjugate the final beast that wasn't killed by the previous hunter. The announcer's voice echoes through the room again. After a quick intermission, our next fighter will take the stage. For anyone that would like to sign up for tonight's fighting slots, we still have a few available. If you believe you have what it takes to challenge the arena, please come down to the registration table at any time to talk with a representative and secure your spot. Chapter 343, the announcer calls for a 30-minute intermission as the next fighter gets ready in the ring. In the meantime, I make my way toward the registration desk at the far side of the arena. There are 2 separate booths in the vicinity. One has bidders in bold letters above it, and the other says fighters. I walk up to the fighter's booth in full disguise to meet a blond man in a white suit smiling brightly as I approach. The name's Mr. Wright. How can I help you today? Would you be interested in joining the event tonight? We still have time slots open. I nod slowly before replying. Nice to meet you. I'm new to town. Could you run me through the numbers? How does the event work in terms of fighters' pay? He glances at my golden wristband, then looks up to me to reply with a bright expression. Well, as I'm sure you've already guessed, the city takes a % of all bids in the arena. This facility and the auction house in the Platinum District are the 2 main income sources for the Valor City government. It's what allows business in the city to run tax-free. I raise an eyebrow at his remark but decide not to question it too much. As he said, I already did the math and know 10% of all bids don't get paid out to the bidders. So that money has to go somewhere. As I assume you watched at least some of the previous event, Stonebreaker walks away with a few gold coins every showing. I'm sure of it. Stages 1 to 3 are what we call the beginner stages. If you pass stage 1, the arena will pay you 1 silver coin. For passing stage 2, you'll receive 10 silver, and for stage 3, you're awarded 30. I tighten my lips and give him a confused look, but he replies, catching on to my disappointment, I can see you're already a gold rank guest to Valor City, so these silver rewards may not be very enticing to you. Stage 4, the level 300 monster threshold is where things get interesting. If you win your fight in stages 4, 5, or 6, you earn 1% of all bids on the show. Just a single stage 4 victory on a busy night can set up hunters for life. What do you think? I smirk. What about the higher stages? How far up can it go? This seems like a good money opportunity, but also a controlled environment to farm levels and skills. The man behind the counter lets out a laugh. Yeah, right. If you make it past stage 7, 5% of the biddings go straight to your credit account, but no one other than one of our top fighters and members of the Royal Guard can beat monsters like that. Here, walk this way with me. Let's do the registration test to see if you're even strong enough for the nighttime event. He exits the booth and we walk around its right side, against a stone wall. There's a rubber-like padding that I can feel mana seeping out from. It's almost as dense as the shielding dome that covers the arena. At first, I thought it was just a protective measure for the people behind the booth, but now upon closer inspection, it seems to be some kind of testing device. The man in the white suit points up at the digital screen above the large black square on the wall. I'll need proof of any elemental abilities you claim, then I need a punch or a kick on this device to break 300 points. The use of strength boosting items or buffs is allowed. Use everything you've got. That's the baseline for late night hunters. We want to make sure everyone can at least make it to stage 4. I step forward with a nod, putting a finger in the air and lighting it with a dark red flame before putting it out a moment later and squaring up against the testing device. I'll be using fire, and 300 points. What exactly does that mean? How strong is a single point? Points are calibrated to the average strength per level gained. The baseline of a level 300 hunter's strength is what we're looking for. I focus on the wall, and slow my breathing while trying to tone down my power to just over what a level 300 hunter might be. To be honest, I'm not quite sure how to hit this measurement exactly, but I don't want to use too much of my power and cause any problems right now, so I stand casually with both my feet in place and use a small fraction of my strength to release a punch while lining my fist with a small amount of mana not to unnecessarily injure my hand. I imagine the strength I would use to send a level 300 hunter flying back, but not kill them. This seems to be enough strength. On impact, the entire black square ripples and flashes bright blue. I hear the stone wall behind it crack slightly, but luckily as I bring my fist back everything is still standing and still in place without a problem. My gaze turns to the 3 black numbers on the digital screen above that continue to rise while calculating my power. 479 points. I curse under my breath as the man that brought me out here lets out an excited sound from behind. Ha! Look at you. You must have some great gear on to push a number like that. Maybe you'll join the Legacy Fighters and make it past the 5th stage. It looks like Valor City is in for an interesting show. He laughs again, and it only makes me realize how out of touch with my strength I am. With all my gear on, even if I hardly try, my strength is near what a base-level Elite Association hunter would be. Even so, it looks like this reading isn't going to be much of a problem. Whoever these so-called Legacy Fighters are, they seem to be on par or higher than the reading I just threw. This only makes me more excited. The fact that there really are monsters here available higher than my own level means I can't miss out on an event like this. I join in with his laughter before replying, "Sign me up for tonight's event. I'd like to give it a shot." Money signs practically light up in the man's eyes as he walks back behind the counter. He picks up a silver tablet and begins tapping it a few times. "Sure, let me scan your wristband ID and get you connected to the system with the number of points you just had recorded. With a reading like this, you're allowed to come by any time you'd like to participate. The limit is 1 entry per day. It's fully confidential, so we don't need your actual status level or any specific gear stats, but we would like to know your main combat skill that you'll be using and a stage name to go with it. I've already recorded that you'll be using fire, but what would you like us to call you?" Flashbacks of my time in the underground fight arena back in Vice City pop into my head and I smirk inwardly before replying. "My stage name? Call me the Flame Emperor." After a few more taps on the silver screen, and the smile across the man behind the counter's face growing wider and wider, he looks up to me. "I like it. You're all set. The midday fights still have a few left to run through, then there will be an intermission before the main events tonight. So, feel free to enjoy the show or explore the city for a while longer. A reminder will be sent to your wristband an hour before the night events. During this intermission, you'll have to come back here to be granted access into the ring and given the proper gear to prevent real injury during the show. Sounds good? I'll see you very soon." With that, I turn to walk out of the arena and back onto the streets. I'd like to keep up my appearances, so I weave in and out of item shops in the streets before I find what I'm looking for, a glossy black mask with the appearance of obsidian stone, but the weightlessness of a feather. The young lady at the front of the store greets me with a smile as I bring her just the one item. "Just the mask? Are you sure there aren't any non-ornamental magic items you're looking for today, sir?" I shake my head. "No. Just this." "Alright, that will be half a silver credit." I put out my wrist and she scans it with a small silver device. Before my eyes, the 5.0000 gold credits drop to 4.9950 credits. I place the mask into my coat pocket, but it really falls into my item storage as I walk out the door. "Thank you very much. Come again soon." Her voice trails off as I explore the city more. I keep an eye on the Golden Wall and think about entering the first layer of the inner city, but decided it'd be best to take things slow and finish up this event before I explore too far into this place. I won't even be able to get much further than the gold walls without putting every gold coin I earned in Solara into this credit system. I don't quite trust a digital system like this to hold all my money, so I'm better off earning as much as I can from a special event tonight and see how far that takes me. Before I know it, the sun starts to set slightly and the sky turns orange overhead. My breath in the cold air comes out as frozen mist and mana-powered street lamps automatically turn on at every corner. As this happens, I get a notification on my wristband telling me the intermission has finally begun and it's time for me to check in and verify myself before the main event. I put on the glossy black mask and make my way back over and walk in as crowds of people walk out to nearby restaurants and shops in town to spend their time before tonight's show. When I walk in, the place seems eerily empty, but I see the blonde man in the white suit waiting nearby the registration booth. He stands with a silver tablet in hand and 7 other fighters talk amongst themselves in a semicircle. He recognizes me even with the mask and waves me down from a distance and speaks up as I join the crowd. "Very good, everyone's made it here. The preparations can begin." Chapter 344. As I walk up to the 7 other fighters, I can clearly see they're split into 2 groups. One group of 4, off to my right, is dressed in high-class gear, similar to what I'd expect an elite to wear. The first to turn their head is a slim, womanly figure in armor that seems to be made of stone. She has sharp eyes, dark brown hair, and holds a spear, but shows me an interested smirk as I approach and speaks up. "Finally, some fresh meat that looks worth keeping around. They call me the Stone Maiden. I'm the opener for the Legacy Fighters. But outside the ring, you can call me Sia." she steps forward to give me a handshake. Before I put out my hand, I decide to take off my concealment ring to show my fighting gear and other buffs. We shake hands and make eye contact while I take a look at her status to find she has an advanced earth magic skill and is level 512. The buff below her status shows rock prison, but there isn't any extra information I can take away at a glance. I'm about to introduce myself, but a man in dark black clothing approaches from behind. He has two blood-bonded swords on his sides that both have high strength and speed buffs surpassing 100%. He looks me up and down, then nods. Sia speaks up for him before releasing our handshake and pointing a thumb backward. That's Ace, the swordsman of the legacy fighters. I quickly scan him to find he has one legendary grade skill, extreme speed. He's level 531 and has a ranked up buff called divine speed. A tall and heavy-set man comes over with a legendary grade body hardening skill next to greet me with a jolly smile. I see his level 548 status flash in front of my eyes along with a ranked up buff labeled Iron Body. He gives me a tight handshake, but I return the favor. He squeezes harder like he's trying to test me, but I don't give in until he lets out a laugh and releases his grip. Ha! You're the real deal. They call me the Shield. I'm a legacy fighter as well. But you can call me Max if that's easier for you. I'm not trying to hide from anyone. I nod slowly, a bit taken aback by their friendly gestures while scanning the rest of the contestants around me. The three others that stand alone, closer to the man in the white suit, are all below level 450, and don't immediately come up to me, and none have elemental or legendary skills, so I can only assume they're newer here or not top-ranked fighters like the ones that greeted me. However, there's a young man with a shaved head in an orange robe who stands still behind all the other legacy fighters. He doesn't wear any magical gear and has no skills or buffs at all. Even so, his level is higher than anyone else's here. It clocks in at 694. I try to do a full scan to see what kind of base level mana control he lets out while in a resting state, but to my surprise, there isn't even a single MP of excess mana leaving his body. He doesn't raise an eyebrow or care to walk forward and greet me at all. This is the response I was looking forward to when meeting fighters of this caliber. Max catches me looking at him and puts a hand up, motioning not to get involved. That's Monk. We don't know much about him, but he's been here the longest out of any of us. He's the strongest too, so let's just leave it at that. I sit in an awkward moment of silence as all the top fight members here just openly told me their names. So I reply with mine. Well, thanks for the warm welcome. My fighter name is the Flame Emperor. For now, that's all I have to share. I turn back to the man who checked me in at the registration desk. Although I appreciate the introductions, people don't just become ranked up battle season fighters by smiling and playing nice. I need to sit back and observe more about this place to understand what's really going on. The man in the white suit finally speaks up and leads all of us behind the registration desk and down a flight of stairs to the training room beneath the stage. He goes over all the basic fight details and instructions that were outlined for us earlier. We're stood in a large, wide-open white-walled mana-shielded room with a staircase that leads back up to the surface behind us, and a small isolated circle on the other end of the room that transports contestants into the ring. In between, there are punching bags along the walls, special black squares just like on the surface to test powers, and even weapons and shields available for fighters to use in the arena as they please. It's all C-rank gear and below, but it still looks like it would be useful for the average fighter during normal daytime fights. As we all get situated, a crowd of bidders and audience members enters above us, and a moving picture of the stadium and empty fight ring is shown on a projector against one of the side walls for us to see. I hear Mr. Wright's voice echo through the training room once the seats fill up about halfway. Alright, the first event is going to begin shortly. Everybody line up. I'll assign your fighting order for the night along with setting up safety precautions. Everyone does as he says and gets in line as he takes out a small device to scan each member's wristband. My eyes wander as I see gold and platinum bands in front of me get scanned in by Mr. Wright's device. He speaks again while scanning my band. You all know how it works. If your HP goes under 10%, you'll be automatically teleported to our medical team to receive a full heal from one of our 2 healers on standby. Lost blood, missing limbs, whatever the injury may be, given enough time you'll be healed back to 100% before the next fight day comes around. Ding. As he scans my bracelet, a small green plus sign with 100% appears next to it. Beneath this, the fight 008 shows up in thin black text as well. He continues, we have 8 fights tonight, and I've staggered the legacy fighters in with the newbies as usual. Stone Maiden, you're up first for fight number 1, so finish your warm-ups and get ready to board the platform. Let's put on a great show tonight and make some money. Sia, the stone maiden, walks over to the platform with the same grin across her face that she greeted me with and begins twirling her spear around. Ready when you are. I don't need a warm-up, as the people outside pile in more and more. The same announcer's voice from Midday Fight speaks up in a loud and excited tone. How are you all doing tonight? Let's make some noise. Our opening event is about to begin. Chapter 345, the stadium fills up to its limit. The crowd that piles in is almost 3 times as large as the midday fights. From the projector screen below, I can see that every seat is filled and people are attentively waiting for the night show to begin, with the dark star-filled sky above, and mana-imbued light sources illuminating the arena below. It's almost impossible to see the invisible protective dome between the actual fight ring and the cheering crowds ready for a bloodbath. Sia stands on the transport platform with her spear in hand and a serious look on her face. Then, she disappears from the warm-up room and is teleported into the ring. Let's hear a warm welcome for our nightly opener. She's been a regular the past few months in the arena, with a standing record of 46 Stage 5 victories and 3 Stage 6 wins. The Stone Maiden is here to put on a show for you all tonight, so get your bets ready and enjoy. She waves to the eruption of noise in the stands and takes a lap around the arena as the announcer continues to explain the event rules to anyone new that is joined for tonight's event. Soon after, the Stage 1 monster is brought into the ring and bets are placed. A small white rabbit with a long brown horn on its forehead materializes into the ring and the battle begins, but is over in an instant, as Sia shows off with an overpowered spear throw, tossing her weapon across the ring while raising the ground beneath the creature all around it so it has nowhere to run or hide. It's defeated and explodes into pieces along with the rock wall display that held it up in an explosion of stone. Max smirks and walks up to my side with his arms crossed down below in the training rooms as we watch it all happen on the screen. She's just getting the crowd excited. No one bets on the first couple of fights because the odds and payouts are nearly nothing. Stage 5 and 6 is where the real money is at. Just wait and see. He grins and stares up at the screen as the stage is cleared and the next monster is brought in without a moment of wait. Stages 2, 3, and 4 end in all similar results. Beasts of level 118, 249, and 326 are all brought in one shot in a magnificent display for the crowd to enjoy. This is why Sia didn't bother to warm up. The first 4 fights are more than enough, I whisper under my breath. Now this is where the real fights begin. Sia takes the full 5 minutes to rest in between this stage and the next before the announcer speaks up again. We have a monster that many of you witnessed take out our best midday fighter today. The Berserker Giant. A level 405 beast with impressive battle IQ and destructive power. Will the Stone Maiden face the same fate? Place your bets and find out. I grin as I watch the numbers on my wristband actually show some different odds. All of the previous stages there was not much movement on the bets, but now people are much less sure if she can beat the monster before her. I'm confident in her ability, and turn my gaze to see every one of the legacy fighters looking down at their wristwatches and placing bets. Max speaks again as he sees my confusion. You can bet on any fight you please, even your own. But you're only allowed to bet on yourself winning. Other than that, there are no rules against betting on other fighters. I raise an eyebrow at this. Apparently, insider betting isn't frowned upon at all. However, there's always someone deeper in with more information calling the real shots. I won't risk any capital until I'm in control of the fight itself. For now, I'll observe and enjoy the show. A few minutes pass and the giant humanoid monster with sharp teeth and green eyes carrying a shimmering silver sword is teleported into the ring. Bets are now closed. Let the battle begin. Sia uses similar tactics as her previous matches, but to my surprise, the monster isn't killed in a single shot. The spear hits and its armor is severely damaged with blood dripping out. But this is the first monster with mana control in the event that I've seen so far. She's able to break through, but just enough to injure the beast. It breaks out from the rock that creeps up its ankles and jumps toward the spear wielder with battle-crazed eyes and blood-stained armor. She activates her ranked-up buff and I see 2 semicircles of stone materialize out of thin air on both sides of the beast. A loud thud sends ripples through the air as the stone crushes the life out of the monster. The crowd stands up and goes wild. Sia drops to a knee with a smile, then takes a victory lap to retrieve her spear and let the remains crumble from her rock formation as she takes a break. The announcer hypes up the crowd again, a rare occasion for the Stone Maiden to take on the 6th stage. You're all in for a treat tonight. Will she be able to take on the level 566 Red Ogre, or will this be a one-sided battle? My eyes light up and are locked to the screen at this mention. A new monster at a level higher than anything I've ever seen in dungeons other than a few extremely rare breaks and labyrinth boss fights. Yet, this city just lets people fight them like it's an everyday thing. The crowd starts to yell so loud, I can feel the entrance of the training room rattle, and people start to stand up in their chairs. The odds on my wristband are against the legacy fighter for the first time in this whole event. Based on what I've seen so far, my bet would be against her too, but I can't wait to get in that ring myself. Minutes pass, and the monster is transported into the ring. It towers above any creature I've seen in here all night, easily 4 times my own height, and carries an enormous black club. Its skin is dark red, and teeth are bright white. The silver chestplate it has on reflects off the mana-imbued light fixtures as it lets out a ferocious roar. At this, the battle begins. However, it glows bright gold and zips around the ring with agility far greater than the stone maiden attempting to dodge. She activates her stone prison buff that took out the berserker giant in one hit last round. But the red ogre smashes it to pieces with a single hit from its club. Sia is hit next, and is teleported out of the ring as her wristband hits 10% HP in a matter of milliseconds. The crowd roars louder and the excitement in the ring grows even greater while the Black Knights are sent in from seemingly nowhere to defeat this beast in an instant while the arena is cleaned and the announcer hypes up the next upcoming fighter. I murmur to myself, they sure do know how to open a show. My eyes stay glued to the screen, and I tingle with excitement. I can't wait for my turn in the arena to come. Chapter 346, the next contestant is one of the newer fighters. He's a dagger user with considerable skill, making it past stage 4 unscathed but losing in the 5th to a large snake creature with scales too hard for his weapons to penetrate. This event was a nice palate cleanser for what's to come next. The announcer speaks as Max walks onto the platform. I welcome the next legacy fighter you all know well back onto the stage, the Shield. The crowd perks up and starts to cheer just like they did in the first event, with 91 stage 5 victories and 16 stage 6 wins. You're in for another incredible show. Let the fight begin. Max pulls a large war hammer out from an item box around his waist, then throws it to the ground by his side outside the transport circle before he's sent to the arena. I hear the whispers of one of the fighters behind me remind his friend that no item boxes or potions are allowed in the event. This wasn't mentioned to me before, but I take note of it now. I'll have to take all my items I wish to use out of my storage before getting on stage not to cause suspicion. Just like the contestants before, he does a lap to hype up the crowd before the event even begins. Once the battles start, it's a picture-perfect version of Sia's run. The moment an opponent appears, he runs across the ring and strikes them down with his hammer. For stages 1 through 4, every beast is killed in a single strike. The tank looks like he would be slow, with a heavy shield and massive hammer, but his speed and agility are no match even against a level 430 mutant Yeti in the 5th stage. The monster's mana control looks fairly developed, but Max takes the beast out in 3 swings, leaving the creature lifeless in a pile of its own blood in seconds. He gives the announcer the go-ahead to start the next round without a break, and the same thing happens. All the betting odds flip against the legacy fighter. It seems round 6 is their usual limit. A huge scaled lizard creature standing on 2 legs is transported in. It wears light silver armor with various weapons strapped to its sides, and the creature carries a bow. The mana shielding around its body is visible to the naked eye, and it's clear the creature is imbuing its weapon with mana as well. It's a level 549 lizard archer of some sort. It looks nothing like anything I've seen in any dungeon. The fight begins and it zips around the arena with blinding speed. Although I thought Max was quick for his size, this creature is nearly twice as fast. The crowd goes crazy, and many members of the audience yell out in excitement and fury, contradicting each other and arguing about who is going to win this fight. Others just cheer and keep their eyes glued to the fight below as it's a very interesting one to watch. The lizard man readies a shot, and for the first time, Max activates his ranked up buff. Along with the silver coating from his legendary body hardening skill, and a thin layer of mana shielding he's just capable enough to conjure, the iron-bodied buff he uses places another layer around both of the lower ones, including his shield and hammer in a dark iron coloring. The mana-imbued arrow bounces off his shield and shatters into pieces as the metallic twang of mana being dispersed echoes through the air. Then another hits him from the opposite side, and the same result repeats itself, over and over. The lizard archer zips around the dirt floor with incredible speed, firing off arrow after arrow directed right at the tank's vital points. They're blocked time and time again until the monster runs out of arrows completely. The moment it does, the monster throws its bow to the floor and grabs 2 daggers from its sides. Its battle IQ is off the charts. If I didn't know this was a monster, I could easily confuse its movements for a human's. The projector zooms in on Max as this exchange occurs, and a smirk can be seen across his face. Close-range combat begins. and the lizardman begins to try slicing through the iron body defenses but is struck with the same predicament. Its daggers are blown back by miniature explosions of mana every time it attempts to attack, and after half a dozen lunges in, one of its silver daggers breaks in two. This is when the battle completely changes. It's clear the tank can't follow its opponent's movements to the exact points of contact, but with his defensive abilities, it's not even necessary. Every time there's contact with his iron body, the tank spins around and attempts to land a blow with his hammer. It takes quite a while, but the lizard's movements are limited when it's surprised at the dagger breaking on impact. The small hesitation gives Max enough time to finally make contact with one of his hammer strikes and send the lizard flying in the air to hit the clear barrier of mana shielding high up in the ring's inner dome. Another small explosion of white mana erupts from the barrier, propelling the monster back as it makes impact, sending the creature flying toward the floor at double the speed it came up at. The lizard hits the floor, creating a crater, and before it can think to move, Max comes swinging down on it with his hammer to land a final strike. The crowd around the ring can't believe their eyes, and everyone goes wild as the announcer yells out, only to hype the crowd up more. Can you believe it? The shield. He's done it. Our first stage 6 victory of the night. Max raises his shield and hammer up in the air to celebrate. As he yells this out, the buffs and active skills on him deactivate, and he falls to the floor next to the lizardman because of a lack of MP. The announcer plays it off as a usual occurrence, and many from the crowd don't even seem to care that he's unable to move on. Everyone is still excited for the first event of the night with unexpected results. Some people that still bet on Max just made over 3x their money back. Before the hype is lost, another newer contestant is brought onto the stage to give the crowd a cooldown again. People continue to talk about the results of the final match for many fights that follow, not paying much attention to the fighter that makes it through the 4th round and gets defeated in the 5th. Just like the other newbie, Ace, the swordsman, takes hold of both his blades and walks up to the transport platform. He doesn't say a word, looking very serious as he's teleported onto the ring, and the announcer gives his introduction. Everyone welcome one of our newest legacy fighters, Ace. With a record of 14 Stage 5 victories and 13 Stage 6 wins, you're all in for one of the best fights of the night here. Make some noise. Ace stands still in the ring as each new opponent is spawned in and runs toward him. Stages 1 through 4 go by in a flash as he raises a thumb after each match to continue without the rest period offered in between. After all 4 of the starting matches, he hasn't even moved a foot out of place. The swordsman just waits for the monster that spawns in to attack him, and he swings a glossy black blade from his right side every time they come in range. There's a thin white light that appears around the blade each time he swings it, showing it's imbued with mana. As Stage 5 starts, I expect the fighter to act differently, but he still just stands still. However, this time the swordsman grabs both of his swords and slices the level 446 creature into pieces in an X formation without batting an eye. Stage 6 comes around, and the betting stats are going wild when the announcer yells out that the same type of monster that defeated the Stone Maiden opener in a single hit will be his opponent too, a red ogre. The crowd fills with whispers, and the odds for the fighter and monster fluctuate greatly as mystery fills the Colosseum. Once the level 569 red-skinned ogre is teleported to the arena, the crowd starts to cheer louder and louder. Instead of the huge metal club the last variant had, this one carries a long black sword. Ace smiles and his eyes finally show a hint of life. Before the battle even begins, the swordsman shifts his stance and readies his blades. Then, the roar of the beast and its shimmering glowing golden strength allow the battle to begin. The man dressed in black activates his legendary great extreme speed skill and matches the impossible agility of the red ogre in an instant. There's a loud metallic clang and scraping sound that rings out as the two blades of the fighter collide with the ogre's. The moment they do, a blue light flashes around the swordsman's body, and he twists around the ogre's blade with ease. If my natural perception wasn't so high, I'd completely miss what just happened. I'm sure 99% of the audience did. The swordsman activates his divine speed buff and lands 2 clean hits on the ogre's torso before flashing across the area to prepare for another exchange. 2 open wounds appear on its front side, and before it even turns to see the swordsman facing its back, he already deactivates his buff and stands in a ready position to fight again. Consumed with rage, the monster runs forward, and following the loud clang of metal on metal, there's a small flash of blue light and the swordsman is on the other side of the ring without a scratch on him. Meanwhile, 2 more open wounds cover the beast's chest. This repeats 4 more times until the ogre's movements start to slow down. Its body gets covered in a red veil of energy. I can't use my inspect or appraisal skills from here, but I can only assume it's a conditional stat-boosting final move. The swordsman sees this and glows bright blue before their next exchange even starts. He starts zipping around the ring at speeds I doubt anyone here can even hope to perceive in their lifetime. In less than a second, the swordsman returns back to the position he stands in and turns off his buff while falling to one knee. In the same instant, the ferocious glowing red ogre falls into pieces. And the red glow fades as a crimson liquid stains the floor below it. The audience goes wild. They have no idea what just happened, but know the fighter won. Ace wipes his swords clean of the monster's blood while standing back to his feet and giving the announcer the go-ahead to push him to the next round. That's right, folks. Our second stage 6 win of the night. This brings us to our first stage 7 duel, chapter 347. Ace seems to be extremely strong. He just took out a monster many levels higher than himself with ease, using only his swords and mana, no extra combat skills. However, I can tell he's breathing heavily. That divine speed buff he uses in a flash of blue light looks like it takes a lot of MP out of him. Please would you all begin placing your bets. The Royal Knights are preparing a level 672 mutant ghoul. Just by hearing its level, my mind is running wild. On top of that, its name is like nothing I've ever heard before either. They really do have unique and powerful monsters here. The crowd goes silent as they whisper to themselves and place their bets. When I look down at the odds, the favor is against Ace many times over. I sit and wait, hoping to gauge the strength of what this creature would be that is about to be released into the ring. Once the announcer closes the bets, a flash of white light welcomes the ghoul into the fight. I get a glimpse of its tall humanoid frame. Just a head or two taller than the swordsman across the ring. It wears ragged clothing and has pale white skin tinted almost yellow in color. It has no hair on any part of its body. Its eyes glow orange and its teeth look rotted away. There's a light aura around it that matches its eyes, and the faint glow reflects off its two silver swords. On its left wrist, I notice a shimmering platinum wristband, but can't make out what it says on it or figure out how or why a monster would have one of those on them. In bare feet, the creature sprints forward at its opponent the instant it's teleported into the ring. Its body leaves the orange mist behind and Ace reacts by activating his divine speed buff without hesitating at all. There's a loud clang less than half a second later as the two collide in the middle of the fight arena. It's followed by flashing orange and blue lights as the two match each other's speed without a problem. Seconds pass, and the blue glow around the swordsman weakens while the orange mist around the ghoul only grows denser. I can see the grin and sparkling eyes of the swordsman grow with anticipation after every clash they exchange. His eyes track the monster's blade, but with his ranked-up buff slowly shutting down it's clear he doesn't have much time left. Still, the swordsman is using every exchange as a learning opportunity. His reason for coming out to the ring makes a lot of sense to me now. He just wants to fight stronger swordsmen, monster or human. I can only assume it doesn't matter. Right here is exactly where he can experience it every night. Win or lose, this is a successful match in his eyes. The blue buff completely dissipates, and as a result, the swordsman's divine speed goes away with it. In less than half a dozen more exchanges, the fighter is outclassed by the pure speed and battle IQ of this mysterious ghoul monster. Ace is transported back to the medical team once he hits 10% HP after a number of deadly hits. It didn't make a sound, and only mimicked the swordsman's battle style. Before I can study it anymore, a flash of white light brings the ghoul away from the ring as well. This isn't the normal way they're usually taken out of the arena, but the only thing I can think of is its wristband that I spotted prior to the brawl. Maybe it would be too difficult or take too long for a guard squad to take a monster like this out. So, it must be standard procedure to teleport them to a safe containment chamber after the match. After this fight, there are a few cheers, but mostly whispers and small talk about the Red Ogre fight beforehand. Most people predicted the outcome of this match without a problem, and a lot of the audience couldn't even perceive what really happened. While the audience continues to gossip about Ace, the next newbie fighter is brought on and clears the first 4 stages without much issue. He's able to defeat the 5th stage with a desperate move, but both him and the monster fall to the floor in the end. He's unable to move on to the next round, but fights like this are what the crowd loves to see. The excitement is coursing through the ring once again. Especially in anticipation after the mention of the next fighter. Now, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. The main event of the night. Our longest-standing legacy fighter. You all know who I'm talking about. Let's make some noise. The crowd's regulars start cheering loudly and stomping their feet to make as much commotion as possible. The new watchers that have come into the city for the first time all join in on the fun, and the energy in the air is ecstatic. Underneath the ring in the training room, there's only one other person left other than me, the bald young man in the orange robe. He steps onto the transport circle and is teleported in an instant. Welcome, Monk. With a standing win record of 316 Stage 5 victories, 204 Stage 6 wins, and 141 Stage 7 clears, please make some noise for the champ. He appears in the center of the stage with his head down and his hands clasped. The crowd only goes more wild, but is calmed down after a few minutes once the announcer brings in the first fight and everyone places their bets. A single green hobgoblin with a pair of daggers at level 30 enters the ring and runs toward the man in the orange robe. The crowd goes silent as the man steps forward to put his hands up in a fighting stance. Still, there is no visible mana surrounding him or any sign of skills or magic being used. I'm thoroughly confused. As the monster steps closer, he does too, adjusting his hand positioning ever so slightly with every movement the hobgoblin makes. Once they're close enough to clash, the young man throws a punch at the monster's side while narrowly dodging its incoming blades. The punch sends the monster backward a few meters and it lets out a shriek, but to my utter shock, the beast isn't defeated. It runs close with its blades at the ready again, and all the man does is dodge them. Just barely, and throw another punch back. The monster is visibly hurt with some broken bones and much slower movements, but this doesn't make any sense at all. Monk is nearly level 700, and he's not even able to one-shot a level 30 hobgoblin. My eyes track the two opponents on the screen for another dozen exchanges until the monster's movements slow down more and more after every hit. After 16 attacks, the hobgoblin finally falls to the floor in a bloodied and bruised state. The fighter is unscathed and the crowd erupts into cheers. I, on the other hand, have no idea what just happened. I murmur to myself as the announcer begins hyping up the next stage. How is this guy the #1 fighter in the arena? Chapter 348. The next few fights that follow play out exactly the same as the first. Monk adjusts his speed and power to whatever opponent he's facing and takes them out in about 2 to 3 minutes each time, dodging the incoming hits and only throwing normal punches at the monster's vital points. In Stage 2, a level 113 orc gets pummeled around the ring and is defeated in 17 punches. Next, in Stage 3, a level 251 bloodhound gets circles run around it and is defeated in 14 punches. After this, in Stage 4, a level 340 humanoid creature with 3 eyes and a heavy club is taken out in 15 punches. Every round that passes makes me question what powers this man really has more and more. He's clearly using mana in some way, but it's invisible to the naked eye. There's no shielding that covers his body, and not even a layer of mana over his punches either. I know there's a trick, I just don't know what it is. Stage 5 comes along, and he takes out an enormous mutant bear-like creature with long white claws and a thick brown hide in just 13 hits. The man doesn't break a sweat. Every round that passes, the fights look exactly the same. Each time I think I'm going to witness him slipping up and showing a hint of mana or hidden ability, but I'm mistaken with every stage that follows. The 6th stage comes around, and the man gracefully jumps around the arena with ease, twisting and turning away from the same lizard archer creature that Max faced in his fight. Monk's speed matches the lizard man without a problem, and the arrows seem to fly by him mere millimeters away every single time. After his careful dodges, he manages to get in close, and just like every other opponent, the monster is taken out in just 14 punches. My mouth is left wide open after this fight. I saw how fast and powerful these Stage 6 monsters were against seasoned battle veterans even with their ranked up skills activated. For this man, he's using the same effort in this fight as he did in the first Hobgoblin's Brawl. This makes no sense. Although I may have this reaction, the crowd outside is going wild. Newcomers to the arena don't know what to make of his battle style and are hesitant to bet on him in these higher rounds, opting for the monsters, while regulars are betting solely on Monk every round and making a small fortune. This must be the real moneymaker of the night. Even if it seems predictable, there are always new people coming into the city to enjoy the show. My eyes stay glued to the screen as Stage 7 begins, and the exact same level 672 ghoul from the previous round against Ace enters the ring. Monk does a bow before the match starts, unlike any of his other matches. Then, begins his fight with the pale-skinned beast with orange energy leaking from its eyes and pores. Because of the starting bow, I thought maybe this fight would be different, but the man just speeds up more, running around the ring with ease and punching the ghoul with lightning-fast fists when it leaves itself open after each sword swing. Without activating my perception buffs, it's almost difficult to track their movements. However, the fight just looks exactly the same. Dodge and punch, that's all this man does. None of his punches show any signs of mana imbuement, but an interesting phenomenon I see is every time he makes impact, the glow in the ghoul's eyes gets brighter for a fraction of a second. Then after, it dims slightly lower than before it was punched, over and over. 15 punches later and the orange light in the ghoul's eyes goes out. The creature falls to the floor, seemingly unharmed on the outside, but devoid of energy remaining within. Its overwhelming speed and strength against Ace, the swordsman last round, seemed as if it wasn't even there anymore. The creature in the ring seemed like it was helpless against just simple punches. Monk steps back and bows again at the spot where the remains of the monster once stood. It's teleported away and the crowd erupts in cheers. There you go, folks. Our one and only stage 7 victory of the night. What an amazing showing. That only begs the question, Monk, are you ready to proceed to the 8th round? The moving picture display pans to the fighter standing alone in the ring. He crosses his arms and shakes his head. Still not ready yet, I see. Well, you'll all have to come back tomorrow to see if Monk will take on the undefeated 8th stage. Monk is transported back into the training room in front of me as the crowd cheers his name and the announcer continues. Now. We usually end our showings on this stage 7 victory, but tonight we've decided to throw in an extra wildcard that you're all sure to enjoy. The audience goes silent and begins to whisper among each other, trying to figure out what's going on. Monk gets off the transport platform and makes eye contact with me for the first time. I see an orange shimmer beneath his gaze for a split second but can't tell if it's just his robe's reflection or my imagination. Either way, the announcer's words are my cue to get onto the stage. I reach into my item storage beneath my cloak and pull out the Flame Emperor's sword while smirking inwardly and whispering under my breath, now, it's time for the real show to begin. The moment I step on, the transfer magic of the teleportation circle reacts with my wristband, and I'm sent into the fight arena with hundreds of people looking at me from every side. The blinding mana-imbued lighting fixtures make it almost impossible to see outside the ring. The only thing clearly visible is exactly what's in front of me. Welcome, the Flame Emperor. This is a fighter debut, with 0 wins in any event so far. A true wildcard, and an exhilarating event to end the night off. He could be defeated in stage 4, or he could make his way to the 8th. We have no information on this fighter other than his signature elemental skill, fire. At this, there are some oohs and ahs from the crowd around me. Then a notification pops up on my wristband in blue text asking how much I'd like to bet on myself. I smirk and place 1 gold credit on myself as a starting bet to see how it all works. In the same instant, the announcer starts the show. The stage 1 fight against a level 17 horned rabbit will begin in 10, 9, as he counts down. I hold my sword steady and point it forward where the monsters appeared in every event prior to this one. I have 2 options right now. I can take things slow and work my way up like Monk and Ace did, or be flashy from the start like the Stone Maiden and Max. Once the transfer magic on the other side of the ring begins to shimmer and a fluffy white rabbit with a long brown horn appears in front of me, I activate my fire magic and run forward. Chapter 349, showing off my full strength from the start is not a good option. It wouldn't be an optimal move. Having the odds stacked against me in the later rounds would be the best strategy for potentially greater payouts from betting on myself. However, there's no reason not to put on a show and get the crowd excited. I get paid the same amount for the first 3 stages regardless, so I might as well build up some hype. With this in mind, I raise my left hand above my head and begin forming a ball of fire that grows larger as I approach the tiny rabbit. Just at the sight of my dark red flames, the crowd begins to cheer and become excited. Instead of swinging my sword, I throw the flaming ball of magic, about 5 times the size of the rabbit, down onto it, instantly incinerating the miniature beast. Plumes of fire erupt from the ground, and dirt and stone fly off in all directions. It was overkill for a small monster like this, but nothing so immaculate as to raise any suspicions that I'd be any better than any of the other newbies competing in the previous rounds. Fire magic may be a common elemental ability, but it uses up a lot of MP for the average user. Unknown to me, it's unusual for many fighters to use an attack like this in the first round. Ding, a string of notifications pop up on my wristband. Congratulations! 1.12 XDthere on Fighter, the Flame Emperor, your 1 gold base bet has been returned to your account. 0.12 gold credits have been added to your account. Stage 1 fight victory, reward, 1 silver credit. 0.01 gold credits have been added to your account. Total account balance, 5.1250 gold. Use absorption, MCP, 104, yes, no. I choose yes to absorb the small amount of mana control available. Before the debris even clears, the crowd is roaring with cheers. And some are even chanting my fighter name over and over as the announcer is already hyping up the next stage. I went from a nobody to a fighter to put their money behind in a matter of seconds with that flashy attack. I just need to continue building up this hype for the stages to come. The bets that really matter are on stage 4 and further, when the total amount won will be a percentage of the bets and not just a set win amount. I won't be able to do much damage with a 5 gold balance. The stage 2 bets are placed, and I throw 3 gold on myself because I'm much more confident in the system and outcome now. A Cyclops comes into the ring, and I decide to run at it this time to slice it in two with a single flaming strike, but make sure that the flames on my sword don't leave the blade until contact is made. While slicing through, I plunder every drop of its MP in milliseconds, bringing my own bar back up to full. The two halves melt with dark flames on them that don't go out until it's completely turned to ash. Congratulations! 1.08 XBet1 on Fighter, the Flame Emperor. Your 3 gold base bet has been returned to your account. 0.24 gold credits have been added to your account. Stage 2 Fight Victory, reward, 10 silver credits. 0.1 gold credits have been added to your account. Total account balance, 5.4650 gold. Use absorption, MCP, 915, yes, no, another win. Just like that, I take notes from watching the previous Legacy fighters and do a lap around the ring, raising my sword in the air and covering it in a bright flickering veil of flames until my Stage 3 beast is announced. Stage 3 will begin. Shortly, the Flame Emperor will be facing off against a level 247 Bloodhound. Place your bets. At the sound of this name, my mind starts to race, thinking back to the time I faced a similar beast in a dungeon a few months back. A sly grin starts to come across my face as I think about it more and more while placing a 5 gold bet on myself with 1.11x odds. It's not the money that excites me, it's the potential for another powerful upgrade that makes the gears spin in my head. Once the ferocious-looking dog is finally brought into the ring via teleportation, it runs toward me, glowing bright red. I run forward too, activating appraisal and seeing bloodlust in its active skills. The grin across my face only grows. And instead of killing it right away on the spot, I let the hound run by me and attempt to grab an arm. I dodge with ease and position myself for an attack, but then think about the possibilities of leading on the crowd right now. Making them underestimate me as much as possible will be beneficial in the upcoming fights. As the hound circles back again, I light up my sword with flames but let the hound in close and allow it to latch onto my arm, flailing in the air as if it was unexpected. In the same moment, I ignite my left arm with fire magic and blow the beast that's latched onto pieces. Congratulations! 1.11 XBet1 on Fighter, the Flame Emperor. Your 5 gold base bet has been returned to your account. 0.55 gold credits have been added to your account. Stage 3 Fight Victory, reward, 30 silver credits. 0.3 gold credits have been added to your account. Total account balance, 6.3150 gold. Use absorption, MCP, 3601, yes, no. Use absorption, skill, bloodlust, upgrade, legendary grade, yes, no. The crowd explodes into cheers as the remains of the beast hit the mana-shielded barrier of the arena along with my eruption of flames. I stay on the ground for a moment, excitedly choosing yes to the bloodlust upgrade and checking my status while using self-regeneration on my arm beneath my cloak. The extra MCP is absorbed as well. In the meantime, the announcer hypes up the crowd for the next round, allowing me to take my 5 minutes of rest. Standing to my feet, I grip my sword and give the go-ahead. Next up, we have a special monster for you all in the 4th stage. As you all know, this is the round that separates the regular fighters from the fighters that face off in the main nightly events. To face the Flame Emperor, we've found a formidable opponent known for taking out fighters well above its level 365 rating. It's time to place your bets on the Mutant High Orc matchup. A sword-wielding monster with a fire aspect. The reaction from the crowd is mixed. Some describe the power of my fire, while others point out the fact I was taken off guard by a mere level 247 Bloodhound. I smirk inwardly while placing a 6 gold bet for myself to win at a 1.37x payout multiplier. Once the High Orc comes into the ring, I can feel the heat coming off of it immediately. The beast runs at me, wearing silver armor head to toe, wielding a long shimmering sword with golden accents, and bursting with flames out of the armor's holes. It has a regular fire combat magic skill along with swordsmanship skill. The same twinkle in my eyes from the previous round comes back to me, and I decide to put on a show for the crowd yet again, even though my movements are clearly much more crisp and practiced. To the naked eye of a fighter below level 300, it all looks the same. This is most of the audience. As long as I get hit with fire and take longer than a few seconds to defeat the monster that's attacking me, to the crowd, it means I'm having trouble. Come at me. It looks like you're going to need to give me a hard time, I whisper under my breath while blocking a hit from its long silver sword and taking a fire blast from it head on without even attempting to move away. My gear and natural fire resistance are so strong, it just feels like a warm breeze passing by to me. However, to the crowd, it looks like I'm being burned alive. The erupting cheers are ear-shattering, through all the noise, there's one thing on my mind that is crystal clear. I'll be taking this audience for every bronze, silver, and gold coin they have to spare. Chapter 350, The Plumes of Fire clear, and I jump backward, igniting myself with my own flames to play the part. It's a cool flashy power-up to hype the crowd, but also shows that I'm trying to mitigate the supposedly brutal attack that I just took head-on. For the fun of it, now that I have a natural veil of dark red flames surrounding my body, I activate my newest Bloodlust skill to see what improvements going from no grade to legendary grade provide. The aura that envelopes me is much darker red than the usual Bloodlust buff, more so matching the darkness of my flames now. The surge of energy is not what I was expecting to feel at all either. The no-grade Bloodlust skill used to give a 50% buff to speed, agility, and mental strength. Now when I look down to check my status, it says 125% buff on each of these options and a 50% natural perception buff is added as well. I instantly feel like I just activated my final breath skill or my Red Hydra's rage buff, but immediately decide to turn it off because, in a matter of seconds, my MP bar almost falls down to half. It is definitely an intense boost, but the cost is significant too. This arena isn't the place to test its potential. I get up close to the high orc by outpacing its movements and coming around to place a hand on its back. In the same manner it attacked me, I plunder all of its MP to bring me nearly back up to full while blasting a wave of fire through its body and sending it flying backward in a similar fashion to the attack it just threw. Moments before its life force hits zero, I stop my attack and let the high orc come running back at me while letting out a roar of pain and frustration. In seconds, the intensity of my flames will burn it to ashes, but I want to have a final clash to put on a show for the crowd. As our blades clang again, each of us releases a wave of flames at each other and I jump back for dramatic effect as the orc is incinerated in the final blast. I fall backward and let the force of my own attack throw me to the floor, leaving my own flames burning on my body for a matter of seconds before putting them out. Congratulations! 1.37 XBet1 on Fighter, the Flame Emperor. Your 6 gold base bet has been returned to your account. 2.22 gold credits have been added to your account. Stage 4 fight victory. Reward, 17.8950 gold credits. 17.8950 gold credits have been added to your account. Total account balance, 26.4300 gold. Use absorption, MCP, 12,966, yes, NO. Use absorption, skill, swordsmanship, upgrade, legendary grade, yes, NO. I choose yes on both. Upgrading my swordsmanship, and my questions about upgrading my fire magic skill are answered too. The advanced version of this skill is as high as legendary grade absorption will upgrade it to. For now, the new skill upgrade is great, but the fact that I just made over 20 gold profit in a single match is the more exciting part of this string of notifications. It looks like the crowd agrees with me too as they shake the arena, and the announcer continues to yell out in an excited tone as I give him the thumbs up to move on to the next round. Can you believe it? The Flame Emperor has taken a hit at point-blank range and retaliated back to finish off the high orc with a taste of its own medicine. That begs the question, will he be able to defeat the level 481 Volcanic Salamander King? It's not every day we get a fire wielder in the ring, so we're saving opponents like this for the special occasion. As the announcer goes on, I realize the fights being sent to me are not random. Thinking back even further, every fight in the ring today has been very selective. Sia had tough fights against opponents in the later rounds she had no hope of beating to set a standard for how tough each event would be. Max got opponents he has a defensive edge against monsters he could barely beat. Ace had only sword wielders to battle in the later rounds, and now I'm getting solely fire element fights. Someone is pulling the strings and clearly not randomizing these monsters, but I'm not complaining. Finish your bets up soon, the match is about to begin in 10. 9. I lock in a 25 gold bet at a 1.59x multiplier. I'm still the crowd favorite, but the odds are beginning to shift against me. This is good. It's exactly what I want to happen. During this next fight, I need to make sure it looks like nothing close to an easy win. 2. 1, 0. A flash of white light brings the crimson-scaled beast into the ring. Its body is dripping with lava and looks exactly the way it did when I faced the same type of creature in a dungeon break way off in the desert of Sector 4. It has advanced fire magic and a body hardening skill. 2 skills I myself already have at their maxed out ranks, so this fight will be purely for the fun of it and putting on a convincing performance for the crowd. This may be the first monster strong enough to take hits from my attacks if I go easy on it. That will add to a much more convincing display. With a smirk on my face, I run forward with my sword ablaze and my fire magic enveloping the red cloak. its body glows orange, red, and yellow, producing more molten stone as I charge forward to throw down a low-density attack at its scaled armor. Legendary swordsmanship is automatically activated as I swing downward, making the movement feel even more precise and natural. However, this opponent isn't a weapon wielder, so I won't be able to test its full range of possibilities until another fight. The instant my blade makes contact, I feel its scales beginning to crumble and its insides start to burn. I let up on my downward motion, and soon see its tail coming toward me. Everything looks like it's moving in slow motion, but I pretend not to see the tail coming and let it hit me and send me flying toward the arena's mana-shielded dome. I cover my side with a thin layer of mana before making impact. Once I do, all of the shielding I created explodes in a loud metallic twang, sending me flying toward the arena floor twice as fast as I was moving upward at the wall. I managed to turn my body to land on my feet, but the ground beneath me cracks, and a small crater forms. The audience erupts into cheers of madness. They all remember the fight with Max and the lizard archer earlier, and what's happening right now looks to be a repeat. The Salamander King takes the time I was in the air to its advantage to come down on me, spewing molten rock. I jump out of the way just in time and land another low-powered attack on the monster scales, making a small mark to show the crowd I'm not entirely powerless. However, I let the salamander throw me around the ring a few more times to make a point. I land more small hits on it while plundering just enough MP to refill my bar. And using my lifesteal skill to drain the monster's HP at an even faster rate than doing physical damage. This restores my own health bar every time I lose a few points from bouncing off the mana barrier above the ring. The crowd goes crazy, and the announcer begins describing the fight play-by-play to those who are watching as I narrowly avoid death over and over just to land small hits each time. He's done it again. The 9th exchange between the Flame Emperor and the Salamander King. I can't believe it. Another escape from near elimination just to land a hit. I have to give it to our newest fighter. He's not one to give up easily. Half a dozen exchanges go by, and the arena itself is full of molten rock and covered in craters. In the eyes of the crowd, it's a miracle I'm still breathing, but there's one thing that is starting to become clear: he's really going to do it. There's no way. The Salamander King's movements are really slowing down. After excess MP and HP drainage to restore my own, and many tough hits through the monster's scales, the beast in the ring naturally begins to slow down. I start landing 2 to 3 hits each exchange instead of 1, and, in a matter of minutes, I release a final blow to the back of the salamander's head with a fireball to top it all off. He's done it. The winner of Stage 5 is the one and only Flame Emperor. The screams of excitement and cheers, along with anger and frustration, fill the air, and I fall to my knees to play the part with my head down. It may look like I'm out of breath and trying to stay conscious after such a strenuous battle, but in reality, my eyes are glued to the notifications popping up over my wristband. Congratulations! 1.59 XBet1 on Fighter, the Flame Emperor. Your 25 gold base bet has been returned to your account. 14.75 gold credits have been added to your account. Stage 5 fight victory. Reward, 38.1050 gold credits. 38.1050 gold credits have been added to your account. Total account balance, 79.2850 gold. Use absorption, MCP, 24,178. Yes, the smile across my face grows wider and wider as I see over 50 gold coins enter my credit account. I whisper under my breath, now, it's time to get serious and go all in.